Right. Can you guys hear me okay? Last night the space glitched out when I started it and no one could hear me. Alrighty. Let's give it a few seconds to let some of these fucking retards come in. Oh, it's Mr. Tao. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me eat my cookie? Oh, yeah. Just give it a second, a minute or two. Then we can start rambling. I just had some chicken with some hot honey on it. I think I burnt the top of my mouth, motherfucker. All right. Let's get started. If anyone wants to come on stage, just promise not to be too retarded. Yesterday we had some pretty big retards, so I'm gonna keep the retardism down to a bare minimum tonight. Just give it a. Ooh. Yeah, Wicked. I see you, dog. I see you. Man, lately the search functionality in this app is absolutely abysmal. I can't even search my own tweets, let alone other people's tweets. At this stage, it's horrible. Horrible. Alrighty. One second. When you guys come up on stage, I need to make sure that this is synced properly. Yesterday, I was having some issues, or well, I wasn't. This app was a piece of shit. I'm good. It's not broken this time.
No, you're good.
All right, we can get started. Obviously, a lot of depression, a lot of crying, a lot of anger. Pick whatever emotion else you want to pick. Everyone's mad that Magoo's right again. Oh no. God damn it, that Saylor. Nobody put Saylor in a corner. Well, I think Saylor's fucking quite in the corner at the moment. And before I go on to just rip Saylor a new buttocks hole, I will preface it with the only people that are more retarded than the Saylor playbook enthusiasts are the armchair CEOs and pretending that Saylor is listening to them and prognosticating what Saylor should do to get out of the mess that he's gotten himself into. And if you thought Saylor's plans and playbook was retarded, let me tell you, everyone else's plan is even more retarded than Saylor's. So it's quite entertaining to say the least. Like you have these like literal brain dead people um, making a run book for what Sailor should do. Like it's absolutely hilarious. Just like I'll just use one example. The infamous David Bailey thought he should take some time away from being the CEO of a company that he's controlled, deleted 99.7% of the value of, and take the time to tweet out his 2 cents on what he thinks Sailor should do with his preferreds. Because if anybody is going to be able to give Sailor advice, who's taken his stock down over 80%, it's definitely the CEO of a company that's taken the company down 99.7%. So
What
just
did
throwing it.
what did he tell him to do again? Did he tell him just to rug the yield?
Yeah, yeah. He said basically rug the yield. That's the strategy,
I
right?
mean, at this point, I don't know, man. It's
He
already
said
fucked, right?
he said one, raise 2 billion from common, which is this stage is already dilutive. Number two, pause dividends, defer until BTC is back to X price. Three, use cash to set floor on pref at prefs. Boom. No more forced MSTR sales, no forced BTC sales, no BTC overhang means BTC trades up. Like if you could be any more retarded, like please point me to someone who is more retarded than David Bailey. like like if we just want to break down that one like run book, one, if you raise 2 billion from common, like it's literally fully dilutive at this stage, and it would basically completely erode the confidence of the common even more so. And then
I don't know if
two,
that's necessarily true.
no, it is, because if you raised that much right
I,
here, like
but I think
it's
you're
just,
discounting how trapped the common holders are.
they're not trapped. They're down. Sure, they're down bad, but it's not as trapped as the people that are in stretch.
No, no. I mean, what I mean is like I think a lot of common holders are actually people who can invest in any other Bitcoin derivatives.
No, I think they're just retards, but we'll leave that there. The number two thing though is even more retarded. Pause the dividend. So like if you pause the dividend on stretch, like you instantly like destroy it forever. Like it's never going to be a product ever again. Um, and without stretch, Sailor literally has literally zero ways to raise capital right now. Like, so if the stretch product goes away, which it would, if you pause the dividend, no one would ever invest in that thing ever again, right? It's bad enough that the thing was marketed as safe and that people have lost like 25% of their principal. But if you stop the dividend, like what the fuck, on what planet does that make sense? As soon as you stop it, it is supposed to be like this, it's supposed to be like a fixed income product, and like, oh, when they're like, oh, when they ever get in bad shape, we'll just they just stop the dividend. Like that product would go, first of all, you would have people rush to the doors, right? And you would need to have Sailor there to backstop it, to be buying back, basically buy back stretch for what it, and
Why
then
does it matter if stretch goes to zero for them?
it doesn't.
Right.
Well, it's a
Yeah,
reputation
but
thing. So it's
if they're gonna rug the yield, then it doesn't matter if it goes to zero either. At that point, they just call it a day and let them eat themselves.
Well, then I think at that point, you, if they let stretch go to zero, then essentially they're probably going to unwind in a very big way, like the most destructive way, because like the confidence would just completely implode. The like it would be bad. It would be really bad. Like that. That's like probably company ending narrative right there.
If you were an MSTR holder, would you be more confident if they said we're not going to dilute MSTR, but we're going to let stretch go to zero.
No, I think well, so there's two things. If I was an MSTR holder, I would um first I
You'd shoot
would
yourself in the face, and
well,
then
I'd shoot
what?
myself in the face first, but then if I still manage to survive a shotgun blast point blank to my temple, what I would want would be probably a sale of Bitcoin, to be completely honest with you. Um because the only
right at the bottom.
right at the bottom, because like that's like the capitulation that like this market needs, a sailor like selling his Bitcoin, and then basically having that cash reserve at that point, basically say, hey, look, we have cash for like a few years, or I guess it would be like a couple years to pay the stretch dividend. So there's no worry here that we're not going to pay the dividend. Like if you stop the dividend, like that's the worst thing Sailor could do if you stop the dividend by far. Like if he does anything else, like that's better than stopping the dividend. Like he could go on national TV and pull his wiener out. That would be better than him taking the dividend away. I'm not even joking. Like literally, if he went on TV and was caught drunk in Miami and a news camera caught him with his dick out, that would be better PR than or than him taking away the dividend on stretch. Like that's how self-destructive taking the dividend away would be. And not just I don't even mean like stopping it to zero, like basically deferring it. Like I mean if they even tick down from like 11% to 10%, like that is just it creates this like narrative doom loop of like, oh, they really are in trouble.
Seems more likely
So
that
that's
they'd tick it up.
that's the worst. No, I don't think they can tick it up either, because that does bad things. So on like this is like, so you have so many smooth brains people out there giving their like 2 cents on like what Sailor should do here. I actually think the smartest thing for Sailor to do right here, right now, in this moment that we're in, is nothing. I think doing nothing is the hardest thing to do, but it's the smartest thing to do, because it's basically like the Fed. Look at the Fed right now. The Fed hasn't been able to raise and they haven't been able to cut interest rates because they're backed into a corner. And they're fucked if they do and they're fucked if they don't. And so they're just like, we're just going to fucking not do anything and let see what happens. And so I think that's the smartest play for Sailor is don't touch the dividend, don't even make a statement, don't do anything. Just let's see where the market takes Bitcoin and where the sellers of stretch really are, right? Because I have a sneaking suspicion, I don't have information, and no one actually probably has this information in an aggregated format. I think a lot of stretch buyers were actually people buying it on margin, in Japan. Um, and there's some very interesting things happening currently in Japan with rates being raised to a very historic high point. So I think some of it might be due to some carry trades unwinding, because basically you basically borrow at whatever percent in Japan, almost like virtually zero or close to zero, and then you just buy stretch with it, right? Like obviously you have to like change your currency and buy it and do all that stuff, but that's what the yen carry trade
There
is
was a lot of
for
looping
the
in the crypto world too.
yeah. Well, not as like the crypto world is like peanuts compared to what TradFi has in terms of like how many people were using margin and leverage. And I think this unwind has been a lot of unwinding of leveraged holders of stretch. And I think this is actually healthy. And I think it's the natural, wherever this lands, like wherever stretch lands, whether it's wherever it is now, 75 cents, or whether it goes down to 70 cents, or whether it goes down to 69 cents, or even 60 cents. Like, I think you need to wipe out and blow out all the people that bought stretch with margin or extremely high leverage, to basically reset the slate. And I think that's why also you haven't seen, Sailor's famous quote, "Oh, the hedge funds will just step in. The hedge funds will just step in and they'll take it back to peg or whatever." I think they're not doing that is because they know, or maybe not know, but they sense the same thing that I sense, and they want to wipe everyone out. They want to blow everyone out who bought stretch with leverage, and they want to force them out of that trade, and they want to buy the bottom, and they'll take it back to peg when everyone else is wiped out that bought stretch with leverage. That's what I think they're going to do. Where that is, nobody knows really. Is it at 75 cents? I would say no, because just looking at the chart, that wherever this happens, there's going to be a fairly decent V bottom in stretch's price. Like, I don't mean it's going back to 100, but like, let's say it dips to 60 cents tomorrow or Friday or Monday, whatever. Like, you're going to see a reflective like 10 to 15 cent or dollar bounce on stretch when you finally see that reflective bottom, when all the last bits of leverage stretch buyers are blown out of their trade or finally puke out of their trade or those positions. And so I think Sailor's best play is to do nothing here. Um, I wouldn't even try to sell more comment, like, because the biggest whole bullshit narrative is that for the last at least a month or so, they've been still selling common with the ATM and calling it accretive, when in reality, their MNAV is complete made up bullshit. And realistically, they were diluting common shareholders for the last couple months. Like, if you like the way that they calculate MNAV is retarded. Like all of those isms on Sailor's dashboard on like microstrategy.com, those are all very scrupulous statistics. Even the way that they calculate the Sharpe ratio of stretch is extremely wrong. And it's actually it's like borderline like
Borderline
security.
criminal.
It's
All
borderline security.
right.
It is. It is border. Well, the name of the space is Sailor for Jail 2026, but it is borderline like criminal in terms of these KPIs that they're creating and using in the industry uses Sharpe ratios. There's no such thing as MNAV. There's like NAV for like basket weighted like commodity ETFs and stuff, like what's the NAV price.
Magoo,
But
is he getting sued again, or is that just bullshit I saw earlier?
no, that's real. He's getting sued. And I called that out so long ago. Like, as soon as I first started to hear him talking about this stretch product, I'm like, holy cow. Like, this, if this ever goes bad and there is a provable loss, like meaning that there's provable damages done because of people holding this product. I'm like, if that ever happens, he's going to get sued instantly because of some of the language that he's been using to describe this. Like, you can put all the disclaimers you want, and which they do when they advertise stretch, but when you go but it doesn't matter if you put disclaimers. If you are out there and you are using certain words and the way that you're talking about it, like it is basically a misrepresentation, right? Like, even if you have all the compliance and regulatory legalese speak in the prospectus or the documents, when you're going out there and you're talking about things being a bank account, a money market fund, low vol, stress free, fixed income product, all these different things that just really are not true. And they're obviously not true now. Like, you create, like, there is a case to be had that if someone lost money on stretch, there is a case to be had that there was material misrepresentation in the marketing and presentation of this
Well, hold on
product.
now. I mean, no one's lost any money yet unless you sold, right?
Well, that it doesn't
And he
matter.
hasn't rugged the yield yet, so there's been no
No,
misrepresentation of the money market fund
no,
stuff.
no, there's definitely been a ton of misrepresentation. And all it takes is grandma to buy at 100 and she already sold, let's say, at 80. That material damage is there.
Well, she shouldn't have
So
sold at 80.
yeah, that's what I mean, right? You shouldn't have sold
Should have waited till
your fixed
60.
income. Yeah, exactly. Should have waited to sell it till 60. But so, like, there is a case there. Like, I don't know what the likelihood of that like actually happening. It wouldn't be the first time that Sailor or MicroStrategies was sued by the SEC and lost. So
They're a lot bigger now.
yeah, which is not good. Yeah, really. They'll might have to settle, to be honest with you. Like how many times did JP Morgan get butt fucked by the SEC or whoever, and they basically just pay money under the table. Like it's ridiculous how much some of these banks just pay in like fucking securities violations. Like it's kind of crazy. But this isn't the SEC coming after Saylor. This is investors. So it's different. It's not like a regulatory body coming after them. It's basically a class action lawsuit. That they need to prove basically damages, which would be if they've bought at let's say $100 and sold already at like $80. And then basically this law firm is going to bring a case basically trying to prove material misrepresentation in presentation and marketing of his product, which to be completely frank, I think that is definitely there. Like I even posted like one instance. Like if you like scour through all of the interviews and you scour through all the presentations, it's kind of sickening really how they've advertised it. Like, and they're trying to get away with it. Like, so in November of 2025, he tweeted out a video of Stretch, like basically the advertisement video, and the tweet was, imagine a bank powered by Bitcoin, right? And they're trying to use the word like imagine to get away from the material misrepresentation of claiming that this is like a bank, like like that, like, but that's not going to fly in court at all, right? And so like there's so many instances of that. While they're like, I can find probably like 13 interviews, 15 interviews while Saylor literally talks about risk-free, low vol money market funds, and then immediately switches over to talking about Stretch. Like he's super careful and meticulous about not being like Stretch is this, Stretch is that, but he'll use all of those dog whistle words in the same conversation, in the same paragraph, if you will, when he's describing and talking about Stretch. And so for retards, and that's who owns this, it's owned by 83% retail, who are just fucking morons. They don't know any of this stuff I'm even talking about or what material misrepresentation even means. They just hear bank account, they hear savings account, they hear digital credit, they hear low vol, risk free, like they hear all these things and be like, oh, this is what this is. I'm going to buy this, right? So there is I would be concerned if I was Sailor.
But
Um,
if it's 80%, 83% retail, can't it go into a death spiral or no?
no, it can, and this is what we're in right now. It is literally a death spiral. Hey, publish Nakamoto. What do you got to say, dog?
Hey man, it's Publius, but close enough.
I'm
Appreciate it.
retarded. Sorry.
No worries. So first off, I totally agree with like a lot of the stuff you're saying on the misrepresentation from Saylor, and I think it's kind of manipulative the way that he like implies these things but doesn't come out and say them. So I don't even know if he'll actually get caught at the end of the day. But there's so many red flags out there that like, which is kind of the issue I have with a lot of the people who are backing Saylor right now, because I feel like their incentives are so aligned because of their dogma that they have that they can't pull themselves out of it. And it's not like a judgment call. It's more of a just like it is what it is. But like the sharp ratio stuff, like the MNAV, the fact that he has to like create all these different terms, it just feels very like, scummy, the way that I think about it. But anyway,
Yeah, it is
Can
scummy.
I say
it,
something? So,
No,
all right, never mind.
no, you're
go for
not.
it, Wicked. That was my question, but go for it.
Well, I think that there's still a lot of dogma around it because MSTR still has outperformed Bitcoin since Saylor announced the Bitcoin strategy. And so I think you have a lot of Bitcoiners who bought into that and started buying strategy during those times in early 2020 or late 2020 rather. And they're still up relative to Bitcoin, and their bags are heavy, and they experienced this incredible run where they got like way outsized gains, but then they wrote it back down, and they're along for the ride. And so you just have a lot of like diehard Sailor fans,
Yeah.
and they're still up, but
I would actually probably wager the majority of people who've bought MSTR shares are underwater to the big
well,
extent. There's very
100%, right?
there's
But
very
I'm
few
I'm
people that
talking
bought it
about
in
the
2020 or 2019 before the run.
right, but
Like that
but a
that is
lot of
like
the
a
people that you
tiny
see on
percent.
Twitter, like
No,
the influencer
no,
types.
no, they lie through their teeth, bro. These
Maybe, but
these
I
these
think that they
influencers.
bought in pretty early. to be
No, they're
honest.
just down bad, and they're just too ashamed to admit that
I
they're
don't. I
idiots.
don't
Well,
think
even
so.
so, like they're up. Say, let's say they're up 50% or 60% after today's action, right? The amount of additional risk and volatility that you took in order to justify that is so not worth it. And this is where, like, the issue
Maybe,
that I have with all
maybe.
these Bitcoin influencers out there who've been promoting this stuff to like their followers and like people who listen to them and respect them. You're in a dogma where you have a certain view and a certain bias towards this stuff, and now you've got people reinforcing that view on you just to claim that you're up 30, 50, 60% to Bitcoin. And I mean, look, the bottom might be in, but it also might not be in. And you could end up going in the opposite direction. And that's assuming you timed that entry perfectly to where you are outperforming Bitcoin, where
No,
I
not
wager
even.
most of them don't.
It's just like a simple DCA in one or the other, right?
No, no,
I just
no.
posted the analysis, and if
Okay.
you had
Well,
DCA'd in
still, I'm
MSCR over, I mean, listen, I don't like MSCR over Bitcoin for personal savings. Like personal savings, I'm all Bitcoin, but I have a 401k that can only be allocated to MSTR. So that's what I've been doing. And it's outperformed. And that's just a matter of fact. And so I post the analysis. It is a matter of fact. And it's a simple DCA, right? And so I think you just have a lot of people who are like still in this dogma because it's still working and it works until it doesn't. But until it doesn't, people are going to continue to shill it. That's just a matter of fact.
Yeah, and I would guarantee you that none of those people
And that's
are.
after it's down what, like 75, 85%.
Yeah, but that's from 2020. Like that's literally a cherry pick time
It's
horizon
not. It's
where.
literally when he first announced it. That's when a lot of people got it on the radar.
Yeah, but you're missing the point completely, Wicked. That's not the point. The point is that these influencers were shilling MSTR at two, three, $400 a share price. That's the problem. Even theoretically, if these influencers got in 2020 and they're still up, whatever it is, like
They
that,
didn't start shilling it
like
until it started running.
yeah, like
That's how it always
super,
is,
super
for sure.
high,
Yeah.
right? And so, and realistically, um that like that the whole like I don't have a problem with Saylor doing half of the stuff or even like 90% of the stuff he does. It's the marketing and the slimy greaseball used car salesman shtick that he does to do it. And unfortunately, that has really been like the driving factor of this entire strategy, no pun intended. Like the whole reason of basically being able to get people to give you money at 0% is because he convinced retard retail to bid up MSTR's MNAV to something retarded. And so where they built in the premium. Like the whole scheme is predicated on fucking idiots willing to buy Bitcoin at a premium, right? That's what started the entire like scheme or playbook or whatever you want to call it, right? And the only way to do that is to go out to the market and be a greasy sleazeball and talk like a fucking influencer to get retail to bid up your share prices, right? And now it's down whatever it is, 84, 85%, or I haven't looked lately, around there. Um,
Oh, you don't like amplified Bitcoin, Magoo?
No, like it's not even amplified Bitcoin. Like this is the whole like misnomer of like the presentation and marketing of what MSTR really is. People are like, oh, it's just leveraged Bitcoin or it's amplified Bitcoin. No, there's material risk that they've built into this scheme that is not leveraged Bitcoin. Like it's just not like it's not leveraged or amplified Bitcoin. It's a whole different thing. And if you fully truly understand it, it's one thing. And to be completely honest with you, if you truly do understand it, and there are people who really do understand it in a very principled, non-dogmatic way. They're buying and selling it. They're not holding it. They're buying it below book value, and then they're selling it when it goes like up past book value. Like, and I don't mean Sailor's retarded MNAV calculation. I mean like their true MNAV, right? So you buy it below MNAV. Like I literally think the true MNAV of MSTR right now is like literally like 0.69. Like that, like
So you're saying it's a buy.
well, that's the thing. But the problem is though, you don't like in the environment that we're in, is that you don't know how low
It
this
could
is going to go.
it could go to zero.
It could, well, yeah, it could, but like I like what's more likely is like if Bitcoin has a final capitulation, like when have we ever had a bear market end with a grinding lower low and then we just gradually grind out of it? Never, right? Like there's always been a capitulation wick. And so we got down to basically 58K today, right? Like, do we think we're just going to like now start grinding higher? Like, I think the chances are there's going to be a capitulation wick. And like, if we have a
20
serious
2016 or 2015 was a grind low and then a
Yeah, but the
gradual.
markets are so material, so different compared to 2015. Like
Yeah.
anyone that does any price modeling or Kager calculations before 2020, honestly, in my opinion, is a fucking retard. Like even taking price calculations and modeling back to 2017, it's completely voided, in my opinion. It wasn't really a real asset at those points. Like it started being a real asset in 2020. So realistically,
So you got one cycle to compare it to.
yeah, and that's why a lot of these like models and price predictions based off of models are all really bad, because I think you can only model things like everyone still thinks like the 4-year cycle is intact, right? Like, and that's what they live and die on. But like Bitcoin became a macro asset in 2020 and is, in my opinion, completely void of the 4-year cycle. It's really just going with the ebbs and the flows of the macro economy at this point and liquidity flows. Obviously, you have other things that impact it as well, narrative based, but it's not the mining distribution rewards that really meaningfully change anything. Like, sure, there's still the zeitgeist of the narrative that probably drives some market participants to believe that, and therefore it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But for the most part, like if we are like and the most ironic thing is if you know that these people are full of shit, because then you ask them about, okay, so if we're in a traditional 4-year cycle, that means technically next year is supposed to be a bear market, right? Or October or whatever this is supposed to be the bottom or whatever. Like they always don't want to agree that like, oh yeah, we can go down because this is the 4-year cycle. They'll only say, oh well, it's going to go up because this is the traditional 4-year cycle. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? It's kind of fucking retarded. But like if we do get a capitulation wick, and let's say we go from like, let's say I'm not saying this is going to happen, I'm just saying let's say the capitulation wick is from like it wicks down to 50K. Like what does that mean for MSTR? It probably means MSTR is probably going to the 60s for sure, maybe even into the 50s, right? And it probably means stretch is probably going to fucking grind down to below 50 cents on the dollar, right? Like if that scenario happens here in the next week or two, right? So realistically, like even if it, like going back to where we started this, like even though like like the true MNAV is like 0.7 right now, for MSTR, like there's nothing to say that it can't go to 0.6 or even lower, right? Like if it like it MSTR, you could like I don't know what's going to happen overnight. I haven't looked at the price, but like if MSTR is down another 10% tomorrow, that's like another basically $10, another $9 off the share, right?
Do you think they're going to survive this?
Do I think that they're going to survive?
Yeah. Do you think MSTR is going to survive this and be, you know, around
I think
next bull
Saylor
market?
might survive. Do you think that the shareholders will survive? That's a different question.
Well, no,
Well, I think
fuck the shareholders. I mean, some are going to sell, some are going to hold, some are going to buy more, some are going to sell. Like, you know, is MSTR going to still be around?
I think they will still be around. The only question is how and what do they look like? Like there's
And
so
how much
many.
Bitcoin do they still have on their
Yeah,
balance sheet?
there's very, in my opinion, there's very little risk of them really puking up a lot of Bitcoin off their balance sheet. The biggest risk realistically is them having to completely unwind stretch. That's the I would say the biggest disaster
David
scenario.
Bailey
Like,
already told them how to.
Why
yeah,
wouldn't that be a good thing?
David
For them?
Bailey's a fucking retard. What's the total market cap of stretch right now?
I think
It's
it's over
about to be
10 billion.
zero.
Is it 10 billion?
over that, I think.
Yeah, so that's what you're looking at on the worst case scenario of selling Bitcoin. That Saylor would have to sell 10 billion
No,
worth of
no, no, no.
Bitcoin.
Wait,
No, he
no,
would buy
no,
it
no.
back at a discount.
Yeah,
Why
you
would
don't
he
have to
No,
not?
buy it back at the
well,
current price.
but
No.
this is the thing though. So like he can decide that like, oh, we are going to buy it back at the current price. And it comes in the question of like, is he willing to bid this back up to 100 himself, or is he willing to just like nibble and put a floor in, right? Or what does it mean if he gets actually hit with a lawsuit and actually wins, right? So I think the biggest scenario is that he's gonna have to sell, let's say, a couple $1 billion worth of Bitcoin to try to bring this back to par. But I think that's a bad thing to do right now.
What does he have to do in like 2028? It's about 10 billion, right? He has 6 billion in converts due. He has 1.7 billion in annual dividends times about 30 months. So you're looking at like around 10 billion. Market cap's like 30 something billion.
That's 2028, right? And then the next tranche is
29.
2030.
Yeah. And so I think I mean, he's going to end up having to pay all that money anyway. So it's like, do you front load it and buy back some of Stretch or all of it and get rid of all these shitty preferreds because he doesn't have any cash flow. So at the end of
Well,
the
no,
day,
not necessarily. Those are it's not bonds. That's senior convertible notes. So if the share price gets above, I want to say it's 180, might be 180 and change, but it's basically 180. If
Yeah, it's
share
like a
price is
200% move at this point.
yeah, but by September
Easy.
2028, that's a
Easy
lifetime. That's a
peasy.
lifetime.
Yeah, it is, but the problem is
But if share price gets above 180, all the senior convertible note holders, they're just going to convert for shares and then sell the shares. They're not they won't convert for
maybe
cash.
this is like we're talking best case scenario.
Yeah,
Like this is my biggest problem with a lot of people in Bitcoin. They plan and prognosticate on the best case scenarios always happening, and they never prognosticate for the worst case scenario happening. Right? Like you got like anyone, especially if anyone's ever had a fucking job in finance where you're literally
right,
managing a budget or managing other people's money. You have to plan for the worst. You have to like literally plan for the worst and hope for the best, right?
right.
And everyone in this space is planning for the best, hoping for the best, and gambling leveraged for the best to happen. And that's no. And this is where this is why
Well,
we're
I
at
mean,
where we're here now.
if you think a bad bear market, I mean, if you think a prolonged bear market or a bad bear market is possible, I doubt you're in the strategy, and I know you're not in the stretch. I'm sure you have zero shares in MSTR if you think this bear market can get worse,
No,
or can go into 2027.
it's all about timing. So realistically, he needs to raise that money in 2029, right? Which is quite a ways off. I do still think that we could potentially have, whether it's a new bull market or a continuation in the first 6 or 7 months of
Mm.
2027. But if he basically goes past that and doesn't raise money to buy back those converts, then it gets very dangerous because
But it,
I
but this is the problem for right now. Let's not we don't need MSTR shareholders should not be worried about 2028 or 2029. They should be super pissed and worried about the constant dilution they're getting as an MSTR shareholder when whether if you want to look at price to book or MNAV diluted, you're at
they're getting
65
fucked.
cents. You're at 65 cents on the dollar. Every single time Saylor announces, "Hey, we bought X amount of Bitcoin and we added another 50 million or 100 million to the stretch USD," he diluted you. You're not at positive MNAV. You haven't been positive MNAV for what, months?
Months.
And here's the insidious thing that every time they talk about, yeah, but look at our MNAV over EV, it's positive or
That's
barely.
bullshit.
It's bullshit. Yeah, that's bullshit. They're counting the entire enterprise as the value, but they're not selling shares of any of the preferreds. They by definition they won't sell stretch shares unless it's 100 or higher. Well, they obviously it hasn't been 100 or higher in a long ass time. So they're only diluting you at 65 cents on the dollar, you as the MSTR shareholder to fund all these other things beyond just buying
Yeah,
Bitcoin. It was a very clean business model years ago when sell shares, sell debt, buy Bitcoin. But now they're funding other little side projects, and when you're below 1 MNAV, it's dilutive on you.
that's why this goes me back to my original starting talking point. I actually think you have all these armchair CEOs telling Saylor what he should do. I think the smartest play to do right now is nothing.
Yep, sit on your
Not
hands.
sit
Can I
on
Not a
your
jump in
damn
on
hands.
Stop
that?
thing. Not
buying
a damn
Bitcoin.
thing.
Stop
Stop.
buying
Yeah.
Bitcoin. Yeah,
Yes.
yes. Stop
Because you're
buying
you're
Bitcoin.
selling because you're selling $1.5 worth of shares to buy $1 worth of Bitcoin. By definition, you are
Yeah.
fucking over your shareholders.
So hold on, Magoo. In that instance, right? Let's say it's because first of all, 2028, 2029. If I'm an MSTR shareholder, I don't care that long out. I want to make sure that I don't get diluted, and the way that I don't get diluted is if STRC returns back to par, right? Like that's what I actually
No,
care about.
no. STR going back to par it doesn't change the dilution factor. What changes the dilution factor is what the true MNAV is on MSTR. And
Yeah.
realistically, in like people are looking at this in like such a microcosm of like one, I made a tweet about this. Like everyone's pissed off at everybody because of their bad financial decisions, and everyone Saylor is literally the villain right now because he's the most obvious thing that you can point at. And people are like, "Oh my God, Saylor's causing this bear market. Saylor's causing the stretch price to go down, and then that's causing this doom feedback loop." But what is really happening is the Bitcoin price is going down, regardless of what Stretch or MicroStrategies or Sailor are doing. That is putting stress on this whole financialized model. And then you see the cracks, and the easiest crack in this whole thing is the floating price of STRC. Like this is the number one reason why I don't like Stretch is because it's marketed as something that it's not. Stretch is literally designed to have a floating price. Like
Yep.
that's the blow off valve in this financial scheme in this financial engineering. And so when you go out there and tell grandma that it's a money market fund or like a bank account, low vol, yada yada yada, that's where I get really pissed off because you literally have designed a product to the blow off valve under stress is the price, and you're marketing it as not that at all, right?
But you're saying do nothing, and let's say like STRC stays at 75, right? And people who took on leverage
Let it.
to do this product, right? And they get blown out of the system. If
Why
it
would
doesn't
they?
return back
Why
to
would they?
100,
It will eventually. See, here's the thing. Like, okay, if you think that Bitcoin has seen its last bull run, then what are you even doing here anything anyway? So that let's put that aside. If you think Bitcoin gets back on its horse and starts moving higher, let's call it fall. Some people think it'll be New Year's. It doesn't even matter. If you think Bitcoin enters a new bull market, it'll bring MSTR and Stretch along with it. Suddenly, everyone realizes that, hey, the value of MSTR's assets are going up in price. They'll start bidding that Stretch product back to 85, 90, $95. They'll all flock back in when Bitcoin is back in its bull run. But the problem is every move you make before that, with Bitcoin just trying to find a floor at, call it 58 or 59 or 60, every time you sell $1.5 worth of MSTR shares to buy $1 worth of Bitcoin and to tap up the USD fund for Stretch, you're fucking over your common shareholders. Like he's not diluting Stretch shareholders. Think about that. If you're brave enough to go ahead and buy Stretch at 75 or 73 or 80 or whatever, he's not diluting you. He's diluting the MSTR shareholders and adding to that USD coffer to keep paying you a dividend.
yeah.
So that
So I
should
get all of that. I
really
guess my question is,
give you
who's that
pause. Yeah.
nominal buyer of Stretch at 75? They're these people who put like their entire net worth into this product, and they're retail, right? 86 or 83% of
Yeah.
this thing
Yeah,
is
well,
retail, and they
yeah,
might have
retail bought it at $99, $100, and $95. You're right, but it'll
yeah.
be Jane. But it'll be, mark my words, in the fall when Bitcoin starts to move higher, It'll be Jane Street. It'll be Susquehanna. It'll
Yeah,
be
but down
hedge
at
funds.
50, at 40, at
Yeah,
30, right? Not at
yeah,
75,
yeah.
right? I
That's fine.
mean,
Yeah. Well, wherever.
like,
Yeah, but
it's going
where
to get
they don't
way
care.
worse before it
Right. Yeah,
gets
but
Well,
they
better.
don't.
that's
Right. But they don't care. Like they will
Yeah, no,
wait
I
for
agree.
Bitcoin to start moving higher. And you're right. It could be 40. It could be 50. It could be 60. But they will ride that arb all the way back up to 95 or 100, and then clip that coupon and clap themselves on the back and buy the second yacht they want.
Yeah,
yeah.
it kind of reminds me about GBTC when GBTC took what, like 12 months, 18 months to get back to par.
Yeah,
But then
And it
that
sure
was the
did. And
Bitcoin,
it
trade. It was
did.
basically
And it
long.
did.
like,
So like what you could literally do now is like you could literally you could like in the GPTC you long GPTC and you shorted Bitcoin. Like that was the trade, right? There's not a
yeah,
quite a similar like clean cut trade like that here, but like this is what I said at the very beginning. These hedge funds are not going to step in until all the leveraged players that bought stretch with leverage are blown out, right? And whether that's I don't think it's here because we haven't had a reflexive bounce higher, whether that's at 70 cents or 69 cents or 60 cents, who fucking knows? It all depends on where Bitcoin's moving as well. Like realistically, if Bitcoin continues to grind lower, like you're not going to have any net buyers of or a
Yep.
lot of net buyers of stretch, right?
Yep.
That's
but
not
So
then
true.
if you're Sailor,
Bingo. Bingo.
why do you not dilute your MSTR holders now, take the hit, and replenish your cash reserves and
He
give
because they
is. He
MSTR?
no
is. No,
because they,
he's diluting them weekly.
No, no,
Every
I know
single
he is, but why does he not like do more and give as much comfort as is needed to give the
no
because
market
the
one
more?
no
no
one will
that
have comfort in that stretch product until Bitcoin finds a floor and starts moving higher.
You
yeah it
Because
can
doesn't
you can that's
Gotcha.
not true. You can cause comfort in the stretch product yourself right now. He can spend some of his cash, which he's allowed to do legally, to repurchase stretch shares and take them off the market. He can do that right now. And by the way, if he does that,
that's not going to convince anyone.
okay, well, I disagree. It happens very frequently in preferred markets. They take shares off the market, you reduce the circulating float. And by the way, economically, if we were to buy $300 million worth of STRC right now, he cuts himself $75 million of annual outlays and expenditures for the dividend because he eliminates those shares from circulation. They issue new shares when you go above 100. He's done that previously. They've issued a ton and increased supply. Do you not understand supply and demand? Taking supply from the market absolutely supports the price. There's no question about it.
yeah
Yeah,
so let me so
he's robbing Peter to pay Paul. So
the
you're
whole
robbing the MSTR common shareholders to buy out the stretch shareholders.
That's not true.
Like,
That's not true. He has
yes, you
cash.
are.
He has cash on the balance sheet.
So
Oh,
wait a minute here. So you're telling me that the whole worry that everyone had with him not having enough cash to pay the dividend, that now he's going to use that cash that he
The
has and
dividend
built
goes
up.
down. The outlays go down. That's math. $300 million of expenditure to buy back stretch brings down the dividend by 75 million.
Yeah, but you use all your cash reserves to
Not
do
using all
it.
your cash reserves. That's not they have way more
Yeah.
than 300 million. That's not true.
Yes. So the whole problem that started this is like they
you're
didn't have
right.
enough cash in the reserves, and so they're just going to spend it.
They're going to wake up and see that, oh, so there's only USD fund for now, what, 3 months?
No, the USD
And the
fund,
rest
the
of them will.
USD fund, again, this is basic math. The USD funding goes up. It doesn't go down. And here's the status quo, guys. This is basic math. If they do not buy back the stretch shares, okay, by their own framework, they're supposed to increase the dividend. They're supposed to actually increase the dividend whenever it's under 95.
So Joe, they lied.
Hang on a second. Just let me finish, okay?
They
I
lied.
haven't gotten three sentences out. I'm just trying to say when stretch is under 95, just so people understand mechanically, they're supposed to increase it 50 bips. If they do that and it doesn't go back to 95, they're supposed to do it again, right? Then they're supposed to do it again. If you add in like a 15% yield or a 16% yield, you're increasing the outlays. You're making the problem worse and digging deeper. So you need to get mechanically stretched back up above 95 so you don't have to, by your own framework, increase the dividend. How do you do
So
that? Duh, you buy the shares. Buy them.
so the framework that they laid out, you're already telling us that they're not doing it.
No,
So
they
the
are. They
frameworks.
are. Read the framework. It's you have to have a month where it's under 95. Then what they would do, the board meets, they're supposed to raise it by 50 bips. That's next week. So if next week it's not above 95, they're supposed to raise it 50. Guess what happens? The next month, they have to raise it another 50. And then the next month, another 50. That's their own framework. So you can do
3 months, right? You're
I mean,
adding
that's what,
million.
but
You're
that's
adding.
exactly what they should. But honestly, Joe, that's exactly what they should
It's
just
not.
do.
It's not what they should do. It's what they're. So
Why?
I just
Why not?
explained it because just do some basic math. If you raise the dividend, you have to pay more out to people. You're making
Yeah,
the
but that was
problem
part of the deal
worse.
they made.
Now, no, it's not a deal. It's a framework, right? There's a difference between a deal and a framework. It's an aspirational
I mean,
statement.
if
So what?
if
So
But
wait,
but
wait a
my
raising,
minute.
no,
Wait,
no, no,
wait,
hold
my
wait
on.
a
If
point
minute
is
here.
my point is
raising,
Matt. You
if rate,
actually it's cheaper. This is a fiduciary duty question. It's cheaper to buy back stretch than to continue to pay the outlays on an increasing dividend.
Depending on
It's
how
just
much
math.
it's fallen. Yeah.
Correct. Exactly. Depending on how much it's falling, it's cheaper. So you're saying, so you're basically saying as a fiduciary, we should light cash on fire, keep increasing the dividend when we can just buy the shares and take them out of circulation. That makes no sense. You'd be fired and sued.
well,
So
I'd love to see the math of how, like, okay, if you
no,
could
we're not. No,
spend
wait, Matt,
how
Matt, Matt,
okay, yeah,
Matt,
how
Matt.
much?
The biggest flaw is literally the same flaw that Saylor has completely missed in this entire financial engineering scheme that he's created, and that is the human component. If they go into the market and buy stretch and try to push it to $95, the amount of sellers waiting there for Saylor would fucking use the entire cash reserve. I guarantee you, if they push this themselves up to $90 or $95, you're going to have billions of dollars of sell of people happy that they can now get the fuck out of this dog shit product. And so that's the thing that you cannot guarantee. You can't just say he's going to put $300 million into the market and take down some of their liabilities because he's going to be hit with a fucking wall of retarded retail sellers.
Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I understand
How
this.
much is in the
So
USD
the,
fund
the
right now?
entire STRC, entire thing is 8 billion. So you're saying billions of dollars will exit
Yes.
because $300 million goes into it.
Yes, because no. If 300 million goes in, you're talking about they need to raise the price to $95. One, I'm not even sure
No,
300 million.
all Joe is saying is that they want to take some out of the market, some out of
Just take a
circulation.
little bit out of the market. You don't need to go crazy. You just need
He's
to
also
support
not
the
saying
bid.
that he needs to get back to par.
So he's
Exactly.
got
You
he's
don't need to
got
get
one
back to
point.
100.
They've
There's no
got
need to.
they've got
You just said there
1.4.
was. That was your whole thesis that they need to, or
No,
they have
no,
to
I
by their
said
own
you need to get
framework.
above 95.
Oh, sorry,
95.
95. That's
All
what I
right.
said. I said if they bring this to 95 or try to, they're just
No,
going to
you
be net.
said par. You said par.
No, Joe. I
Also,
play back. I
Magoo,
said
that was a
90 or
framework. It's
95.
a framework.
All right.
It's a framework. If they bring this back to 90 or 95 cents, there's going to be billion of dollars of retail selling the fuck out of it, right? And I don't even think 300 million can get them to 85 cents, let
Yeah.
alone 95
That's
cents.
like Joe. Are you saying that you don't believe their math? Right now, they say they have enough USD, not counting future sales of MSTR common stock or Bitcoin, but just USD. According to their math, they have enough USD for dividend coverage for
You're missing the
9.8.
point. The problem, the
Let me just
reason
finish.
I know
They
what you're
have enough
saying.
USD for
I
9.8
get it.
months.
The math is fine, but here's the problem.
What's wrong? Then just sit. Then don't do it.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. The reason people are selling STRC, repeat after me, has nothing to do with the dividend. It has to do with loss of principal. I've talked to people who sold STRC today. They don't care about the dividend, Matt. That's where you're
Obviously.
wrong. They care about the fact they're not fearful that they're not getting the dividend. They're fearful that the damn thing's gonna be trading at $40. So
Yeah,
we
but
have
every
to
time they,
support the price. You
but
don't. The
Joe,
dividend is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Every time they sell,
They
Joe,
have
every time they sell,
no legal obligation to support the
I
price.
never said they did.
yeah. But
There's a difference between
Joe,
what you should do and what you have an obligation to do. We agree,
I
right?
I'm with Magoo though
So
that
so
like
so
you
you
might
say
blow
so
half your
so
USD
basically
reserve
so
on, but
basically
how high could you get it? Honestly,
what you're basically saying is you
Well,
should allow the
well, Matt, it's
product
not about how
to
high you can get it. It's about how much you can buy back for pennies on the
right.
dollar.
all right, well, yeah. How much could you legitimately buy back?
Your thought process here is that they should continue to let the dividend get raised, which will be more expensive for the company. And
No,
50,
wrong.
50, 50
yes,
No,
it
bips.
will. It
Is
will.
no,
that
No,
Fifty
If the
bips a
dividend goes
month.
up, if the dividend goes,
there's no legal obligation for them to follow their own framework. They've already they've already
okay, so you
reneged on
think
their
they shouldn't?
framework.
They should abandon the framework. That's fine. Abandon the
Yeah,
framework.
there's no legal like you did
I
quote
agree. I
Joe
agree.
Colasari. There's no
That's
legal
fine.
obligation for
Fine.
them for
You
to do
don't think they
that.
should raise the framework. I
Joe,
respect that. That's a fine. That's a
Joe,
decent position. I'm just saying.
Joe,
I don't think that makes the problem better.
Joe. Even if they,
No, I think no,
you
no,
just
no, 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 no. The whole problem here, and I said this at the beginning of the space. Every armchair CEO is coming up with their thesis on how they think Sailor should do or fix this problem. When in reality, Sailor's in a corner, and anything that he does do, I think, makes it worse. And like,
yes, yes.
and so whether he does your strategy, Joe, whether he does Matt's strategy, or whether he does my strategy, any which way that he goes, it's a bad decision. There's damage on and it reverberates in different places in different ways. But if he does anything, it's like the Fed right now. If they raise interest rates, they're fucked. If they cut rates, they're fucked. They're backed into a corner. And so what you really kind of just need to do is you need to find the market needs to find a floor where Sailor isn't artificially making buys into the market, and you let the market find a bottom and then start recovering from there. Anyone who sells stretch at a discount, that's their own problem because they bought something that they never understood to begin with. Whether Sailor lied to them or not is a different story. And that's Bob's your uncle. Like, you don't do anything. You don't continuously dilute MSTR shareholders to bring up your coffers. You have enough coffers to pay the current dividend now for whatever it is, 9, 10, 11 months. You
Yeah.
don't raise it. You don't decrease it, because if you increase it, there's damage one way. If you decrease it, there's damage another way. And so you basically are stuck with doing nothing. Let the market be the market and be on your way, right? If you like the it's there's anything that he does, I can come up with a way that it's gonna fucking come back and blow up in their face. Like Joe, the reason why they got into this problem is because they thought they were too smart and that they could financial engineer basically this scheme. Well, guess what? It's unraveling, and so the decision to scheme more is only gonna fucking blow back in their face
No,
even
they
more.
got into this problem because they were banking on Bitcoin going to $200,000 or more, and it didn't.
Well, sure. Their math was wrong. Yeah, they
They
had
Yeah,
bad
just
math.
like the
Bad
Fed,
math.
Joe. Just like the Fed, they
Yeah.
they manipulate interest rates, never expecting there to be a
But
recession or
but
any crisis.
the solution would be, okay, time for a real painful board meeting, and we need to fix our faulty math. It's not to use the USD reserve and what, spend a third of it, half of it on trying to buy back as many shares as
they're
possible.
going to use the USD reserve either way. So
Yeah, but Joe,
you
if
have a
you
flaw
think,
in the logic.
do you legitimately think the bear market lasts longer than 5 months, let alone 9 months?
Yeah,
So what are you
if
worried about?
Saylor goes down in December because people are front running him running out of cash, absolutely. You could have Bitcoin at 20K in 2027.
You could literally
What?
he could just sell Bitcoin. This is like honestly, if Sailor's going to do anything, he should sell Bitcoin. That's like literally the best thing that he can
Matt, how
do.
can you say this? How can you honestly say that? Oh, well,
Wow. So
he's got
Joe,
9 months.
you're calling for 27. You're calling for 27K
No,
Bitcoin because something they're going to
oh my
liquidate
God.
Sailor.
Do you not understand English, Matt?
Because IBIT calls are going to be.
Wait, give it a second. Everyone's desynced here. Everyone's all fucking all over the place. Give it a second. Everyone's desynced.
It's not desync. Matt just can't listen. I was saying,
No. There's
No, I think
maybe
you were
it's just
replying to a
me.
different. No, I think
Yeah,
Magoo's right.
I think
We
there's a
weren't
massive
talking on the
desync between
same
everybody.
sentences.
Bako
Yeah,
down and come back up.
I don't know if it's you or me or Matt or
it
all of us.
might be me. I'll try.
No,
Yeah.
I was having a hard time with everybody. Everyone's shit was coming through like 10 seconds later.
What I was saying, Magoo, was that Matt made a comment. He's like, "Do you honestly think the bear market could last into 2027?" Of course it could. I don't believe that. That's not my view. I think it's going to rebound. I think it's near, lows and fair market value. But here's the thing. If strategy has, say 9 to 12 months of runway, and then it runs out of runway, and Bitcoin doesn't have a big rally next fall, next, summer, whenever, you could easily see a down year in Bitcoin in 2027. It's possible. You can't just say with a guarantee that you're, guaranteed some epic bull run in 2027. despite
It's
what
not a
I believe.
guarantee. It's not a guarantee. Look,
So what I'm saying is,
MSTR.
you made a comment. Do you honestly think there could be a bear market in 2027? Absolutely, it's possible. What if
So
there's a big recession? What if there's a
if
stock market collapse?
We're not
if
talking about if it's possible. I'm saying like you're in your heart of hearts. Are you now that bearish? Like
No, I'm
I've
not
never
that
heard you so
bearish at
bearish,
all.
Joe.
Where are you
And
getting
I
this
don't
from?
think that
You said, do you
9 months, and that's my point. 9 months of runway. They have, okay, fine. They have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months to make that hard decision. What's the rush doing it today? You've got 9 months of runway. Let's see how the summer goes. Let's see how the fall goes. Let's see how the holidays goes.
every month that
nine
goes by, the
months.
problem
He could
gets
run
worse.
out. I mean, he might have less value in the Bitcoin in 6 months, and then it's
100%.
going to
Every
cost a
month that
lot
goes
more
by
for him to
gets
raise that
I
cash.
completely agree with Little Retard. Every month that goes by, it gets
Whoa, Joe, no need to name call in
no.
here.
That's his name.
No, no, say it with your chest, Joe. I like it.
Lil
it's
Come
a
on.
Retard.
little retard. So honestly, if Saylor does anything, he should just sell Bitcoin now. Then, like if he and his analysts and his great mathematicians over there at Stretch think that they are risking the runway of their cash flow to pay Stretch dividend, they should sell. They should just go ahead and sell Bitcoin. Like that's the
No,
smartest thing that they
What's
can do.
remarkable to me is that Matt seems to think that we have nine.
MSTR will wake up. You'll wake up to MSTR below $50 if they sell more
What's
Bitcoin.
remarkable to me is, Matt, you think they have 9 to 12 months of runway
Well,
by their
according
own.
to them,
Okay, you think that is like a long period of time in financial markets? It's not. It's nothing. Like people are
Well,
looking,
that's like venture bets. Like all these startup companies literally have like literally that amount of runway at any given time.
and they're all ready to
But
like fall apart. They got to do raises like constantly.
yeah, that's what this is. That's what
yeah, they're
MSTR does.
constantly
Matt's talking
selling.
about it
Yeah, they're
like it's
constantly
some.
selling
He's
shares.
talking about it like it's some like, oh, we can worry
I'm
about
saying they
this.
have time on their
I
side.
I'm not like I'm not really like I'm the biggest, maybe not the biggest, but I'm a pretty big like strategy bear just because the whole scheme. But like I personally don't see there and like the amount of whatever you want to call it in the market right now, fear. Let's just call it fear with the urgency to do something. This is like the pinnacle of human emotional behavior and how it should not interact or affect how you invest your money. And you have all these armchair CEOs telling Saylor that he's on the dime, he's on the time clock, that he needs to do something are so fucking wrong. They should not be managing their own money because like you are he's not looking at the situation. There is no rush. Yeah, there's something that he needs to do in the next
Yeah,
8 to 9 months, but there's nothing he needs to do in the month of June and September
yeah. I
or
mean,
August.
it's a bear market for Bitcoin. Maybe we're in the middle of it. Maybe we have a lot more to go. But the last thing you do in a bear market is blow your cash. Cash is king in a bear market, and you want to spend. I'm not sure how much of the treasury to buy back as many shares of Stretch as possible, and then what? And then what? That doesn't somehow bring the bear market any closer. Okay, what then? You're sitting on, okay, fine, you've retired a lot of shares and a lot of dividend, but you're also sitting on what, maybe
Yeah, I don't
3 months of
yeah.
dividend, two, like the whoever still owns shares of Stretch will, to Magoo's point, they will sell it all at close to 90 or 95 as possible, and this whole product is dead.
Yeah,
So Matt, I
if
mean,
you could
if you don't increase the dividend and the price just goes down and stretch, then you've just given yourself a sweeter deal, anyways, right? So
well, you could
why would you
argue
buy it earlier?
That's a fair point. I mean,
If I
that's
was
not, you're
Sailor,
not wrong, Wicked.
if I was Sailor, you could argue that the yield on or on Stretch is already 15%, but
But
just
you could do, Magoo, is you
Yeah.
could just reduce the yield down to zero and then buy it for
yeah.
one
But that
penny
was
on the
my point.
dollar.
Like, yeah, the board needs to have a serious talk of like, hey, we fucked up the math. I don't know why we
I don't
started with
even
such a high
I
I
don't
percent
don't think
even
dividend
need
at
anyone
the
can
to.
tell
beginning.
Saylor what to do. I'm pretty sure he has like full control.
This is
Sure,
this is
but
my point.
it's
Everyone,
still the board voting on. Okay,
yeah,
fine. Sailor
he has
talks
full
to his left hand
control.
and his right
Sailor,
hand. Fine, but
yeah, but Matt, like there's no rush to do anything. There's no rush to even have a
Exactly.
board meeting to talk about this, to be honest with you. And like if Mr. Karasari could guarantee me that them spending 300 or 400 million out of the cash reserve would bring Stretch to $95, I would say, okay, that's probably the right thing to do. But there is no fucking guarantee. And I think it's actually a small percentage chance that that would actually happen. And so what would I think the most likely thing would happen? You would buy 300 million. You might try to put in a temporary floor. You might even boost it back up to maybe even 90 cents. Maybe.
Sorry, Joe,
But
do you have any math on that you could like quantify what is
Yeah,
300 million bucks would,
I'll give
how
you.
far that would get stretched from 75 to 85, 90, just
Yeah,
like,
here's the math. Here's the. Here, give me 1 second.
Man, you
So
guys
While
bear.
he does the math, to Magoo's point, whatever Saylor does right now is going to be validating the rumors and the attention right now, which is why I think Magoo, like, he has to do whatever he does in like on the low, which is just waiting because he can't. Anything he does different than the current playbook, he's going to get smoked 100%, right
I
or
mean,
wrong.
what do MSTR common shareholders do when they see all these wild moves? I think they literally sell it off to 50, and the MNAV
okay,
diluted
this is the math.
is
How about Matt? What
50
do the
cents on the
pension
dollar.
funds do that,
Dude, what an
they don't
awesome
even
buy
know this
that'll
is
be,
happening?
huh?
If
Would
they're
that be an
if they're
awesome buy,
still
Matt?
in, it's only an awesome buy if the bear market on Bitcoin ended. Otherwise, they're
Oh,
still bleeding against Bitcoin until Bitcoin finds its floor and starts moving higher.
still be an awesome buy, man.
No, because he every
If you have the
week.
ball, if you have 3 or 4 months, unless you guys think the bear market, I mean, you guys starting to think about 22, 24 months. Is that what we're hearing now?
No,
No, bear
every
market never
time
lasts.
that
So,
Sailor, every
well, no,
single
but this
week.
bear market, because
Yep.
y'all sound extremely bearish, man. That's the bottom signal, Gary.
Hey,
Is it?
I'm sitting comfy in Bitcoin. The problem is every single week that goes by, Sailor sells another massive tranche of MSTR shares,
Yeah.
diluting today's common shareholders to prop up Stretch's USD reserve and to buy more Bitcoin. But he's selling common shares at 65 cents on the dollar to buy. Excuse me, other way around. He's selling. Yeah, he's diluting MSTR shareholders to buy $1 worth of Bitcoin and to pump up Stretch, but Stretch shareholders don't get diluted. The rest of the enterprise doesn't get diluted. It's the common shareholders that get diluted to try to fund all this. Meanwhile, we Bitcoin is still pretty much 59, okay, 58K. Bitcoin is the same price it was on that first drop in early February, back in early June, and now here in late June. But strategy has gone
And four
from
year and 4 years
1.5,
ago.
right? But strategy has gone from 1.5 to 1.2 to 95 to now 65 cents on the dollar.
I mean, Saylor also says selling equity for cash is accretive. So I think if you believe anything that guy says, you're probably going to lose your money.
well, that's what I mean about the whole framework of Stretch. Like we're talking about the framework of what he promised, but bro, like he promised he wouldn't sell MSTR above like what or below 1 point whatever it was,
Let me
right? Like
ask you
he,
guys a question. Would it matter at what he said or didn't say if the price of Bitcoin was 165 right now?
I don't think he would have even had Stretch or any of these stupid preferreds
No,
if he had blown his
just
load.
before we go off in la la land on what at 165 would we be having this discussion?
right
Bitcoin
now,
solved all of
no.
his problems, right? But he can't
Well,
fight the
no,
trend.
I think Bitcoin is the issue here. That's my point. Okay, I think we're pointing at a symptom, and if you think the symptom's so big that it can now control Bitcoin, well, that's a different matter. But this is a Bitcoin problem, man.
Yeah, this is.
100%.
I said this at the beginning of the space, Gary. I said realistically, everyone's looking at this as Stretch and MicroStrategies is causing this grind lower. When in reality, the grind lower is happening, which is creating the stresses in Sailor's scheme.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. And
Which
listen,
are credibility
he doesn't have the
stresses right now more
benefits.
than solvency.
He doesn't have the benefit of fragmentation of the banking system. So, like, let's, I can assure you, Wall Street's kind of liking this. Okay.
Yeah, because eventually it's going to be those prop shops and those massive trading shops that eventually come in and buy stretch at like 40 cents on the dollar, 50 cents on the dollar. Like they're just trying to puke everyone out of the trade that bought this shit with leverage or worried. Like Joe said that he knows people today that sold stretch because they're worried it's going to go to zero, right? Like this is the whole market dynamic that they're creating. Right? They want people to sell, right? And Bitcoin is doing its own thing, right? Like if like you said, if Bitcoin was at 100, even 100,000 right now, Saylor wouldn't have any of these problems, right? There would be no worry in the market. No one would be fastly selling their stretch. There would still be a very good premium on MSTR. And so Bitcoin's going lower, and all of the stress, like literally the financialization and financial scheming that Saylor's created, like the stretch price is the blow off valve. Like that's the whole product. Like it might not be marketed that way. It might be marketed as a money market fund and a safe bank account and all these other fucking stupid salesman lingo. But essentially, that's the blow off valve is the stretch price, right? And so everyone is kind of, in my like opinion, they're over panicking with, oh my god, Sailor's doomed tomorrow and he needs to do something yesterday or else it's going to get worse. Like I think he has time, right? Like if someone is one bought stretch unknowingly what the product actually was and now they're scared, that's half on them, half on the marketing. And so if they puke up their STRC shares at whatever the price is now, $70, that's kind of on them. They think that it's automatically going to go to zero, but
It's worth saying that Strive's product SATA is at $82 right now. So, everyone's got a critique of what Saylor did wrong or Saylor did right or whatever, but Strive brags that they've got twice the runway for their SATA product, and their thing is 80, basically 80 cents on the dollar, $82 to their $100
well, like
par.
Matt, just look at
Yeah,
the whole
yeah,
strategy. No pun intended. The
right.
strategy is that Bitcoin has a performance CAGR of whatever you want to say it is, and the plan is basically borrow money at 11 or 12% and get a 30% CAGR, like Saylor says. So that's like the underlying design of the whole strategy. No pun intended. But
Yep.
when Bitcoin is in the deep parts of the bear market and Bitcoin's down 50, 60% and the CAGR starts to look really shitty, people start to worry that strategy long term is not viable. Like this is literally the
Yep.
human psychology playing out before our eyes. Like people are worried that Bitcoin's down, that Saylor's going to get liquidated, and all of these things are going to come true. Like they're just Bitcoin's in the shitter, right? And it's
But
showing.
but that's why it's on you, Magoo. You're the CEO now of MSTR, and you own Stretch. That's why it's on you to be like, look, I've seen this before. It's not my first bear market. It's not my second bear market. We're going to make sure our runway is long enough that, on average, it should outlast whatever this drawdown is, and be able to and will support the dividend until Bitcoin starts rising again. And I hear all you guys freaking out, and some of you guys are capitulating, and some of you guys got liquidated, but that's your problem, not our problem. We're going to make sure that this thing still exists when Bitcoin bear market ends, and that's the job. That's the whole job, right? Is the cooler heads prevail, not
What's
like
Matt? What's the
Matt,
wild ideas
he
against the
he
agree with
has an
wall.
that, Matt.
exclusivity clause with Magoo strategy. He can't even entertain that hypothetically. I'm sorry, I got to
Yeah, I don't
intervene.
I see the
sell.
Magoo
Joe, I thought you
strategy
had his back.
tweets. Maybe you're private, but
I
I
don't.
see
I
the.
am private.
Oh,
I'm on the Belize stock market actually. No digital credit though. But ultimately, yeah, we are obviously in a bear market, so everyone is mad at somebody for their financial decisions, and the whole world is crumbling, and everyone needs to do something.
Now, if
So
Bitcoin, Magoo, if Bitcoin's the problem, does Saylor really go to jail in 2026?
well, I
Because
don't
I
think.
think not.
No. He's not going to jail. This is kind of a parody. Obviously, Saylor for
Yes.
jail
Yeah.
2026. There is a chance. I said at the beginning of the space, there is a chance that the civil case has some legs. Obviously, they're going to have a very hard time because obviously, being a public company as big as they are, they probably.
Bro, I've had 3 of these cases come my way, okay? He's going to have 10 of these cases at him, maybe 15 or 20. Like, this is a nothing burger. You can file these cases like all day long. There'll be people lining up now to do it.
Yeah, no, there is, but the question is, do they get a settlement or do they take it to court?
Yeah, it's cost of doing business, dude.
It is the cost of doing business, right? But it does happen.
It puts a little taint on. I mean, it'll be another added little thing.
Yeah, it'll be just another
It's not
added
great. I
narrative.
agree. Not great, but
It's not the first time that Saylor's been sued either, and they've
no, it
lost.
won't be the last either, man. I mean,
So
my brother will get sued again. You know, you go public, you fucking grab attention, and somebody says, "Hey, look at that big fat target, a lot of noise. I bet I can grab 50 to 100 million without much effort."
well, that's the whole thing. People are mad about the financial decisions they took, and now they're looking for a villain. And in this cycle, if anyone's the villain, it's clearly Saylor, right?
No, it's the price of Bitcoin, dude.
Well, no, that is,
Right,
but
that's
like
the cause.
no one.
It's the
That's the
price of
cause.
Bitcoin.
Sure,
Nobody-
price
do
of,
shit
price
but
of
buy
Bitcoin is the cause. but people want a
$600
villain.
million
Yeah.
worth of Bitcoin. He bought nearly 0.6 of $1 trillion of Bitcoin.
But they can't blame Satoshi. So Saylor's the next best thing.
Yeah, it's just human psychology. They're looking for a person that they can blame. They can't blame Bitcoin because that fundamentally is in conflict with their own thesis in their head of why they own Bitcoin. So they have to point
They also
to
can't
someone.
sue Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah.
The spot Bitcoin ETFs are now twice the market cap of Strategy. Twice. They have twice as much coins as Saylor does. And
they always should have been too, by the way.
Welcome to Bitcoin
Right,
per
Matt?
share.
And
This might be really healthy, actually.
No, I think this is healthy.
You're 100% right. But the ETFs sell every day. To date, Saylor sold 32 in 2026. So
Bingo.
right. So if anyone wants to blame anything, it's you and I. It's Joe Schmo. It's the spot Bitcoin ETFs. That's the sell pressure. It's not Strategy.
I think MSTR, I think Saylor's going to have to be a real leader here and take a personal loan against his personal Bitcoin stack. I think.
Imagine it comes out that he sold his personal Bitcoin stack at 125K. No, but in all seriousness, the Saylor's just the today's villain on why the price is shitty. The one thing I will say that the point that you brought up with the ETFs being bigger, it's kind of funny because literally Saylor went on to a podcast last week and literally said that like Bitcoin wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't for him and his financial scheming. Even in the face that there's the ETFs are bigger than Saylor, so it's like he's trying to make it seem that like the market is him and he needs to succeed for Bitcoin to succeed. When in reality, it's the opposite. So it's kind of funny that you brought that comparison up with the
What
ETFs.
podcast was that?
He said
Was
that
him on-
Bitcoin would be 5 or 10K if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, it was
Oh
on
my
Natalie
God.
Brunell's. He said Bitcoin would be like 5 to 10K if it wasn't for him.
That is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
your
That
50
is
billion in
absolutely
buys
ridiculous.
is really what drove it to
Yeah,
a
and he
1.5
said that
trillion
like,
market
That is
and he
cap.
made the
ridiculous.
analogy of like if Bitcoin remains this like esoteric Austrian economist store of wealth, anarchist asset, that it would only ever capture less than 1% of the global value, if you will. But like you literally just point to the ETFs and like that's exactly what the ETFs are in a wrapper, obviously. But like more people are buying the ETFs than MSTR. So it's like clearly
And
there's
they've only existed since 2024.
yeah, so
MSTR's
clearly
existed
there's a
since
lot of
2020, 2021.
people that believe in Bitcoin as a store of value. They don't believe it as some amplified financial engineering rocket ship that you have one guy at the helm of creating a scheme to try to get more and more Bitcoin, right? Like that's like this doesn't mean that he's going to fail. Like he's not going to fail, but I'm saying that's one aspect, one arm of Bitcoin in a global economy. You're going to have people doing these used car salesman tactics to create like financial products and financialization of Bitcoin, whether it's what he's doing or whether it's people who are doing like Bitcoin backed loans or Bitcoin bonds or you name it. Like you can wrap Bitcoin in 80 million different ways to create 80 million different financial products and schemes. Saylor is going to be one of them, that's for sure. But for him to claim that that's the only reason how like Bitcoin's going to become like a global collateral asset if he creates this digital credit narrative and this digital credit product around it into basically that's literally he's basically saying that this is Bitcoin's iPhone moment, which just take a look at a chart. It is anything but an iPhone moment. It's like the fucking Challenger fucking explosion, if anything, right? So
But
it's
dude, there is one way that he could get out of this. That I think. Bear with me. I think you posted some on this. What if Nakamoto came in and bailed them out? If Naka came in and helped them out?
the
so
it's
literally
gonna be
today. Yeah,
it's gonna be those
Damn,
pictures
that's
of
so
the
funny,
tiny
bro.
snake that's stomach burst when it tried to swallow a whole wildebeest or something.
so this is the I made a joke about this
Oh
today.
my God, I'm gonna have a heart attack.
So David Bailey today came out and basically gave his 2 cents.
Magoo, can you believe he said that, dude?
Yeah, he's saying it as a
Wow.
joke. He's saying it as a joke. And so David Bailey came out and tweeted what he thinks Saylor should do, and I tweeted back at him like, "Wow, there's no one that Saylor should listen to more than a person who crashed his stock 99.7%, and he's gonna should take advice from you." So there's that. Yeah, so
Yeah,
whatever he does, he should not do anything related to Naka or David Bailey or listen to David Bailey's advice.
David
What's
did the
the
rare.
what's the
Da-
fees on IBIT? Is it 50 bips?
No, it's lower
no,
than that
lower,
now. It's
Who
lower.
like
It's gonna be
cares what the
25.
30.
fees are,
I
dude?
thought it was.
Bitcoin's going up forever and ever.
I
Well,
thought
just
it
think
was
Doesn't
about
matter
only
what the
so
3.
fees are.
so
I can look it up.
25 bips versus what? The dividend dilution of the common? Like just do the math. Like it's a better deal obviously to always just buy
Morgan
IBIT.
Stanley's is even cheaper now. It's like 15 bips.
Yeah, and their new
Yeah,
product that from BlackRock is paying a higher yield than STRC with upside and some downside protection. It's like there's just better products out there, and you don't have to get financially engineered out of your money to give it to Saylor.
Yeah, well,
I bet.
I
Yeah,
will,
0.25, 25.
yeah, I will say that the Bit A, Bitcoin Income ETF is completely different structure than what Stretch is, right?
Right, it
Like,
actually makes sense. He's writing code that's like
well,
selling
yeah, he might.
calls and
So,
puts.
but the problem is that inherently has a decay factor, right? Like you're never, well, not never, but if you hold it for any period of time, you're not going to get your principal back, and that is by design and known from day one, right? Where in theory, at least the way that Sailor's marketed Stretch is that you'll always be able to get your principal back because it's credit and it's like a money market fund. Even though today you're getting back 25% less of your principal, the Bit A product is that's what it's designed for. It's designed for decay over time. Like you're getting Bitcoin called away, so the underlying NAV of that fund continuously goes down. So it will go
Yeah,
down over
no
time.
upside, no downside.
Yeah. Well, there is. Well, yeah. Well, for Stretch, there's no
Hey,
upside, no
Magoo,
downside. But
on your money market account comment, and there's some other people in the audience or speakers that will remember this. There was a time when money markets, and maybe still today, where you could lock in 90 days, 3 years, 48 months, and you'd get a different premium. So, look, I'm in STRC. I heard you say everyone's a retard. Looking back today, it's like, oh, okay, I'm not in a great position, but I am certain I will get I'm not certain, but I am not worried about my 11.5%. I'm actually considering,
Should average
should I
down.
buy
Yeah,
more?
average down, bro.
well,
Yeah,
maybe
Okay,
should
time's on your
Gary.
16,
side.
it's a 16% with a 17% uh, tax treatment.
Maybe you should sell all your Bitcoin and
That's
then
what I'm
buy
thinking,
Stretch.
dude. And then leverage it.
You should sell your NACA shares. That should be the first
I
thing you
already
sell.
did
Why
that,
doesn't
dude.
everybody in MSTR just sell it and buy Bitcoin? Sorry, STRC. All MSTR just dump MSTR. Everyone owns STRC, and then problems are solved. We all just get income forever, and we're rich.
You
We
Wow,
know?
retire.
your name's Little Retard for a reason, but yes,
That was a joke, but
I know, I know. Yeah, I honestly think that like this goes back to the very beginning. Is like I don't think Sailor should do anything. I don't think he
I
has
agree
to
with
do
you, dude.
anything.
I agree with that too.
what can he do? Can he fight?
What
He's
Well,
trying to
does he
swim up.
need
He
to
can
do
stop
anything?
buying
Why
No,
do
Bitcoin
no. I
for
anything
mean,
if you
sure.
don't
what
have
can
to, dude?
Yeah.
he doesn't have to do anything because
Yeah,
he can't
he
fight the
doesn't
price of
need to do
Bitcoin.
anything.
That's no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying like he can't fight the tailwind or he's like trying to swim upstream.
Right.
Like
It's
you
like
can't
fighting
do shit.
gravity.
You can't do
You
anything.
can't
Let
fight.
Bitcoin
Yeah, but
figure it
the
out and
thing
everything will
is
be
that
fine.
the very people that you would think would be supporting him is his worst PR team. So that's the group he's
Mm,
fighting.
I mean,
I
he's kind of a dislikable guy. I mean, he's kind of arrogant, pompous. He hasn't really he hasn't really owned up to any of his mistakes. He said, "Oh, it's a 21 billion in 3 years." 3 months later, oops, we're going to double it.
Well,
Oops, now
that's
we're going
the
to launch 5 preferreds.
but
Oops, we're
let me,
not selling
can I
under.
just ask one fair question? Okay, have you ever known anyone who came in with this, perfect balanced personality that wanted to grab 5 to 8% of a rare commodity?
yeah. His name's
These are
Magoo.
extreme fucking beings, dude. Okay, like everybody had the opportunity to do this and a lot cheaper. And he's doing it $75,000, bro. That's pirate shit. Fucking big. I take my hat off the cat, dude.
No,
Like this
Gary,
is
son.
monster balls, dude.
The
This
fun.
is the
So
Hunt brother deal. This is the first thing that got me interested in Bitcoin. The first thing I thought of when I heard about Bitcoin, I went, "Whoa, man! Finally, I could do a Hunt brother silver run because no
yo,
one could
are
stop
you
me."
glazing Sailor hard right now or what,
Well,
Gary?
listen. I think if you sucked out 1 to 5% of the demand of this market, you would see a serious price reduction,
But
unless
it
unless
didn't that
the
seem not to be true, given that we're down
unless the
50%?
unless yeah, bro, because he's been buying it, and he's been buying it like a motherfucker. Okay, and then he sells 32, and everybody in the industry gets all like weak in the knees after the fact. By the way, because it did not harm supply and demand. The price
No,
didn't move. They didn't even know he
I don't
sold
think it was.
anything.
I don't
I
think his
don't think it was
Bitcoin
the
sell had any
32.
impact
No,
on
it
the
just
Bitcoin
proved
price.
this
It
is a very thin and sentimental market, and it has
it
very
was.
few buyers other than a few ETFs who are getting turned off. They're turning on to AI, and Saylor's in a one box. He can't even, do a pivot into scaling, into AI, nothing, dude. He has boxed himself in, and the OGs are just pissing all over him. They
Doesn't
literally
Saylor have a
wanted to go
30-year old?
bankrupt.
Doesn't he
The
have an AI company? It's just that they're bad at it. I mean, he's
Yeah.
has a
Come
software
on, man.
company for 30
Look,
years.
dude, like,
the
can't do
the
everything
32
great at one time.
selling 32 Bitcoin. Right, that was a bad look. But the mistake was
Sold
selling
32,000.
what 32,000. He
no,
sold
the
Yeah.
mistake
32.
was buying back their debt at the worst fucking time and
Yeah,
using all their
spending
coffers.
100%.
half the USD reserve to retire debt. That was the real problem. That was the real mistake because
And it,
not that breaking of confidence aside, what has he been having to do for the last
raise
weeks?
cash.
Right, he keeps having to dilute common shareholders to pump up the USD reserve because everyone started screaming, "You don't have enough. What if the bear market's
He
longer than
did
we
it at the
think?"
worst fucking time. That's his problem. He sold. He basically
He's
used the.
losing discipline by the fucking minute.
He buys the
Well,
top and sells the bottom. He's a great
well, yeah,
investor.
he is horrible at price execution, but like he probably thought that this was the Bitcoin bottom was in, and that he was going to use the cash reserve to buy back their debt, and it was going to look good to the credit rating agencies. But then he didn't realize that the bear market's not over and that Bitcoin's
It
going
was
to
just
head
a dead
lower.
count balance. Yeah.
So it was literally, yeah. So that was his mistake. His mistake was thinking that the bottom was in and basically using the cash reserves to stretch up. And it created this whole narrative. Like, but I will say that, like, even with or without this whole sailors going to jail narrative and its all falling apart, like, Bitcoin would still be the exact same price it is right now, whether it was for the sailor narrative or not. Like, Bitcoin's doing what Bitcoin's doing. And realistically, people, at least their idea of how big Saylor is and how much he affects the market and the price is way blown, right? Like
Yeah.
this is just a narrative, like, or this is the price actions happened and it's just a narrative, look like everyone looking for a narrative, and like this is it, right?
Why would he buy down that debt? Well, that's not due for 30
So,
months.
Because
0%
I
coupon.
think
he thought he thought the credit rating agencies would look favorably on that and maybe even bump him up off of junk status. But
yeah, I think because remember the credit rating agencies basically said we're not even considering your Bitcoin as part of this calculation. So basically, it's his operating company and then their debt. And so he said, okay, if you're not going to count my Bitcoin, I'm going to buy back my debt. So that would improve my basically my credit rating. potential for these credit rating agencies, and that's what they were planning on doing. It just so, and honestly, to be completely honest with you, I don't think that's a half bad idea. The problem is his timing. He did it just as Bitcoin fucking crashed like fucking 30% in like 2 weeks, bro. Bitcoin was 80K like a month ago.
He
Like
bought $2.2 billion worth of Bitcoin at 81K for STRC, and then it tanks like 25%.
yeah, he's just bad at timing the market, guys. But yeah, if that was the Bitcoin bottom and we were still sitting in the 70s or 80Ks, like Stretch would still be pegged. But like Bitcoin crashed and here we are, all trying to,
Now he's pegged in a different way.
yeah, he's getting pegged in a different way
I
on
mean,
that boat.
if you honestly, if he really wanted to instill confidence in the common shareholders and to help his
Matt couldn't
MNAV,
help but visual. Matt got caught. He's visualizing. He's just like, well, hold on.
just let that one, let everyone sit on that for a sec, as they say. But no, I mean, honestly, if he really wanted to help his MNAV, they should announce some sort of, all right, when MNAV diluted is below 1, we won't sell common shares.
You know how
We
many
won't
times he
sell
said this though,
MSTR.
Matt? He's
No, but
issued
he should
MNAV
stick.
guidance and changed it so many times. He said,
Yeah.
I'm not going to issue shares under 2.5x MNAV. We think our stock at 450 is undervalued. It should be worth 600 to 1,000. Then a month later, it's trading at 250. And then they're like, never mind, just kidding. We're going to dilute you down to 1. And then they even issued guidance that said,
Now it's
actually,
below
under
1.
under 1x MNAV, we will sell Bitcoin to buy back common. That's clearly been a lie. He's been
Yeah.
he's been diluting the common to raise cash at under NAV, right? So like clearly, if you
Yeah,
believe in him, you're a fool.
anything that he says
No,
is,
you're right. You're
yeah,
right.
anything that he says is
Um,
bullshit. And that's why I think
this was
the whole strategy or the whole outlay of when they need to raise or reduce dividends for Stretch, they're not going to follow that either. That like they're not going to be raising the dividend here, even if it's trading at 70
No
cents.
chance.
Zero chance. They're just going to make some excuse. Oh, all the board members are on vacation for summer, so we have no board meetings lined up here. So we'll get back to it in September. It's like literally.
They'll just say, hey, by lowering your dividend, we'll be able to accumulate more Bitcoin
Well,
aggressively in the
lowering the
future.
dividend is accretive to the common shareholders, so we're going to go focus on them for the next 60 days.
Yeah, like that's why like we're all shit talking, but that's why like he can't do anything because no matter what he does, people are gonna rip him a new one. So like
yeah, but he is going to keep selling those shares week in and week out. And we better hope Bitcoin stays here at 5960K. And then it's just fine. Then it's just a slow bleed on the poor common shareholders. But if Bitcoin starts to slip, well, now get ready to be selling shares at 0.55 and 0.5 MNAV and dare I
yeah,
say
but according to
0.45.
him, it's gonna be like 1.001.
Right.
So wait,
That is some fantastic.
let's
That's
talk
Yeah.
about
Hey,
that.
can I interrupt? Yeah.
What's
I
up,
think
Gary?
that's the telltale sign,
Go
man.
ahead.
When MSTR or ST, strategy starts to fall less than Bitcoin, I think that's going to be the indicator of our bottom on Bitcoin.
But will that ever happen? One, I thought
We're
Gary
getting ready to find out.
for a hard second, I thought I let up a bot, Gary. I'm like, oh, is this a bot? And then I really you opened your mouth. I didn't realize you had a burner account. But two,
Yeah, you guys, if you could follow this account for me, I got hacked. I don't know why this keeps happening, but
oh man, you gotta go. You boomers, you never ever heard of
Jesus
2FA?
Christ, man.
yeah, dude. Anyway, it's complicated, but yeah, you can come educate me, man. I tell you what, I'll fly you out. You come and
Which
fix
stock
me
is
up,
that?
okay?
All right, I'll
Sweet.
fly you.
Fly
I'll
you
bring
out
my
2 days from
YB
now.
keys. All right, I'll fly. We
Hey,
can.
I'm in
Hey,
cybersecurity. I'll
I'll
come
show you how to
too.
use it for 1 Bitcoin.
Maybe strategy just rebrand back to MicroStrategy, and then all the problems are solved.
No,
They
it's
can't. They sold
tragedy.
the. They
Tragedy is the
can't.
word.
Yeah, it's
They sold
tragedy.
the. They sold the micro for more buys. Like that's already gone.
Hey,
Why do
here's
you
a
think he
crazy
has the
idea. Why don't they try making a real fucking product like T-shirts or fucking let's generate
No, they
some
do. No,
cash?
so this is the best part. They
They
have
got
them.
MSTR Nike Air Dunks.
Yeah, they have. I have the best MSTR Air Dunks. No, I'm kidding. I don't have them, but they do have a merch store. The funniest thing is they don't even take Bitcoin. You've got to pay with his fucking credit card. It's
There's
hilarious.
That
no
is
there's no
hilarious, isn't
MNAV
it?
on that. There's
Hey,
no
Yeah.
listen,
premium
the
on
best
that.
idea I think for Saylor is that he just walks down the street and talks to my brother and figures out how to merge my brother's income generating fucking machine into his problem.
How much
And
did your brother pay you to say that?
nothing, dude. Bro, this was a good idea 2 years ago when it's so obvious.
Can you be honest with me for a second?
These
How
are not
come?
oil producers, right? None of these
No,
companies are oil producers. At least oil producers produce something
well,
after they invest their capital.
that's the whole kicker here is that like
Yeah.
the whole like trope of like Bitcoin not being a productive asset is kind of true, which leads Saylor to having to create these schemes, right? Or Saylor having to create a product, which he wants to do everything but actually create an operating business with a product for whatever reason. I have no idea why. But like he has so much money, like instead of spending like those hundreds of millions on a Bitcoin buy, like maybe put some R&D in and create some type of product or like not
Yeah,
like
put a couple of vibe coders in the fucking office for the love of
yeah,
God.
get
For
him a
10
couple.
billion on stretch, he could have acquired like Gemini and Kraken and like another company and actually been making money. Instead, he just
Those things aren't.
I'm
Yeah, but
making an example. I don't know
oh,
that
okay,
I'm
okay.
just saying
I
that
don't
Yeah,
think they're
good
profitable.
businesses, right?
on this note, I actually think the penultimate end of the road for strategy and Sailor is they literally are just going to become like a Berkshire Hathaway. Like they're literally going to be a holding company. At some point, they are going to be using either capital that they've raised or capital that they've sold Bitcoin with, or even theoretically, maybe in the future, use Bitcoin to buy things. I think eventually, this might not be 10, 15 years out the road, but they're going to be acquiring cash flowing businesses. And it's part of the reasons why I think they actually haven't gone about and thought in a really big hard way to create cash flowing businesses is because they know they're just trying to amass the most amount of
Biggest,
the biggest amount of
biggest
capital
market cap possible.
yeah, the
Yeah,
biggest market cap possible, which means the most amount of Bitcoin possible. And then once the monetization phase happens of Bitcoin and we actually get to $1 million in the next 10 years, then they're going to start spending it to buy cash flowing businesses. And it might not even be crypto related businesses. It could be anything. It could be brick and mortar businesses. It could be insurance companies. It could be real estate companies. It could be boat engine companies. It could be yacht, like any company that Berkshire Hathaway will hold, like MicroStrategies will probably buy and hold, right? Because once you get like, let's say Bitcoin does go to $1 million and Saylor's sitting on whatever it is, million, like he's going to be over 1 million Bitcoin at that point. So he's going to be sitting on a
Trillion.
quite a large, yeah, that's a trillion. Like that's if it just goes to 1 million, right? So he's going to be sitting on a fairly large investable stack of capital that at some point the CAGR of
Fairly
Bitcoin,
large.
yeah, fairly large. Well, we have our first trillionaire, so it's not that much anymore, right? So
Yeah, but
at
that's
some,
not liquid though.
well, yeah, it's about as liquid as FBF was in November of 22. But anyways,
None
like
of the numbers that we talk about every day are liquid, guys. It's all fucking make believe.
not you,
right.
baby. I'm 90+% liquid, baby. I don't get bogged down by anything other than big booty Latinas. That's all I gotta say. I'm not stuck to a location. I'm not stuck to a country. I don't got anything that keeps me stuck. I'm so liquid, bro. Like I just like
Awesome, dude.
you
I
know
think
Bruce
you're in a
Lee.
good position.
That's what you got to be. But getting back to what I was saying, that eventually the CAGR of Bitcoin is truly going to diminish, right? Like once we hit $1 million of Bitcoin, like the CAGR is probably go down. Well, I don't want to say it's going to go down to 5% because like Bitcoin could settle around anywhere from one to
When
five.
do we get to 1 million? Because I'm not so much worried about what it does after that.
So I think we get to 1 million by conservatively 2040.
Yeah.
That's super conservative, I think. And I've literally said this for over, I think 5 or 6 years now. I said by
For those in
2030.
the audience that can't do math, that's 14 years.
Yeah. So I said anywhere from 2030 to 2032, we can probably hit 500K. And then to get from 500K to 1 million is probably going to take us to 2040. It could happen sooner or it could happen later. That's kind of, well, I don't want to say later. That's rather relatively conservative. Like it can happen sooner, but I would rather basically tell her that it's 4 inches and show up with 7 rather than telling her it's 8 inches and show up with 4.
Yeah, under promise and over deliver. Right?
Exactly.
That's not something that Bitcoin's renowned for, I must say.
So,
No, you're
so
definitely right, and that's why I scream it at the top of
Somebody
my
was arguing
lungs.
with me last night.
your
Said, "What do you mean we overpromise?" I'm like, "Please, bro."
This whole industry, like, and
Totally, the whole
all
industry,
the
man.
all the poor people that are looking to Bitcoin to make them rich. I tell this people all the time. Bitcoin is not going to make you rich at this stage. You have to be out there hustling.
You got to get your cash
You got
flow.
to get your
Yeah.
cash flow fucking juiced to the titties.
Yeah.
Totally,
You,
dude.
you're not gonna
Hey,
like you're not
1
gonna
million.
come in here
Cash
and buy.
flow solves all problems.
1 million. If that's your conservative, 1 million by 2040. That's still a 22% compound annual growth rate. So that's
Yeah, but
that's very decent.
yeah,
That's very
no,
nice.
that's what I mean. I think Bitcoin's CAGR is probably going to be 20% for the next 10 years, right?
Sign me up for that.
But
I'm on
but
board.
the thing, if you just look at like the waves of like gold, for example, like look what gold does. It doesn't do 20%. It basically
No.
stagnates for years and then has these massive explosive rallies. Like Bitcoin's eventually going to be that as well. It's going to be
Yeah.
like whether we get up to like 1 million or $2 million a coin, it could stay there for 5 fucking years, 10 years, and then we go through another cycle where it goes from 2 million to fucking 10 million a coin in 2055 or something stupid like that. Like that's how gold has behaved.
Gold literally has 15-year cycles. It goes up for 10 years and then has a 5-year bear market, then goes up another 10 years, and God help them. I sure hope they don't, but watch them have a 5-year bear market
Yeah.
again.
Well, the one of the biggest reasons it was perpetuated by people looking to get rich and mostly retail, thinking that they could just put their 9 to 5 money into Bitcoin and just sit on their hands and get rich. And but then that got taken, like that whole wish got taken by all the thought leaders and product people in Bitcoin, and like in the financial industry, if you turn on your TV, those are sell side analysts or sell side money managers, and what that means, they're people that have a vested interest into selling you a story or a narrative on their analysis. And this is the same thing with, like, for example, if you turn on TV and fucking Tom Lee's on there telling you that the fucking Bitcoin's going to fucking 400K by the end of the year, that is literally a bias that he wants and needs to tell people to sell people financial product, right? Where if you get
Arthur
into
Hayes never does that though.
or if you get into the room with Druckenmiller and you smoking a stogie with Druckenmiller and he's telling you whatever his, I'll call it alpha, is, that his alpha has nothing to do with his own book because he's not out there shilling it,
So
right?
you mean like most of these spaces then?
Yeah, 100%. That's
Yeah.
why I come in here and I'm not telling anyone to do anything because, one, you should not be listening to anyone on this fucking retarded app when it comes to financial decisions, especially a fucking cartoon character, one, but more importantly, this app in general, because 95% of the people have a massive bias to where they're selling you a product or a service, or they're shilling their own bags or their own trade ideas. And then you have the other 5% that are just straight retarded and that you should fucking never, ever, ever listen to them, right? You're not going to find any alpha on this app ever, right? Alpha's not screamed at the top of your lungs for people to hear. True alpha is secret. And like you don't see Druckenmiller going on national TV telling you what his fucking playbook is right now. You don't see all the greats. You don't see any of them go on there telling you what they're thinking on a fucking daily or weekly basis or monthly basis. Like you'll get like a retrospective what they were thinking when they did a trade 10 years down the fucking road. Right? It's not, they're not out there telling you what they're going to do, right? If I have alpha, let's say this is completely hypothetical, don't listen to me SEC or anything. If I had information, or whether it's inside or outside information, or I had a thesis about, I think stock ABC is about to fucking explode because they're about to release some contract or something, I'm not telling anybody to go and buy that stock at all. Like I'm going and buying it and buying as much as I can before anyone else knows. Right? Like that's the whole conundrum with it here. You have everyone telling you to come on here and buy MSTR, buy Stretch, or even buy Bitcoin, or all these different things.
Nobody
When
does that,
Well,
man.
yeah,
Come on, really?
nobody. I don't know. The best.
That happens
or
here?
when they
Yeah,
or
he
when they
wants it
do
from time to time.
or when they do finally talk about their position, Like I'm reminded of NVIDIA back in 2023. It's because they've already sized up, they've already filled their entire position, and now they're ready to
Shield
get
their
everyone
bag.
else to they're
Promote
ready
it.
for everyone else
Promote their
to pump them.
brilliance.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's why.
Exactly.
That's why you should only listen to Magoo Strategy. That's the only Bitcoin treasury company that seems to be semi-intelligent when it comes to executing their Bitcoin buys. Um, disclaimer: I'm the sole owner operator of Magoo Strategy. Um, yeah. This app is just completely full of fucking complete retards that don't understand anything. And that's
I listen to I listen to True North every week and
oh
get my
god,
financial advice from
that's a
them.
comedy. That's
That's
almost as
good.
good as like Eddie Murphy's
Dude,
Delirious.
it's financial theater with a bunch of dumbasses that would love to get pegged by Saylor on a regular
Oh,
basis.
honey, I
They're
think
taking
they
it for
do
free.
get pegged on a regular basis. Like those people are the dumbest. Like if you said pick one podcast that you want to point to be the dumbest idiots in the entire crypto space, that'd be True North. But
And those guys,
Yeah.
that's whatever the like copycat of Saylor's company
Strive.
is, literally
Strive.
they bought like 50 or $100 million of stretch for their
Yes,
own
it's in their own
product, and it's
product.
down like
Yes.
30%.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's a hilarious thing. Like Saylor takes all this shit of like, oh well, he did this wrong, he did that wrong. Oh, his USD fund isn't big enough, or he shouldn't have spent this or
Saylor
that on
promotes
it.
these guys though. Saylor's the
Right,
reason all these guys
but
even
st
exist.
but Strive. But my point is, Strive's SATA product. It's also $80 to its $100
the funniest,
par.
so this
It's
is
sold off too.
yeah, the biggest tragedy isn't that Saylor was able to con retail into thinking Stretch was a money market fund. The biggest thing was he convinced other companies to do
He
the
got
same
David
thing.
Bailey to top blast $1 billion worth, and then basically has
Well,
a
no,
$40
that's
million
no
Well,
dollar
that's
David.
all
market
on
cap.
David. No,
David
David.
Bailey's a big
He
he
didn't
did
need
that.
any convincing there.
Yeah,
He did
David
not need
Bailey's
any
the
convincing.
smartest guy in the
Yeah.
space.
How many are there? Like there's Nakamoto, there's Strive, there's Metaplanet, if that's even
There's
still around. There's
21.
Saylor.
all of them
Well,
are junk. Literally all of them are down 90%. And
100%.
Sailors
Yeah.
encouraged them all to start because they're like,
But
wait a
don't. But
minute,
haven't
we
you?
didn't go
But
ahead.
Haven't you heard the latest word? Like Jack Mallers will be a reply guy to anyone who says it. Like, no, I'm not a Bitcoin treasury company anymore. I've been saying I'm not. We're not anymore. We dropped that. And
I
it,
do think he said though from the day one that they weren't, although he's been saying a lot
of
of shit and
course,
doing nothing for 15
he
months. So that's
Of
kind of
course,
yeah.
he was on CNBC and Bloomberg saying they were the next big Bitcoin treasury company. It's a complete 180 1 year later. Yeah, but still, like it's an embarrassing look. And Nakamoto, they've removed every reference to MNAV and Bitcoin per share and treasury company off their website. They stripped it all off.
Yeah, because
So
they have tons of operating income
yeah.
from the Bitcoin conference, right?
Yeah, yeah. And you forgot the last one, like Anthony Pompliano. That was supposed to be a Bitcoin treasury company, but now he says, no.
Oh, it's an AI company.
We're an AI
We're
company. We're an
pre
AI
revenue.
company.
You know
An
you're
AI
in good
company with Bitcoin.
you're in good company when Pompliano's in the same fucking cohort. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I couldn't help but like
Hey,
put
is
that
that
meme
true?
out
Pomp
there.
was launching one of these treasuries
Yeah,
and
what do
and
you
Yeah,
he
he
mean?
has
pivoted.
one.
Yes,
What was the
Burr,
name of
Gary,
it?
Burr,
Burr.
So
Yeah,
not
Oh my
only was
God,
not only
Jay.
did he
Hope you're
launch
getting good
one,
ideas now.
Jesus Christ.
not only did he
yeah,
launch one, he tried to pull a quick one over on his own shareholders and tried to push through a $300 million pay package for himself,
yeah. They voted it down.
and they voted it down.
Wow.
So then he bought a pre-revenue AI company that's like probably two kids with Claude code, and he's like, "Yeah, we're definitely going to change the world of finance."
Well, yeah, you
Right.
don't go from one
It's a
minute
wealth.
selling Chinese shoes and used mattresses and frozen pizzas on your RefLink website to like being a reputable fucking entrepreneur. Like you jump from one shitstorm to the next. Like first you jump from BlockFi, the most fucking biggest disaster since fucking sliced bread. Then he jumps to a podcast that he ended because no one watched it. Then he basically sold frozen pizzas that no one bought, so he ended that. He started selling mattresses that no one would buy, so he stopped doing that. He was selling sneakers for a bit, no one was buying them, so he stopped doing that. And now he's spun up this Burr to be a Bitcoin treasury company, tried to push through a $300 million pay package, got voted down, treasury companies started tanking, and so now it's not a treasury company. Now it's a fucking AI company. Of what little retard said, he literally bought a pre-revenue AI startup with like
How much did he raise?
a lot.
Like 500 or a billion?
In that range.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jesus, man.
Yeah.
He
it's
sounds like
Well,
a
were they
serial
originally?
entrepreneur.
I
Because
think
they were a SPAC, right?
the
They were originally a
comment that
SPAC.
should go down in history, though, really is the very peak of insanity was when Bailey said, everyone will remember the name Naka. You know, when I heard him say that, I'm like, oh my God, dude,
Gary,
the
why didn't you?
hubris here.
He wasn't wrong, just for
Mm.
the
Yeah,
other
well,
reason
Yeah.
you mentioned.
exactly.
Gary, why didn't you listen to me sooner? From day one, I was telling everyone how much of a fucking disaster this was going to be with Nakamoto. Day one, like literally
I
nonstop.
don't think I started following you till last week, man. So
Yeah, well, that you probably lost a lot of money because you
I
didn't follow
know.
me, Gary.
I don't
Fuck.
even know how I've survived without you, man.
That's
I seriously, okay. The amount of wealth and freedom I have, I mean, just the lessons I could have learned from you, my friend.
you.
I feel honored.
You could have listened to me and sold the
We were.
top at
Let
100.
me just fly you out here and you can mentor me this weekend, man. Get me in shape.
Yeah, it's got to be a good project, not one of them rinky dink
Hey,
small
don't
ones.
forget
I mean,
your.
I'm a
Don't
pretty good
forget your.
student, so
You could have listened to me and sold at 125K. That's
man, dude.
you
Well,
could
I
have.
shared. I mean, I shared it up in the nest. It was 1 year ago, almost to the week. But like this was the problem. What we thought we'd get cash flow positive companies putting Bitcoin on their balance sheets. What we got was MNAV treasury companies that have zero viability in bear markets. Like all these names we just listed off. This is all there. Everyone has a different version of capitulation, but that's what we're watching. They're all just capitulating to like, all right, we're not now we've got a couple of GPUs in a closet and we're an AI company. Okay, now we're gonna let Tether we're gonna be a reverse vehicle to bring Strike public. And we're no longer a Bitcoin treasury company, Jack Muller's. And then I don't even know what Nakamoto's claim to fame is now. They're
He prints
in,
magazines
And
and
you
sells
got,
them to himself.
right.
hey, I heard Trump, Eric, I think, still pitching that
Oh God.
ABCT.
Oh my
Can't
god.
wait. Hey,
They
check
just
this
put
out,
a
dude.
52-week
I,
low,
I
all-time low
literally
today.
saw him write up, hey, we are producing Bitcoin at half the price of other people. I'm like, bro, that's an old contract. How can you keep saying that?
So yeah,
It's
it's like it.
literally
I
not
So
mean,
true.
he's
no
already
one,
done on that. Like,
nobody. If anyone's grifted harder than Saylor this cycle, and you'll be hard pressed to find anyone, it would be the Trump family. Like the Trump family have done so much damage to Bitcoin. Like it is unbelievable. Like you've literally made the asset class uninvestable for up to half of the fucking country. Like, and that's not even like getting into the Melania scam coin, the Trump scam coin, the World Liberty Financial scam coin. Like the list goes on and on and on. It's just like it's so much bad taste in everyone's mouth with everything that they've
I
done
think
in
you should
crypto.
pitch him a Magoo coin, dude. I think that would go well.
I'll yeah, I'd probably it would
Why don't you
probably be
call up
better than
Fred? Fred can help
Milan.
you out, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure Fred, the proliferator of Solana scam coins, Fred Krueger, we'll get him in here. Fuck.
I mean, unless it's a stable coin, it's got to be a stable coin.
Yeah, it's going to be a stable coin with yield. Let's say like 11.5%. Does that sound right? Womp womp. Yeah, fucking.
Damn, you're making me want to go start a Bitcoin treasury company. It just seems that easy.
Well, if David Bailey could raise like hundreds of millions of dollars, a fucking retarded goat in a Greek island could raise it.
Hey,
750, bro.
get excited,
750.
guys! Here comes Adam Bax. Adam Bax, treasury
Oh,
Bitcoin
I'm
treasury
excited. I'm
company
gonna
SPAC is
short
about to
that. I'm
go.
gonna
Short
short it
it.
with size.
Adam
Have
I
to.
back.
mean it.
The funniest
Yeah,
thing about that
I
whole
forgot it. It's been so long. I forgot it
the f-
existed.
so
But
honestly,
he was shilling it this week. He's been shilling it.
yeah, the funniest thing is he literally, as soon as he started deciding to do a treasury company, he started putting on fake bronzer. It's fucking hilarious to be to market.
Is
That's
there
so
any
weird.
pure
That's so
Bitcoiner
weird.
in the industry, or did
Yeah.
they all just go fucking?
So most of them
Uh,
went, they fucked off. So Gary,
the pure
I
ones,
will
yeah.
say, Gary. So the people
Bill
that
Miller. Bill
no,
Miller.
no, fuck Bill Miller, that fat fuck. No, I'm kidding.
What he retired? When was the last thing he retired and went off into greener pastures? I'm not saying Bill Miller Jr., but Bill Miller. He's got all his Bitcoin. He's not trying to shill you shit.
So, well, it depends what you mean. Gary, let me hear your definition of a Bitcoiner before I answer that question.
Well, the puritanical, hey man, peer to peer, let's change money, and fiat's awful, and then you're launching a freaking anything.
Yeah, so
I
if you've
mean,
launched a
you're
treasury
sitting here
company,
bitching about Saylor, and you're launching your own fund
yeah,
that
so
basically
anyone
copycats it.
that launched any fucking security does
Yeah,
not fit that definition. I would say, from my experience, the people that got into Bitcoin, whether it was 2010, 11, or 12, they have all went on to greener pastures. Not in terms of like selling their Bitcoin. I still know a lot of
No.
Bitcoiners from
Yeah,
that
they've got their
era.
Bitcoin. Yeah.
They have Bitcoin, but they've been constant sellers for the last whatever 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Because over the last 5 or 6 years, you've finally gotten the liquidity to actually get out. Like, there's people out there that are sitting on like tens of thousands of Bitcoin. Like
Yep.
and like they're
Yep.
mythical creatures on this app because they're not on here. But there is a
Yeah.
lot of people that own like tens of thousands of Bitcoin that have just been EWAPing or VWAPing over the last 5 years now that there's liquidity because that and they've hit their moment, right? Like
Yep. Yep.
they're sitting on basically hundreds of millions, if not some of them billions of dollars
Since
of
their
Bitcoin.
SpaceX IPO.
And
These are Gen Xers. Like, I know a couple that they live in the Shenandoah area in Virginia. They own their winery. They might have a brewery, and they live in the peaceful life. You're right, Magoo. Like, they were never on Twitter. They had Reddit, but like these were some of the really old school miners back in. You're right, 2011, 2012, 2013. While you still could before the ASICs race.
Damn, I was mining with the A6 butterfly miners back in the day when WeWork was new because they had free electricity. So I stacked like 20 of them in a WeWork, thinking I was cool.
I mined it on actual CPUs. Good old.
Yeah, you're so old. That's the equivalent of like sticks and rocks. Like
Yeah,
we at
the
least had your
ASICs
computer.
ASICs didn't come about until 2011. I think halfway through the year is when
Yeah.
ASICs really actually became a real thing. Before that, it was just CPU mining
Did
on.
you ever mess with that time? Like trying to like get a bid from China, and if you got 9 out of 10
This
delivered, it
fool
was a
had an
good
old
day.
Chevy engine hooked
No,
up to a Dell dude just
I
pumping that
literally
thing.
never got into the ASIC mining.
Gotcha.
I was in and out in CPU mining days, and that's it.
Wasn't it Litecoin too? I remember I was mining Litecoin at like two or
That's
three
what we
bucks.
well, that's what we had to switch to because I forget the details, but the difficulty, like all things, it was unprofitable. This is 2013 into 2014, so you're right. If you were around then, you had to switch to Litecoin, which you could still at least make a turn of profit
Yeah,
on.
because ASICs really they got introduced in the later part of 2011, but they really didn't come online until basically it became
Yeah,
incredibly unprofitable in the end of 2011 into 2012 or 2012.
well, that massive bull run in 2013. I mean, that brought all the kids to the party. Like it
That's when
brought
I bought the
in.
top then at 340 or 350, and then I held until COVID, and then
Well, that's not
sold, and
bad.
then
I bought at 800.
the top was at
So
1200. It was gold parity, gold ounce parity. That's when I bought.
there you
Remember
go.
there was that mini bull run in 2013. Remember, it
It was
basically.
huge. It
Well,
wasn't
no,
mini.
no,
It was
no.
huge.
It went big.
50 to 1200.
Yeah, it
50.
well, no, no, that's you're talking about two cycles there almost.
Yes. Well,
there was
yes.
there it
Yeah.
basically in the later part of 2012, it was basically 10 to $15. It shot up to $250, crashed back down to $55, and then the end of 2013 is when you had that parabolic run from 100 all the way up to I think it got just shy of $1,200.
1200.
Yes. Yes.
And then
Yes. You're
then
correct.
it crashed back down to like I think 2 or 300 or something in
Yes.
2015, and then basically ever since like mid 2015, it just was a grind up higher until you got to the literal I will say the most retarded was 2016 and 17. Like that bull run was fucking insane in 2016 and 2017.
That one was nuts. But I mean, yeah, boy, did we think we made just a catastrophic mistake. Because to give you some context, that was the longest bear market of Bitcoin's history. If you had bought anywhere near the top in 2013 or January 2014, you had at least 2 years of underwater before you were.
Oh yeah, that was a massive, just long
Yeah.
crawl to nothing.
Yeah, it was
and ever
a
since
year. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
ever since 2017 or the 2020 or 2018 bear markets, like it hasn't really stayed down a long time. It's it went back up like
About a year.
about a year. Like
Yeah.
back in 2018 when the Fed increased the interest rates in the later half of 2018 and we crashed literally from like 6 or 7K down to 3K. It was only there for like 3 or 4 months, and then it grinded all the way back up to 14K, and grinded basically for another fucking whole year and a half before COVID basically hit. He had the COVID
Yeah.
crash in there too.
Yeah.
Just to get back to pounding on Saylor because it's so easy. Why do you guys think he even has any of these preferreds with a company that generates no profit, no free cash flow? Why is he putting himself in a position to sacrifice shareholders to this arbitrage of the delta between the CAGR and the
think
cost
he.
of capital? Like, it's just irresponsible and makes no sense.
I think
I
he's
think he. Go ahead.
I think he's doing it because obviously he ran out of people giving him money at 0%, and the interesting thing is that even if he could continue to raise money through convertibles, it is a lot easier to manage your debt through preferreds than it is convertibles. There's a lot of different mechanics that you can centrally plan. Like so this is all about financial engineering, right? And if you have a convert, it has a maturity date. And that maturity date really locks you into having hard decisions and hard timelines, where these preferreds, the mechanism of not having a maturity date and you can manipulate the interest rate, aka the dividend, it gives you more central planning tools to manipulate your liabilities. And ultimately, there's no defaulting. I'll take away the human emotion and the narrative aspect, but legally speaking, there is no legal obligation to pay the dividend and there's no legal obligation to try to hold the peg. So the blow off valve in any type of stressed market is going to be the stretch price. And this is what we're seeing right now.
How
And they
much
have,
Bitcoin did he stack from Stretch so far?
well, I guess it would be 10 billion. I don't know the exact coin number. I'd have to go. Well, that's going to be hard to calculate. Actually, you'd have to go through every single
It hasn't been
disclosure.
that many.
Like
It hasn't been that many. No,
tens
it
of
hasn't been
thousands of
that many.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, he bought like 20,000 at his first tranche at 118,600. So he's down
So
50% on that.
so like worst case scenario, he rugs a bunch of motherfuckers for
But
tens
he's
of
not.
thousands
But
of Bitcoin.
this is the whole thing though. Like Stretch is designed to be impossible to rug. Like he can rug them on the dividend, but that doesn't. He doesn't have to pay anyone back at all.
If he
And
rugs
it,
them on the dividend, then the entire thing goes to zero,
Yeah, but
right?
guess
no,
what?
it won't. It won't.
No,
It
I'm
still
not
has.
saying that
It
he
still
has to
has
pay them back
value.
anything, right? I mean, once it's out there, it's out there.
yeah.
So
Well,
It'll
that's
if
the
it
thing
goes
though.
to
Like
zero, it goes to zero.
so that's
No, it'll still have a value because remember the preferred shareholders get paid first in the event
no,
of
but no, but
bankruptcy.
Matt. That is
That's
completely
zero yield.
that is completely irrelevant when there's no mechanism for stretch holders to force default. And
Oh yeah.
so basically you might be higher up the liquidity stack on the cap table on a bankruptcy, but you can't force a bankruptcy as a stretch holder. And so if he just knocks the dividend to 0% and said, I'm not paying, anyone who owns stretch is fucking shit out of luck. That's the
So
whole
wait
that's
a
the whole
second. So are we going right back around to the David Bailey play here?
No,
What's the
because
David Bailey play?
no, because David Bailey is saying you stop the dividend and then basically bring the peg back up to 100 by buying it or buying.
Oh, I see. I see. He
But
wants to
no, but the
resuscitate it, but
problem,
we want to
so
kill it though.
but the problem is though that's a suicide stroke. If in the worst case scenario, if Bitcoin like tanks to like fucking 10K for the next 2 years, he can completely self destruct the strategy product and not have any legal obligation to do anything. He can be like, I'm taking the dividend to zero. I might increase it in the future. And so you can continue to hold it if you want, but I don't have to do anything. And essentially, people who are buying stretch at $100 or whatever, you're giving him money with no obligation for him to ever pay you back. Like
Yeah.
that's what the whole structure is. You're giving Sailor
Right.
money, and this little retard, this is why he's using preferreds, is because you literally are getting money from people with no legal obligation to ever pay them back. That
Bullish.
that's the whole trick. And so this is the whole financial engineering scheme. Every scheme that he's done has been use greasy car salesman tactics to get retarded retail. One, firstly, to buy Bitcoin at a premium to create the positive MNAV so that Saylor could dilute in their face, right? That's scheme number one. And then scheme number two was find idiot dummies to buy convertible notes at 0% interest, right? More retards. Retard number three, retard retail buying stretch, even though they have no obligation to be paid back or even be paid the dividend. Like
What's
every
retard number 4? What's
that's
the
what
next one?
let's see what the rabbit or the sailor brings out. Like I don't know what he's gonna do.
He's going to
I
launch
mean,
another preferred
Come on,
20%
Magoo.
yield. My bad. This is the iPhone moment. I just needed to jack the yield up to 20%. This is
Come
going to
on,
fix
Magoo. I feel like Magoo, if anyone
oh my
knows, it'd be
gosh, I
you.
forgot about that terrible analogy. This is the iPhone moment. Like that, if all the
It's been
terrible
it's been
analogy.
it's been his BlackBerry
That
moment.
made the least sense.
I'm
That one
starting
made the least sense.
I'm starting to realize why Preston Fish disappeared after shilling this shit.
That's what
You know what's interesting too?
you were giving him a hard time, Magoo, but I remember in one of his podcasts in fall 2024, I remember him talking to his guests saying that like, okay, I think strategy might have had its best days. I
Yeah, but he
remember him
fucking
getting
shilled
bearish at
all
the
this
right
shit,
time.
bro. You can't fuck it. This is the problem with
Yeah, but he
shilling
was
this
getting
shit. You
but he was
can't
getting bearish at the right
you
time.
can't walk it back though. That's the problem. Like he was like literally stroking. Like I'll put up. I have like 18 videos of him just literally glazing Sailor and glazing this scheme. Like this is the problem with like literally being a talking head supporting this bullshit. Is
Yeah.
they're always gonna get wrecked, and you are on the hook reputationally for shilling this dog shit.
Yeah, but the strategy was flat out a different looking vehicle in summer 2024 compared
Yeah, but
to.
he was glazing stretch.
Oh, I thought Stretch didn't exist till.
No, bro. I'll show you all
When
the
did
screenshots and
July
videos.
2025 is when Stretch came out. July
I
19.
stopped. I thought Preston was gone for health reasons. Uh, before that,
Yeah, he
No,
left.
has he been? He was still around.
he was glazing the fuck out of stretch.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure you were right. I'm sure you're right. And there's a lot
Here's
of
a
egg.
tweet. Here's a
A lot
tweet
of egg
from
on their face case.
October of 2025. He's getting ready for the stretch gusher to spew fiat. Like he like
Oh no,
just
no,
glazing this shit.
yeah,
Like bro, like this is what I mean. It's like you get people wrecked. Like I don't like it's one thing telling people to buy Bitcoin within their means with no leverage and spot and plan on holding it for 10 years. It's another thing telling people to buy stretch.
yeah.
What do you think
Like
about the AI stuff? And I don't mean just using
What
the
about the
crappy
ads that
AI
I'm getting on
videos.
Twitter for Stretch?
Well, that's what I mean. So even in the last month, New York, I think, is the first state that made a mandatory like FTC synthetic avatar disclosure requirement, and they don't have that in any of their ads, and they're all AI generated videos. And like
Yeah,
that's
but
a
it's
small thing, but I'm
on
just thinking,
X. I
yeah,
don't know.
on X, I mean, running advertising for a security with an AI generated video that is against FTC like marketing deception practices is probably not
Like
something they
this
should be doing.
FTC?
a
Are we sure
Yes.
that's
CFTC.
against? Are we sure that's against this CFTC? Like, do they care in this administration?
Probably
Not to
not.
be. I'm not joking, but I mean, honestly, did they care?
I mean, I'm not saying that. I think if they're going to make an example of someone for doing it, it's probably not going to be some like little kid doing drop shipping, selling some like shit. It's going to be someone like a Sailor
Yeah,
or someone
if it's
bigger.
No, they're dead. No, no,
if
no,
they're
no, no.
guilty,
I
if
I
it's false, if
disagree.
it's some sort of
I
if it's some sort of
disagree.
securities violation or false advertising, that's one thing. Whether you had paid actors or AI actors, like I don't.
Matt, we all know
What's
the
the
volume
problem?
knob doesn't go up to 11 in real life.
Oh.
Yeah,
You
bro.
weren't you weren't meant for an uncomfortable life, dude. It's all right.
Yeah, that like this is the terminology
Oh.
that we're using. You say that like we're like completely like sound retarded, but this is like the language that they're using to fucking market this thing.
You just got to pull the G's, dude. Get ready for some BTC cruise speed and stall
Yeah,
speed.
don't forget with a super low
I
vol
don't.
too.
I
Dude,
mean,
how
You
it's
it
probably
lower than
don't
delivers.
believe me.
Bitcoin.
You probably
It's
won't.
lower
You
than
probably won't
Bitcoin,
believe me.
Magoo.
But like, I've never actually watched one. Like, I know the AI girl character that you mean, but I've never watched one of the ads. Like, I've never actually
There's like three
watched
or
them.
five of them. There's that girl one. There's a guy playing like with the guitar amp and turning up the volume. There's like a
Do you
few other
guys
ones.
see? Maybe I don't get ads. Maybe I'm.
Every
Do I
time
not
the
get
ad for
ads?
STRC comes up on my Twitter, I mark it as spam so I don't get
Wait,
it.
Matt, do you pay the
Oh
$28 Twitter no
no,
ads fee?
I do. No, I do the thing where I just mute common ad accounts, and then you never see that account again.
I do have to say every
It's
time
it's kind of a nice hack.
every time I come on,
just mute companies.
I will say lately when I open the app, I mute more accounts than I like
Yes.
tweets at this point. Like
Yes.
my feed is just full of retards, and until you mute the retards, it
But your feed gets so clean though,
yeah, I
Magoo.
know.
Like my feed is so
I think
clean.
my mute list is like over fucking 7,000.
I want to check. I'm gonna check mine.
There's
Let me
just so
check.
many retards. Like you
It's
know how many
broken. You can't check it.
you know how many yeah you can. You know how many bot accounts there
Yeah, yeah,
are
we can
that
certainly
like
check it.
literally have MSTR in their fucking bio. Like I actually think Saylor spun up a bunch of fucking social media bots that are like fucking tweeting all of this retarded nonsense out.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Can we
5,
sue him for
6,
that?
7, 8.
Probably.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Are you counting
10,
Matt
them
can
by hand,
count.
Matt? What are you doing
Yay.
over there?
13,
You fucking
14,
counting?
Bro, he's
15,
counting his
16,
he's
17,
counting in his fucking
18,
treasure
19.
beams.
Hey, don't let me lose track. 19, 20, 21, 20, 20. 20 okay, all right,
12,
cool. All right.
13.
There we go. No, nice try.
STRC's down to 72 after hours.
I've got I've got 160 muted accounts. And these and most of these are companies. So that's the beautiful thing about this. Like some, I don't know, you hate seeing McDonald's ads. Well, this is how you don't. So
Did
yeah, who pays for the
did
premium?
you say you have
Come on.
18 accounts muted? I have like fucking
No,
7,000.
no, I said 180.
Oh, I have 7,000 accounts muted.
700,000 or 7,000?
7,000. Yeah,
7,000?
if I see someone say something
Jeez.
retarded, I mute them because I don't want to have to see retarded shit on my feed. Like
Yeah.
if someone has a uber retarded Bitcoin take or an uber retarded take on anything, instant mute. I don't need that in my brain space.
Mhm. That's why you haven't liked any of my posts
Sometimes it's
recently.
Yeah,
funny. Sometimes it's funny.
Wicked's number one on my list who got muted. He just
No.
posts the retarded shit, muted.
Let's see. Number one, who's my oldest mute? Wow. Pomp is my
do
third.
they
Pomp
do
is
they
my
go
third
by the
oldest
oldest
mute.
first?
Yeah, yeah. Your first. It's in order of mute. Pomp is my third oldest mute.
He blocked me after I asked a question about BlockFi.
Taylor blocked me because I called him a retard for a year straight.
We've got. I
Taylor's
say
still
we
following
were
me.
going at it. I was ripping him a new one. Him and Will Clemente. We were going at it in DMs. I saved all the DMs.
Oh, I haven't heard from Will. Is he still tweeting? Do I have him muted?
He would.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I haven't seen any of
I
his tweets
mean,
lately.
well, yeah. Look at crypto. What what are you gonna do? crypto
Oh, he
crypto
hasn't been
has
tweeting a
never
lot.
been.
He's just been retweeting. He hasn't said anything. Interesting.
I mean, maybe he went back to school. Crypto has been the lost cycle. What is anyone even making money in crypto? So
Yeah, he hasn't been tweeting at all. Like very rarely.
Guys,
Yeah.
we're lucky that Saylor
How did you count? How did you
saved
count
us from the
7,000 so
crypto
fast? I had to.
winter.
How do I count 7,000 so fast? Let's
Yeah.
see here. It gives you the number.
I don't. I had to count the pages.
What?
What number? What number? Oh, in the. Oh.
Yeah, you go to privacy and safety, then you go mute and block, and it gives you the whole list. I have 477 blocked
Oh,
accounts,
shit.
7,861 muted accounts, and I have 12 muted words.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah,
You
I
want
was
you
on the.
want to
I was on the
Do you
computer.
want to know what my muted
Um,
words are? I haven't used this in a while. So I have the
check.
Israeli flag muted. I have the Ukrainian flag muted. I have
That's
I
smart.
have the ticker for Misty muted. I have the words Israel, Jew, Jewish, Litecoin, MSTY, Ripple, Ukraine, and XRP muted words.
Hey,
I've got
I
BSV,
had
Bum
some. I
Bum,
had some
COVID, Vaccine,
fire.
and Vaxxed.
I had some fire tweets on that had that had XRP in it.
Oh,
You're
I
missing
didn't
some of
see
my
him,
stuff.
bro. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want
Yeah.
to see dog shit on my feed. If it has XRP in it, not interested, bro.
Yeah, but it was my best. It was like big. This was in 2025. I said Bitcoin to 60, ETH to 1,000, XRP to 50 cents, but class of 2025 isn't ready for that conversation. It did numbers, Magoo. You
Well,
missed
guess
it.
what? Not on my screen. It didn't.
No, oh, you need to add Magoo. You need to add link in the bio,
Digital credit.
link in the reply, giveaway. You need to add these
Oh, I know.
freebies.
I get so much
Accredited.
I get so much spam on my posts. Like so I'll post something and lately it's been
Yeah.
fake CZ profiles, like people pretending to
Yep,
be
I get those
CZ,
ones too.
chilling fucking whatever the fuck it is. And I'm not even kidding you. I blocked like 50 of those accounts in the last 2 weeks. I'm like, where are they getting these accounts from? Like there's no
Jeez.
interest in Elon actually creating like a decent platform. Like I think he's just
Makes money. Makes money.
yeah, it's
That's revenue.
it pumps the numbers up basically.
How much are you making in Nasher revenue, Magoo, these days?
Let's see here.
Ooh.
Not much, honestly. Let me check.
Do you got any subscribers?
No,
You
I
do a
don't do that
newsletter?
gay
No.
shit.
I've
Oh.
got it
Uh,
open. I mean, if anyone
uh,
wants to.
I've
the
got a I do the subscriber. It's fun.
last payout I got $500.
Damn. Damn, that's nice.
Dude, that'll get you
Pretty
like
good.
10
From
shares of
ads?
MSTR.
Yeah, bro.
Wait,
That's 10 shares of
is that every
MSTR. That's like
is that every 3 months or 1 month? Is that
That's
that's
monthly?
every
every
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Every 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks? That is not bad.
I actually like the new X
Okay.
Money product. The new X Money product seems kind of
What
interesting.
is it? I seen tweets about it, but I didn't even look at it.
On my actual main account, not my this burner, I have access to it, and they're paying like 6% interest on cash. You have a debit card. You can get your payouts directly into your X account. You can spend with your X debit card out of your X sort of balance. And so, if you wanted to get paid your X rev share, whatever your 500, let's say $1,000 a month, they would be paying you 6% on that. Plus, you could spend
It's a
directly
debit
from it.
card though? Did you
Yeah,
You
say
got
it's
to be a
debit?
U.S. citizen.
Probably.
probably. Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have
Debit.
given it
Most
up.
likely.
Ah,
Yeah,
shit.
debit.
Ah, darn. Fucking. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't gotta pay capital
Yeah,
gains
complete.
tax,
Yeah,
baby.
come on. What do you care about 6%?
Bro, everyone I'm talking to people about like their financial calculus when it comes to like trimming their portfolio and doing things, they're always talking to me about like, well, I got to do tax implications, and I'm just like, what the fuck are those? What are
What the fuck
those?
is a kilometer?
Yeah, what is the fucking kilometer? I have no idea, bro.
Kilometer.
Wait, Magoo, aren't you in Canada?
No, bro. Canada's got
Oh,
capital
come
gains
on.
tax too, homie. I'm in the jungle
But I
of
thought your account was based in Canada.
no, dog.
Didn't
Oh, he
Elon
almost
dox
doxed
you?
himself.
Right now,
Careful.
where's my account based off of right now?
Careful.
Canada.
No, it's not. It's changed. Like this is what people don't realize. I changed. Go look at my account right now. Check where I'm located and in the
Why
last.
were you VPNing from Canada?
Let me see. Let me
But
see.
no, bro, I'm all over the world. The where it said,
You
if it
changed that
ever
for us
said I
right
was
now.
from Canada, I was in Canada this March. I went on a ski trip. So if you're in a place for like 2 weeks or more, it changes your location. So if you
All
spend
right. All
Sure.
right.
if you
Okay.
That's
spend
true.
two
That's
weeks
okay. It's okay.
anywhere, if
We get it. We get it.
eh,
You're on ski trip. We believe you.
Yeah, bro. That was right before my fucking surgery too. Fuck. But then
Moscow, Russia. Okay, I see what you're saying.
no, but not Moscow. But if you click on my profile, basically,
I'm in your
oh,
profile.
where's it say
says
I'm
Moscow,
from? Where's
Russia.
my account base now?
Moscow,
Canada.
Russia,
What?
as we speak.
Is it literally say Moscow?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
oh
I'm
god.
not kidding. I'll screenshot it, but I'm sure you believe me. It says
Magoo,
Moscow,
do you use
Russia.
Are you using a VPN? Because that actually might impact your rev share payout unless you're joking.
Am I using a? No, I'm not using a VPN. I'm just all over the place. Like I'll be
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr.
He's
Worldwide,
here.
Mr.
He's there.
International, V to the Y,
Dale,
Pitbull.
dale, dale.
Wait,
He's
have you
gonna
ever
do
been
a
to Moscow,
concert in
Russia?
Yeah,
Alaska.
bro. I'm there
Yeah,
right
yeah, he
now.
has. Yeah.
I'm there right now. Apparently, according to this app.
Where am I right now? Where does it say I am?
Should I use a VPN and say I'm in America? Will that get me more money?
Yes.
Oh fuck! I gotta get some more monies then. Okay, I'll VPN in to the states. Yeah, I think
You got to be where
it take
the customers are.
it takes a few weeks. I think to be being in a location to where it changes your shit. I think.
Well, if you set it though, does that
No, no,
override
no.
it?
It's
Do I
not
need to
based on
like?
setting it. It's based off of like where
Oh.
you're connecting from.
Well, does anyone's like? I'm viewing myself as USA, but what do people see me as?
USA.
Gay.
Oh, that's a shame.
US gay.
That's a problem.
No, it says United account based in the United States, connected by via the United States App Store.
Well, whatever.
Shit, I got a VPN and get some more monies apparently. Shit.
No, you get paid less in the States.
Oh, do you? Shit. Where should I fucking VPN then to say I'm from? Like
You're doing pretty
Ecuador?
good. I think Russia might be it.
Ecuador? Oh shit. I don't even know what my fucking I honestly pay zero attention to like my actual whatever you call it, the numbers, like or whatever. I don't even
Maybe
what's it even based
what's
off
a
of?
high per capita? What's a high per capita region or country? Do like Switzerland, I would
Mexico.
say, right?
Send it to
Mexico.
Israel, Magoo. Come on, Israel.
How do you know where I am, dog?
Norway,
Israel
Switzerland.
gets
You
the
should do
highest
Switzerland.
payouts
You should
for
do.
sure.
I bet Switzerland pays.
It's wherever the advertising revenue is the most,
Yeah,
right?
I
And
get
so that
retarded.
Right.
I get retarded ads. So like when I look at my posts and I see
Per
ads
capita.
in my post, it's like the most retarded fucking things I've ever seen in my life.
Was it geo? Because it's geo, right? So
I don't know
it's
if
gonna
is it Geo?
feed you what. Well, that would make sense.
No, I
What are
think
they
it's.
advertising to for the Russians over there?
Let me see. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, that would make sense. Like if you were in Ecuador, why would they show
Well,
you
it's
ads for U.S. customers?
Oh yeah, I
Like
guess
stretch ads?
like yeah, stretch ads.
Stretch is a worldwide product, so of course
Yeah,
it's
we
going to follow you
stretch
everywhere.
across the globe.
Yeah. Oh, I'm actually doing some pretty good numbers today. I just shit posting Sailor is so funny. Okay, so
Oh yeah.
I found an ad in one of my tweets. It's from 11 Labs developers. Developer, this one is for you. Introducing Scribe version 2 real time. I don't even know what the fuck this is.
Is that the audio AI tool
No, it's
with the
from
voice?
11labs.io.
11 Labs is one of the biggest AI voice
Yeah,
models.
that's who's advertising in my fucking tweets.
I mean,
My shit post about Sailor, they're advertising.
they're 11 Labs is a legit company.
Shit,
They
I'm
started.
getting banked then from AI. Can I say that like now that I get paid from this company, can I say I'm a SpaceX employee?
You're an AI investor.
No, I'm a SpaceX employee.
SpaceX contractor for sure.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Do you have any SpaceX shares?
Fuck no, I shorted that shit, dog. Please, Elon,
Yeah.
don't listen to me. Okay, this is the funniest thing. I shorted it on perps after hours at 2. I think my highest tick was 227 or something.
Oof.
And I think my average was 220-ish though, because there was like no volume on these perp decks. So I was literally buying as much liquidity as I possibly could to short over 220. And I shorted it, and I think I sold it at 179, I think. So I made it was a fairly decent trade. But the funniest thing is that some dude, that Josh man said that like I was full of shit and that I didn't do that trade because he took a chart from like the on hours NASDAQ and said it never got to 227 on the NASDAQ, Magoo. So you're lying. You could never have shorted it at 227.
I was literally looking at the same thing, and I was about to say the same thing. So
Because he's
glad
a
you clarified that.
Josh Mann's a
It's because you're
goofball.
boomers, bro. You don't understand that all these fucking Gen Zs over here. I'm actually
Yeah.
Gen Alpha. We're trading on the
You
perp
can trade
decks.
24/7. Exactly. You can trade 24/7.
I did.
No
I did get a pretty
restrictions.
good top wiki though on the exchange that I was trading. I think it got up to 230 at the top, and I got. I didn't get a huge literally. There was no volume. I think the entirety of the trade was somewhere between it was between 50 and 60,000 leveraged, but there was just no liquidity at those that's what you do when you trade on illiquid markets on shitty perp decks. There's no liquid; it'll just blow out in either direction. So I was buying as much as I could short above 220, because the valuation was retarded to begin with at 135, right? Like a $1.75 trillion valuation at a 135 price point. It IP,
100x revenue.
yeah, it's 100x.
Not earnings, revenue.
Yeah, and so when I shorted it at 227, it was a $3 trillion market cap. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Literally, SpaceX looks like it's taking the entire market with it right now. That's what looks happening. People are like, okay, this is too much.
Yep.
I'd be interested in buying SpaceX if it was maybe below 100. Then I would get somewhat interested in maybe buying a starter position. But even here, where's the price? I haven't looked at in the last 2 or 3 days.
152.
Yeah, that's still fucking 50% too much, really. I would take a full position if it was $75 a share. Will that ever happen? I have no idea. It might never fucking happen, right?
I've got a brother-in-law who's waiting to retire. By the time it hits 220, he's got a lot of insider shares. He's waiting to dump.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, right? What do you think is going to happen when these shares actually come onto the float into the market? It's going to get
instantly sell.
They're going to instantly.
Yeah.
Well, the best part is if you were anyone with half a brain cell, you were literally hedging at 200 plus, in options.
Yeah.
Right. If you had, because there's.
When did options go live? That second week?
No, they weren't. No, they went off. No. Options were live when it was over 200.
Oh, okay, sweet. So that was second day almost.
It was third day.
They were live right away. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically,
Okay.
if you had a multi-billion-dollar position, and that might sound like a lot, but you know how many people have multi-billion-dollar positions in SpaceX? It's kind of retarded. Literally, retarded employees, dumb employees, have billion-dollar positions. So, there
lots of funds,
there are tons of fun. So you'd be irresponsible if you woke up in the morning and you seen Magoo short a $3 trillion market cap of SpaceX and you have a multi-billion-dollar position. You would have to be the biggest fucking Luddite on the planet not to try to hedge to some degree your multi-billion-dollar position at a $3 trillion valuation. What are you doing?
Waiting for a $5 trillion.
Yeah, waiting. Well, if you want to believe in Elon and that we're gonna put in our fucking our S1 filing perspective that our goal is to be a type 2 Kardashev level scale civilization. And for all the retards out there that don't know what that is, that basically means you're able to extract all the energy that your sun puts off. Which basically requires you to create a Dyson sphere around your own sun, which would kill everybody anyways. But a level of absolute retard.
Sounds pretty valuable.
Yeah, it sounds valuable, right? Why do you think the first 14 pages of the S1 filing were pictures of rockets? You couldn't make a funnier S1 filing if I tried.
That impresses retail.
Look at anything. I think the earnings calls with MicroStrategy are a little funnier.
Those are yeah, those are pretty funny. No one
funny for the math.
The worst part about those, or not even those, but any interview that Saylor does. Saylor does not do interviews with anyone that will ask him a semi-intelligent question. And if they do, he'll have a literal
a breakdown.
He'll have an actual manic breakdown. That one episode on what Bitcoin did, where he literally just asked him
Danny Knowles guy,
yeah,
right?
Danny asked him a very simple question about hey, these other treasury companies that are kind of doing the same thing as you, are you viewing them as competition? Because in a market of supply demand economics where the same products exist, you're competing, right? It's if I sell Coke and they sell Pepsi, the Pepsi CEO isn't being like, "Oh no, we're hunky dory. We're there's no competition and blah blah blah." Like, no, there's competition, but Saylor has a manic breakdown and says
Yep.
that's such a myopic question. You're an idiot for even asking that question, right? Like, there's a reason why Saylor shows up in the Epstein files and is quoted as being the most unlikable person, and this is like literally in the Epstein files. It's
A drug fueled zombie
yeah, a drug fueled zombie
with no
with
personality.
no personality is because he is the most unlikable person. This is one of the biggest, I don't want to call it a secret, but one of the biggest untold secrets about Saylor is that like he is the most unlikable person that you will fucking ever come across.
I want to see him and Jason Calacanis go on a debate together live and see
No.
Saylor blow.
Oh.
Saylor would blow his own brains out, or he would get up and leave crying. Because even though Jason
No.
Calacanis is a dumbass, at least Jason Calacanis had created some wealth for himself and sold like one of the first private blog networks or public blog networks to AOL for like somewhere like in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
You know, it'd be
And
funny
then
that Saylor versus Mike Green debate. I don't agree with either
Yeah,
of them, but it'd be funny.
Sailor is a. I mean, that's impressive for Jason, but Sailor is a self-made billionaire too.
I
He's done it.
mean,
He's done it twice now. Like no one gave him. He built up strategy, or
DuPont,
excuse me, MicroStrategy
DuPont,
throughout the '90s.
DuPont, DuPont,
Yeah,
DuPont money,
I mean,
DuPont money,
sure,
DuPont
but
money.
I mean, Jason Calacanis had
Yeah,
Uber.
Jason
Like
no,
Calacanis
he
is
he,
wrote
he
a
retarded.
check.
invested in Twitter. He
He
invested in
wrote them.
Twitter's angel round or seed round and in Uber. Yeah, that's like the whole
Yeah,
meme about, right? But I would say that Saylor hasn't really created any value through the whole Bitcoin treasury thing. His shareholders donated their money, and that's their value on his balance sheet. It's not like he grew his company with income, right? Like it went from a $500 million market cap to 50 billion, which is 100x, yet his stock went up like 8x. And that's like, well, welcome to Bitcoin per
That
share.
sounds like Solana's market cap to its coin price.
no, I don't disagree with the math because here, I mean, talking strategy, that's the insidious thing about strategy. When every time it's a bull run and they're selling these massive, making these massive Bitcoin buys, people are giving them $4 to watch Saylor buy $1 worth of Bitcoin. It's total idiocy. If we had, if I'm very happy for what Saylor did. He saved his company, blah blah blah. But math is math. If we had all collectively just been buying Bitcoin instead of strategy to buy Bitcoin,
That would have been way
yes,
more money into Bitcoin in more
Bitcoin
hands.
would be higher.
Oh,
Yes,
way
flat
higher.
out,
People
Bitcoin
think,
higher.
no,
Yeah,
Saylor drove the price up. No, he literally extracted value from shareholders, put it in his own pocket, paid 850 million in stock-based comp the last 5 years, bought a jet, bought all this nonsense with an unprofitable software business. It's like these guys haven't created
yeah,
a dollar of value for shareholders. They
right.
extract value from shareholders. That's what
He's
they do.
He's an expensive middleman,
Little
and
retard.
yeah.
He's selling risk. That's what an insurance company is. They're
Well,
selling
now we're
engaging risk. They're selling risk.
Biggest company in the
but
world in
now
the
we're
future.
but now we're on the other foot. Now we're watching him sell. Now we're watching him dilute MSTR shareholders at 1.65. He's selling 1.65 worth of shares to buy $1 worth of Bitcoin. So
Fiat, the
his common
melting ice
shareholders are getting,
cube.
they're getting screwed the other way.
Isn't it funny the fiat, the melting ice cube, is now the one thing that's trying to keep his schemes afloat? Is just like the irony is just hilarious.
But that was his fault for creating those products. He should have. This was a cleaner. As many people do, they get greedy, they overthink it. But this was a cleaner, very simple story of selling shares and selling debt to buy Bitcoin. And the CEO and the board can strategically decide when it's better to sell shares or when it's better to sell debt. But yeah, all of these preferred, they thought they were increasing the total addressable market because, yeah, some people like yield and some people want less volatility. But I think what they quickly have realized now in hindsight is no, you've increased your liabilities. You've increased all these different little USD funds that you have to keep pumped up to meet this or that obligation. Meanwhile, to fund it all, you still have to sell shares and debt. So you're diluting
So
MSTR.
what you're telling me,
Yeah,
Matt, is MSTR strategy works in a bull market, but it doesn't work in a bear market.
none of these do. None of these do. None of them have a viable strategy in the bear market. They're all just leveraged plays on Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin's in a drawdown, and we all knock on wood, we hope 5960K stays the floor. But until Bitcoin starts moving higher,
Well,
strategy
what
will
did they
bleed.
do in the last bear
Strategy
market
will
though?
bleed against Bitcoin.
They got
It will bleed
Because
against
smoked.
Bitcoin.
strategy persisted throughout the last bear market. So what did they
Yes,
do at
but
that
look at
point?
BitcoinTreasuries.net. Strategies MNAV has never looked worse compared to last bear market was a worse. Everyone remembers 2022 was a worse bear market, but this bear market, Strategies MNAV, is even worse. Why? Because he has to fund all these different obligations instead of last bear market was just real simple. We're just going to sell debt, we'll sell shares, and we'll buy Bitcoin. This time he has like this preferred and that preferred and this preferred and that preferred to also pay the dividend, and he can't, and he's promised that he won't dilute stretch shareholders, but that just means that the MSTR shareholders get diluted harder to fund all these products.
He should restructure into a 501c and just be a nonprofit. That would just solve all the problems.
I mean, at the bottom of the last bear, it got pretty bad though.
Not as MNAV though. Not as MNAV. Look, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up for us. So BitcoinTreasuries.net. Last bear market, he got temporarily the
The very
MNAV
bottom.
of the MNAV of strategy temporarily did dip into 16517 in May 2022.
Mm-hmm.
But in the FTX capitulation that we all vividly remember, Strategy's MNAV was 1.1,
When was
1.15,
that, June?
1.2.
What is it
No,
now,
no, no.
baby?
FTX was, remember, that was October, November, December in 2022.
Mm.
Strategy's MNAV was above one that entire time. So every time he was selling common shares to buy Bitcoin, it was accretive. Technically, it was
Mm.
technically accretive. Now he Strategy's MNAV has been underwater literally since December 2025. Think about that, December 2025, and now it's never been lower. We're at we're at 0.65 MNAV diluted.
What if it never recovers, Matt, and it never gets above a 1 MNAV again?
I think honestly, I think in your next bull
I
market,
mean, what if it gets
it
back
could
to
the
one?
high. Well, no. I think in the next bull market, I've been thinking on this, and people are going to wait for 3 and 4 and maybe even 5 MNAV Magoo,
No.
and the top might be at 1.5
One.
and 1.8 MNAV,
No, it'll be
like just a double
1.5.
or a triple, a
1.1.
triple from here. No, a triple from here. Like think about like 2028 or 2029. It might be a triple from here MNAV because he's
Well,
still going to be he's still
listen.
going
I
to be
mean, if
diluting.
Bitcoin gets a 3 or 4x from the bottoms to the top of the next bull run, and then
Yep.
MSTR gets a 5 to 6,
Yep.
that'd be pretty good.
What happens if Bitcoin makes a new all-time high to 160K and then MSTR doesn't make a new all-time high? How about
It,
that?
it it won't, but
It probably won't.
the
Probably
thing
won't.
is,
It
from
probably
the
won't.
lows, it will be a better
Yes.
return.
Oh,
Percent gain.
yeah. The only problem is you got to
Yep.
pick the bottom of the lows.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here
You
we are. We're at the lows, right? So I mean,
no,
Whoa,
but
here we
whoa,
are.
whoa.
Well, we're near the
no.
bottom.
Wicked,
Okay, come
wicked.
on now.
No. This is the problem. This is the other problem. Let's just say Bitcoin 59 or 60K. Let's just say that is the low. Let's say we hold here all the way through October, November,
Yeah,
December, and we
MSTR
go
grinds
no lower.
lower.
Yeah. That's the problem. Strategy is going to keep selling MSTR shares for the rest of the summer and the rest of the fall, and they're already below one MNAV. Every single week that they sell you more shares, it's dilutive. So you're going to bleed against Bitcoin for the back half of this year. You better be hoping and
Unless
praying.
they take the Magoo
You need
strategy and they just don't do anything
you no
anymore. They say
the
no more
only
buying Bitcoin. We have the stack we
they won't do
have.
that.
Taylor
The
should
We've got
only
sell
thing they
enough.
know how to
100,000 Bitcoin, buy
We've got
the
some
only
puts
enough.
against
We're just gonna sit
MSTR,
on our
and
hands
then he'll
now.
make some real money.
puts on his own
He
stuff.
should sell 500,000 Bitcoin, buy puts down to $10 on MSTR,
That would be
make back
hilarious.
50 billion in cash, and he's like, that was a creative.
We were joking in a different
I
space,
think I
Magoo.
don't even.
What about this, Magoo? What if he
And
unexpectedly
then
sells
pay
a
the
thousand?
fee. from.
What if Magoo? What if he unexpectedly sells a couple thousand Bitcoin on a Friday and then buys it back next Monday or Wednesday? Like, is that because if strategy sells Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin will emotionally dump even farther. So he'll
That's
sell
what I'm
at.
waiting
What's the
for. That's what I
penalty?
think.
What's the penalty
that-
you pay? Like if you short your own,
Are you gonna?
if you
Yeah.
short your own stock, how
No, but
much?
you
How
don't.
much
You're
does
not
the
shorting.
SEC sue you
No,
for?
no, but you're not. You're not. You're not. No, no, no. You're not shorting your own stock. You're not buying puts on your own stock. You're just
Shorting Bitcoin.
selling some of the underlying and then buying it back. And well, what do we do? What do we?
Okay,
What do
okay,
we?
but if we short it though, if we straight short it,
You're going to jail,
That's
dog.
silly. Yeah, you can't do that.
You're going
You
to
can't do
jail.
that.
Um,
are you sure about that?
yeah.
But what about that, Magoo? Sell a couple thousand and then buy it back a week later.
No, I honestly think
Pocket the difference.
the 32 Bitcoin sale was actually getting the market ready for a bigger sell. Like I think a bigger sell is coming.
He's
When
still
it
ejaculating the market right now.
Yeah, when that happens, I don't know, but I that's what I'm waiting for. Like if I see
It'll be winter
no,
for the
it might no, it
tax
might
loss harvest, Magoo.
Might be
no, it
happening
might be
already.
before it might be before that because the reason why they were signaling that they
Hmm.
were selling is they weren't even they didn't even really give a good reason why they sold the 32 realistically, but I think that they were using it just to signal to the market that they're willing to sell Bitcoin, and I think that they're going to sell more Bitcoin, and that's what I'm waiting for. If they sell 1,000 or 2,000 Bitcoin and they make it public here in the next couple weeks or 4 weeks, the price is going to go down, and that's where you start buying.
Buy it. Yeah.
That's
Buy.
the buy the news. If they
Yeah.
sell and the price goes down, that's where you.
Buy hard and that's people panicking like, oh my God, the
Well, just
guy
look,
that
people have already done that. So Fold, they made the
yes,
decision to do that. Nakamoto, they've
right.
deleveraged and sold some Bitcoin, and so
Yeah,
now
but
it's
no
Sailor's turn.
Yeah, but David Bailey
yeah,
got
but no
liquidated. He
one
didn't actually sell because he wanted to. He had to.
No, he had to by the end of
that's
the
true.
year.
Yeah, but so many people they've put Saylor on a pedestal. So like no one really cares that Fold sold Bitcoin. No one really cares that David Bailey sold Bitcoin. There will be what thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people that care that Saylor sold now. Like they will lose some confidence in why they're holding Bitcoin at all. They'll panic sell. You'll get a cheaper price of Bitcoin than you would have otherwise.
We should be thanking Saylor because he's going to lower the Bitcoin price for us. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that was my evil genius play. Like, what? Why couldn't he, Magoo? Why couldn't he truly sell a couple thousand Bitcoin here on a Friday, and then buy that equal amount of Bitcoin back the
What's that get
following
him?
week?
What's that
He
get
needs,
him?
he needs to do like
You
10,000 at
can
a time. He
you
can't do
can you
1,000.
keep the difference. You keep the cash because you sell at
No,
50.
he can't.
If
He
you
can't
sold it, yeah, but
trade. No, no,
if you
that's a
sold at
bad
50,
signal. I think
I'm not saying I'm not saying it's a good signal.
In theory,
I'm
if he
not
wasn't
saying I'm not
retarded and he could
saying
execute
I'm
it,
not
it's a good
saying it's a good
idea.
signal. I'm not saying it's a good signal, but like if you sold it at 59 and everyone panics for a week and you bought back at 55 or 50 and you just keep the money you saved, like
nah, I don't know.
yeah, yes, it's a terrible signal to the market, but
That would also require Saylor being good at what he does, which
that's
has
fair too.
not been true.
Somehow, even in a bear market, he's always buying the tops of candles. Or like people are having to reverse engineer, like, how the hell did you even get that fill price?
I mean,
How is that fill price even
he does
possible?
explain a little bit about like, oh, well, it's all about the, we're running all these algorithms for every 10 seconds to look at the blah, 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 and like the expansion in MNAV and okay, cool. But he does swaps. He doesn't sell shares for
Right.
cash and then hold the cash and buy Bitcoin. He does a swap. And when that swap happens, that's like when the market's hot and
OTC.
you're gonna
Yeah.
sell real estate and it's a hot market, right? Like say you were selling at 2022 at the top and you lived in Miami and you're like, fuck yeah, it's time to sell this condo. You don't immediately go buy another condo in Miami. You probably like wait until the market cools down or buy somewhere else in a better price or
Yeah, but that's
something
not
like
what
that.
he's doing.
No, he doesn't. And
Right.
that's why his
No.
strategy is retarded. He could
It
literally
was
just have
yeah.
raised this money at the right time, held 2 billion or whatever, bought like 200 million for 10 weeks in a row, and he'd be in a great spot or a
Yep.
much better spot. Instead, he just top blasts every time, and it's like, dude, you're clearly this is
Every
not working. It's time to maybe
every
upgrade from
week,
Claude Code to Anthropic's models or something.
every month, he just top blasts. No matter how much, no matter how big or how little a size he had raised, he just top blasts
And
it.
his
I mean,
followers are
you're
like,
at,
"Oh my God,
it's so
Sailor's
fucking
buying
dumb.
Bitcoin!
It's so
Yes,
fucking
Bitcoin per
right.
share! Yes,
I mean, if you
dilute me,
really thought about
daddy!"
it, if you really thought about it, he ought to have, like, he's got the USD fund for paying the stretch dividend. He should have a USD fund for Bitcoin buys, and you just keep adding to the Bitcoin buys fund. Like, look, we've got enough in the Bitcoin buy fund to buy the next 6 months, 12 months, two
Yes,
years, 5 years. Like, that would be like, people would actually feel more confident in the common share
a
in
hundred
the common
percent,
shares if they saw that.
a hundred
But
percent. I mean,
he
the
did,
fact
but
that he had
Hindsight's
he's an
2020.
autist. He's an autist, and he's an engineer. He's like Elon, only more unlikable. So no, he doesn't think like this.
and not really remotely as smart or capable. But I mean, think about the company as a whole. They have like 1,500 employees and they make like 400 million a year. And then you have AI companies that launched like 2 years ago with 30 employees doing a billion a year in revenue. It's like, do you know anyone that graduates from any top Ivy League school or that like drops out of MIT or Harvard or that like had a startup that's like, I can't wait to go work at fucking MicroStrategy or Strategy. Like their talent pool is like a bunch of little Indian kids that like look up to Michael Saylor, and they're just like
I mean,
clapping.
honestly, I thought like half the employees are just customer support to like answer phone calls for
Yeah,
people who
and now an
will use
AI
their
agent can do
software.
that for like a
Right.
fraction of the cost and probably speaks better
Exactly.
English than their customer service reps. So
Probably.
I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is just wildly like
I really,
entertaining.
I
I
don't know
really
about
think,
you guys, but my
yeah.
Campbell Soup Company position has outperformed MicroStrategies over the last couple weeks here. That's all I gotta say.
I invested in Wendy's yesterday, and I'm up more than MicroStrategy the last 3 years. So
I bought cost per share of Campbell Soup. I bought it $20.79. What is it right now?
Nice job. Ooh, Korea, Asian markets in Korea
Yeah, they're
is
getting
selling off.
smoked.
Ooh, okay.
Campbell now is 22, so I am up big time on my Campbell Soup Company, and it pays a 7% dividend. So I am outperforming Stretch by a mile.
is that a digital dividend or is that just a regular
No,
dividend?
it's like the actual money show the
What
money
is a digital?
the money actually shows up in my account.
What is a digital dividend? Is that paid in NFTs? What is that?
It's the new
um
version of digital credit. We just haven't
yeah,
gotten there yet.
it's a digital dividend that doesn't actually exist.
It's a visual representation.
Yeah. No, the Asian markets got smoked. That's why Bitcoin was having a little bit of a bounce moment. And then the Asian markets opened up and we got shit on.
They woke up and saw Michael Saylor, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Yep, we're fucked."
Yeah, we're
But I wonder
fucked.
if that's a, no, I don't know. Who knows? Asians
I
be
don't know what's gonna
Asianing.
happen tomorrow. Like just out of like pure pain, like
Yeah.
you'd think that stretch maybe goes back up to $80, but like it's like a perpetual grind lower. Like no one has any
Yeah.
confidence. Like and this goes back to like what strategy was sold as. Like it was sold as a money market fund to these people, and so you have all these retards who bought it,
Stretch
and
was.
yeah, stretch, and they're thinking that this is like the end of the world because they thought it was a money market fund. And they've lost 25% of their principal, and they're like afraid, and they're going to sell,
Yeah. They're
right?
like, but
Like
they're
I'll
like,
be
but the peg. And we're
I'll
like,
be
oh, we
honest.
meant par, the par, not the peg.
If Stretch gets down to like 60, anywhere from $50 to $60, I'll buy some.
At 50, you're getting a
No,
20% yield just on
no.
the dividends, and then you're going to get
Just
easy
just
100% gains on
watch.
the way back
Give
to
it to me,
100.
baby.
It's risk.
Just
It's basically risk free.
Yeah, it's
no.
risk free, guys. Just stake the network.
Basically
Might
with
as well
like
buy
12
some on
quotation marks on either side
margin.
of it.
No,
Basically.
I'll put a stink bid in for like maybe 55, but even that's literally like another 25% dip lower from here. If it gets that low, fuck, people are gonna be shooting themselves in the fucking face.
I mean, no, but honestly, like, just watch Bitcoin price. Until we're all convinced in here, yeah, we found the floor, and it even looks like we're going to bounce higher. You can't touch the levered products. You can't. Remember, like every single.
What about
Next Monday.
intelligent leverage products?
What about
Do you
digital
guys remember
leverage?
BitConnect from
Digital
2017? Like literally
for sure.
BitConnect's strategy is literally Michael Saylor's strategy. Like literally you give them money, they give you a fake yield. They go into the market with their air quote trading algorithms to make money and they use the profits to pay you. That's literally what Stretch is. Like they buy Bitcoin, let it appreciate so that they can sell it and then pay you your dividend. That's literally BitConnect, guys. Like come on. That's literally BitConnect's strategy. Like in 2017, you give them money and buy their BitConnect token,
Right.
and they give you whatever yield it was back then in 2017. Like it was definitely in like the 20s of percents. Uh, and they would use that money to do their special magic. They would tell you, but was them just like DeFi or just degen leverage trading, and then eventually it blew up.
Isn't the biggest holder of Stretch some DeFi looping thing called APXY or something? They
Oh,
have
I don't
Oh, I'm
even.
sure.
the,
Oh,
no,
I'm
the
sure
largest
it's him.
holder of STRC is a DeFi looping.
That's what I was trying to
Oh,
say. But
I'm
It,
Magoo
they,
was
they
saying
hold
it's
sure.
TradFi.
they hold
No,
four.
I'm sure it is.
They have no. It's public. They have $400 million worth, and it's down 35%. And they have like a locking mechanism so that their own, like whatever it's like when you're staking, you have some waiting period, so you can't just stake in and out. And that is cratering right now. And the guy who runs it is like going
Nice.
on these podcasts and trying to defend Saylor, and I'm like, dude, you're down, and you're about to blow up, but have fun.
Oh, the good old rehypothecation. It all comes back. Well, we know how that goes in 2022. So
The universe is healing.
yeah.
I honestly, like all these people that bought Stretch. Like I said this earlier, I don't have any proof, but I think a lot of people bought it in Japan on leverage. They basically did a yen carry trade, and they basically borrowed yen, and then went and took that yen and got dollars, and then uh bought
Mhm.
Stretch.
Look in the net.
Them.
Look in the nest. This is the largest holder of STRC.
Is it a retard?
Let me see.
Oh yeah, they're definitely retarded, but I don't know who's behind it. But they, it says in their bio, they even like brag we're the largest holder of STRC.
You might want to
That's
take
not
that
really a
down.
brag at this point.
Yeah,
Fuck.
It says the
it's a
first
liability.
dividend-backed dollar targeting 13% APY, enhanced digital credit yield
Bro,
on.
how are they paying 13 when Sailor's
Imagine
only
if you made
paying
a
a
stable
wait,
coin
wait,
based
how
on
are they
Stretch.
paying 13 when Sailor's only paying 11 and a half?
That's the magic. They can't tell you that.
Yeah, see, we put it in this black box and then we shake it real good, and then 13 comes out.
Yeah, it's like
few extra come
BlockFi.
out
Like but
on top.
BlockFi, how are you paying me like 8% for my Bitcoin?
Because the hedge funds keep
I I I I,
doing
ki-
another rounds with
I
us.
kid
So
you, I kid you not. I think I've told this story before, but it was literally the night before. Um, it was after Terra Luna blew up, so all of these firms were blowing up behind the scenes, and literally the night before,
oh no.
the night before Genesis, basically closed off redemptions for their lending and borrowing customers. I'm not even fucking kidding you. The night before I get a message from my Genesis rep on Telegram, basically shilling me teaser rates for lending them Bitcoin, and a lot of it. And they were basically being like, "Hey, look, we're gonna give you this teaser rate if you lend XXX Bitcoin. We'll give you basically like I think the longest lockup teaser rate it was like literally 18%." And I'm like, what the fuck? Like the first thing in finance is if anyone ever offers you teaser rates in anything, you run as fast as you can the other direction. That's the very first rule of finance. Let me just say that. And literally the next morning, I told the guy I'm like, not interested. And the next morning I wake up and Genesis basically sends an email out to all their clients saying that all their funds are locked if it was in the borrowing lend wing of Genesis. And I'm just like, this motherfucker, this guy clearly knew what was going to happen. And he was told by his bosses to try to scrounge up as much collateral as possible to make people whole as they're withdrawing to stop this cascade. Literally the night before it happened. The night before they're fucking pulling out the good old Telegram, reaching out to Magoo to fucking borrow some Bitcoin. I'm just like, you motherfuckers. Like, you guys are the sleaziest fuckbags on the planet. Like the night before they're asking, and they know
Damn.
they know that they're about to go under. And lo and behold, they did go under, not just that part, but the entire part of Genesis. And then apparently Barry scammed Genesis out of like Gemini out of $1 billion and a whole bunch of things, which is funny because the entire Ponzi of that cycle was the GBTC arb trade between basically Genesis, DCG, or mostly just Grayscale, Genesis, and Three Arrows Capital. That were basically the three pillars in that recycle trade, where they basically would borrow money borrow assets from Genesis and the Three Arrows Capital, would put it into the GBTC closed fund and get assets at net nav, and then basically hold them for, I think it was a 6 month lockup, and then essentially sell them for like a 30 or 25% premium that GPC was trading at, and just continuously do that. And it blew up. And it all blew up when the GBTC premium went away. And that is what ruined BlockFi as well. They had, I think it was close to $1 billion in the GBTC. It might not have been a billion, it might have been half a billion. But the very next day, they had to emergency raise a Series D because they were literally functionally insolvent. Because they put all of their money in that, because that's part of how BlockFi was paying those outrageous yields to their clients. They were doing that GBTC arb trade, and that's how they were getting money basically to fund the yield. That and amongst other things like VC money, but that blew up, and
That makes sense.
they instantly had to run to the market and do a Series D. And
That
really,
that was when they were having all their trouble. It was summer, Celsius too, but it was summer 2021. That's when so many of these all of a sudden were
no,
having
that's because GBC
a
blew
panic
up.
shit. No, that's my exactly. And so all these other entities that were relying on the GBTC arb trade. That's why in summer 2021 they were all having like running shits.
Yeah, they all blew up. And honestly, I don't know this for a fact, but I think the GBTC arb trade ultimately led to the Luna implosion. There's things that happen behind closed doors, mostly between Tether and Celsius, that really kind of hyper imploded the Terra Luna market. There's players behind the scenes, market makers like Jump and other things that were doing, I don't want to say nefarious things, but the GBTC
Yeah,
trade blow up ultimately, in my humble opinion, caused the Terra Luna implosion, amongst other things. And then the Terra Luna implosion is what bankrupted FTX.
100%.
And that
Yep.
just blew up everybody.
Yep.
Blew up everybody. I can say I got off scot clean though of that last cycle. I didn't get caught with my pants down at any firm.
I sent you. I was trying to find it. X does terribly with search, but
No,
I
they
sent you
do. Holy
my.
shit, it's gotten worse.
It's so bad. It's so bad. But I sent you. I remember summer 2022. I sent you my withdrawal,
Yeah,
proof that
BlockFi.
yeah, I pulled all my Bitcoin off BlockFi. I let that go way too
Yeah,
long.
I
Matt,
even
I let way too long. Way too long.
use Grok search if you want to search something. Type
yeah,
in
I
Ethereum
even
or Grok, and it's
Search.
way better.
Okay.
I
Way better.
yeah,
Thank you for that. Thank you.
last the closest I came to last cycle to getting caught with my pants down was I did a majority, probably 90% of my trading volume was through the Genesis OTC desk. And so I had money at Genesis custody that I was storing there and using basically to basically pay up tickets that I had closed out on their trading desk. And the night that they basically approached me for these teaser rates to lend them some Bitcoin, that I immediately withdrew my money from Genesis custody, because I'm like, this is not good. Like, this is going to blow up. Ultimately, if I did or didn't do that, wouldn't have mattered, because they just froze redemptions on the lending product and the custody was fine. But like, I wasn't taking any risk. Like, it's just like, no, I'm getting the fuck out of here. This ship is about to sink. It was. And honestly, out of all of my retarded calls throughout the years, like, I still think that's my very pinnacle, pico top best call in the beginning of 2020 when I seen what was happening with the GBTC arb trade from behind the scenes. I tweeted out and said Genesis, BlockFi, and Celsius are going to go bankrupt. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And then for them to go bankrupt like literally a year and a half or 2 years later was kind of funny. Don't lend out your Bitcoin, folks.
What about taking a HELOC out on your house and buying STRC at 100? Is that a smart choice?
Yeah, BitPain can fucking jump off the cliff. That
Risk
guy's
free.
so fucking retarded. Like you can't get any dumber than that guy.
Anyone borrowing money to donate it to Saylor deserves to lose all of their money.
That's what I think is happening. I think all these
Yeah.
people that are running this stretch trade on margin or on a yen carry trade are all blowing up, and they're all going to puke up their positions.
Well, because they thought it was free. Like, oh, I can borrow.
Yeah.
I can borrow from Robinhood at what, I don't know what it is, 5 or 6 or whatever the percent is for margin. I can borrow from
Oh no.
Robinhood at 5 or 6%.
I'm not talking about Robinhood guys. I'm talking about people that have
Yeah.
access to real margin and real brokerage accounts, and especially people in Asia that have peripheralated the yen carry trade throughout the entire American financial system. Like there's a big players that I think are puking up their stretch positions. So
I mean, they probably.
I don't think it's
They probably
I
ate
don't
the
think it's
five.
I don't think it's retail that hold 10, 20, 25,000 of stretch. I think it's people that are holding millions and millions of dollars of stretch that are getting
Interesting.
puked out of their positions.
You would have thought they would have stop loss themselves out. As soon as it got more than the dividend you would have even been able to theoretically get in a year. Like you should have stop lossed out at $90,
No, it's because they fundamentally
$85.
No, it's because they fundamentally misunderstood the trade. They didn't
Right.
the stretch price blow is a blow off valve. That was always going to be a fluctuating thing.
Right.
No, and people knew that, like that it was going to bounce around a bit, but no one or most people, I don't want to say no one. I think me and Matt have been screaming at the top of our lungs that this exact same thing is going to happen.
Yeah.
No, most people didn't think that it was going to in the 70s. Right. Even though, like Matt, for literally the last 4 weeks, we've been having spaces being like, this is not repegging anytime soon. Get the fuck
Yep.
out. And there was, I remember it repay or it went down to 90 cents or something. And someone came into our space and was telling out everyone that we're flooding people and that it's an easy money and that like everyone should buy it and it's going to repeg. I forget what account that was, but like,
Zin, that poor guy. He put his. I'll never forget. I asked him to repeat it because I was so shocked. He said, "I've put my entire trading portfolio into Stretch and into SATA," and I'm like, "Are you absolutely nuts?
Yeah,
Are
then
you
he
kidding
also
me?"
just said like 2 days ago, I'm doubling down and doing more. And you're like, I thought, but you just said you put your whole. Oh, okay. Now, okay, so you're lying. Okay, but you're also doubling down, and you're also down now another 15%. You're killing it.
I'm
killing it.
sure. I'm sure he did put all or a lot of it in at 93, and the double down was just. That's just a
Leverage.
tweet.
That
That's
guy's been bullish on
That's
MetaPlanet from $10 down to $1.20, and he's still bullish.
Bro,
The
how
god,
about,
the
All
god
right,
candles are
so
loading,
his
dude.
size is inside.
yo,
Where
hear
is
me out.
where's
Hear,
All
Gladiator?
right,
hear me out.
he's
Hear me
all
out.
in on his $1,200.
Hear
Okay.
me out. Hear me out on this investment perspective. A hotel company with no hotels.
Genius. It's a digital hotel. I forgot.
Oh
Fuck.
yeah, we pay a digital dividend. That just
Digital
doesn't,
hotel, digital
Digital
credit,
dividend.
digital rooms.
bro. Like even the very concept of like the word digital credit is fucking astronomically retarded.
The
It's like
dumbest shit I've ever heard.
like it's not digital. You fucking retard. It's literally like even if it was credit, you would just call it credit. Like it's just marketing jargon to convince retard retails to buy a literal high volatility fucking no legal obligation to get repaid fucking preferred equity.
I think I'd prefer some physical credit in this case.
Yeah, give me that hard plastic. You remember when you had to when you scanned your
I
credit
love that.
card, they had to put it
That's my
down and fucking smudge it and get the fucking double-sided paper.
And you had to have income in order to get the credit card to
that's
begin
my
with.
that
Yeah,
is my
I
favorite.
remember that was like in the early '90s and the '80s where you actually needed a job to get a credit card. Now it's just given to anybody.
I think we might need to tell Sailor something about that. You might need
Yeah,
income to actually pay off this credit.
18-year-old, like whatever. Here's your college credit card. No credit, that's fine. This is how you build credit.
Oh, that's what Saylor's doing right now. He's just building his credit score.
He's building credit.
Well, I
He
don't
tried to.
think
He tried to buy. He tried to buy a higher credit rating by paying off debt, not realizing. Well, not realizing a lot of things. We
The
don't have to.
funniest thing about that debt repayment, 30 months early, and him positioning it as a discount of 8% is
Oh
also
my
stupid
god,
as fuck
it's so
because if
stupid.
you have 1.5 billion in cash sitting in treasury bills earning 4.29% for 30 months, it's about 160 million in interest. He paid down that debt at 130 or 120. He basically gave up 45 million in free interest that he would have earned over that 30 months. So there must have been a very like high pressure something behind the scenes that no one would know, and I doubt they would disclose it. That forced them to try to repay this early.
I
Otherwise,
think they
it
were
makes zero
staring.
fucking
No,
sense.
I think they were staring. I think they were staring at the bounce off of 60K in
thinking it was the
February, all
bottom.
the way up to 75 and then 80K, and they're like, bear market's over. What do we need? What do we need this giant USD runway for 2 years of dividend payments? Take half of it, pay off debt, get these credit rating agencies to look at us in a new light, and they completely misjudged this bear market.
Wait,
And
so you're telling me the S&P index inclusion is around the corner?
no, no.
If you listen to the True North guys,
I
oh my
also
goodness.
one of the biggest reasons another reason why they bought it is because you could actually say it's accretive because it was trading for or pennies on the dollar. I think it was trading at like a 30 cent discount. The debt that they bought back, so they basically bought it back cheaper than they sold it.
Yeah, but then they did the classic problem of like, okay,
They
and then
just
we'll use the
mistimed it. They mistimed it.
yeah,
They thought
yeah.
that the bear market was over and that we bounced off the 60K or 59K bottom. They thought, okay, we have this money that we're going to be able to sell MSTR and raise more money in the future. So let's just use this cash, buy back this debt, so we don't actually have to. Because ultimately, if they didn't buy back that debt, whether it was at 70 cents on the dollar or not, it was going to be converted into common shareholders and dilute the shareholders. So they thought, well, we could just buy this back at 70 cents on the dollar. We can say that it's accretive, and we can also show that to the credit rating agencies to say essentially, hey, look, we're reducing our debt, and we know that you're not looking at our Bitcoin, but we still have our operating company. Now we have less debt. You need to take us off junk status. Because I ultimately think that their goal is to get a better um, rating. But
Well, they would like that, but good luck.
yeah, but
Not with
good.
these moves.
Yeah,
Not with
but I
these
think
like
so. Honestly, I do like this. I don't like this, but I think eventually, probably within the next probably 2 or 3 years, maybe five, the rating agent companies are going to include Bitcoin in the calculus.
I mean, I still think you need to actually
yeah,
make money.
probably.
I
Yeah.
No,
think you
I
need to
don't.
make, I think you need to make money.
I don't mean that that's going to allow them to be included in the S&P 500.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying that the credit rating agencies are going to have to, because like look what they're doing. Like they're basically already saying that Bitcoin can be used for collateral for mortgages, and they're slowly getting souped into the monetary system. So it's only a matter of time until these credit rating agencies have to view it as basically an asset. Whether that's 3 years, 5 years, or whatever, it's eventually going to happen. And when that does, theoretically, if they survive, strategies credit rating is probably going to be like good. It's going to be investment grade, right? Just based off of if they
I
include the
mean,
Bitcoin.
if they've been scoring these own goals on themselves because they thought it would get them closer to S&P 500 inclusion,
I
this
don't
is
think that's what it is, though.
what a mess.
I don't.
Okay.
Hopefully, they don't have illusions of grandeur that they're going to include in the S
Yeah.
and P 500 without an operating business.
Yeah.
But
Right.
this is when they get
No,
added to
they're
the.
already, but they're already like honestly, they're already in the triple Qs. They're already in the Qs. Like they're
Yeah,
good. They shouldn't care. They shouldn't worry. You're in the Qs. Don't
I don't.
forget
I
the
don't.
fucking SPY.
I don't think they're worrying. I don't think they. I don't think that's what their goal is. I think their goal is just to get a better
But
credit
mess.
rating.
Yeah, but their their credit rating will improve simply because Bitcoin goes into its next bull market. Honestly, They're getting shit. They're not getting. Banks aren't returning their calls if they're even answering the phone because Bitcoin's in a bear market, and once again, everyone's wondering like, well, was that the last good bull market for Bitcoin ever?
Yeah, but
What
the
if it
rate,
never
but
comes
Matt, right?
back? All the same old tropes.
Yeah, but right now it doesn't matter if Bitcoin's 100K or if it's $1. It's the same for the credit rating agencies. So they were doing the only thing they could to improve their credit rating, which is reducing their debt. Like that's what they were trying to do. They weren't looking for
Yeah,
S&P
but in
inclusion.
They're not
And
even
but
they're
and
not
they
even
just
eligible, right? They're
what
not
good
eligible
is
right now.
no
what is improving their credit rating get them on
off junk
like
status.
no
But
yeah
what does that do though? Like, is that
what
going to
does
make
that do
people all of a sudden think Stretch isn't junk?
Yeah.
right
No, literally,
It's
that's what their thought.
it's not going to change anything,
I
right?
don't agree with that, but that's what I
right
think their thought process is. If they can get strategy credit rating as investment grade, they think, or at least I think that they think that they will have companies and bigger money looking at Stretch as investable because like one of the things that Saylor has done well, it's probably the only thing that I think I'll say that he's done well. He's done very well at figuring out addressable markets on where capital is and basically creating vehicles that basically allow current policies that are in place at these firms, whether it's pension funds, annuities, you name it, or companies or whatever it is, there's policies in place where they're only allowed to invest in certain things. And so Saylor's identified pools of capital that he can create structures around that today will be quote unquote eligible to be invested in by these companies that have all of these policies, right? And then what I think they're doing is they think that the aha moment for Stretch is going to be when strategy gets the investment grade credit rating, and that opens the door for these other companies to now even be able to put their money in Stretch. Obviously, they still have to make the judgment call if it's they want to or not, and a lot of them will not, right? But they can't even make that decision because of the credit rating they currently have as a company. So as soon as they get investment grade, that opens the door from all these other places that can even make the decision to invest in Stretch, whether Stretch is a dog shit product or not. Like that's what I think they're thinking about. Whether like clearly they
that's
timed it
fair
they timed it horribly. Like
yeah
they shouldn't have bought back their debt. Like, well, this
in
is
a
the thing with
bear
Bitcoin.
market
Nobody knows what Bitcoin's going to do, right? And clearly, Saylor's demonstrated that he doesn't know. Um, even the prognosticator Magoo doesn't know he knows what's going to happen with the price, but they had a strategy, no pun intended, and the price went down, and they were left with the market scare of them not having enough cash buffers for Stretch after the
yeah
fact.
Bullish.
Boogie, but
everything can't be bullish
everything's
That's what
bullish
all
for
these
Bitcoin.
retards say, dude. The lower the price goes, the more bullish you get. That's how it works.
That's how it works, dog. That's it's
gotcha oh
retard maxing. I is
oh
as much as I'm like not liking Sailor and these products, like I actually think I'm like less bearish on the current situation than most of these people who own this shit. Because like I
yeah
understand that Sailor's in no rush to do anything. He can sit on his hands for the entire summer and not do anything.
yeah
I like
I
and
mean
He
but did you
won't,
hear
but that would be smart.
no yeah he's sadly yes every week he's going to dilute the MSTR common shareholders to support the Stretch shareholders, rob Peter to pay Paul.
So what you're
That we
saying is
can
if you buy MSTR shares
retarded.
and STRC and MSTR, you're basically a business owner because you're paying yourself with income from your other common
Yeah,
stock,
you
right?
there
better
is
you better buy equal proportions of the entire enterprise, so all those preferreds, because otherwise, yes, you're getting diluted every time
I
he sells your
yeah.
MSTR shares.
I do think though, and I think this probably is part of their calculus on why they reneged on their MNAV ATM policy about hey, we'll never sell below this MNAV or we're gonna sell some at this MNAV. Like that whole shitty fucking marketing deck slide that they had. The reason why I think they reneged on it is because I think they came to the conclusion that if the MNAV is 1.49, and we're in a bear market, I think regardless if they do an ATM do one or don't do one.
Like
I think
gravity will then pull them back down to 1 anyway.
yeah, gravity will pull them back to one no matter what. No
No,
matter
not
what.
necessarily.
No,
Well, the,
Matt. Let me finish. This is what I'm saying. I think in a
oh,
bit.
okay.
I think that that's what they came to the conclusion was, and I think it's a valid conclusion that like if we
Mm,
are in a bear market and they just sit pretty and they have enough cash sitting there to pay STR for let's say 3 years. And they start the bear market at 1.5 MNAV, and the bear market so far now has been what 6 or 7 months, and it's going to
yes.
probably be 8 or 9 months. I think that the MNAV would have went from 1.5 to 1 regardless if they did any
Yes.
ATMs in there. And so
Yes.
their logic is, well, if we're heading to 1 MNAV anyways, we might as well fucking do at least their shitty calculations. We might as well fucking do fucking ATM and sell it and bring it down ourselves.
That's
That's
retarded.
it. Well,
Because
the only
you're
Matt,
destroying your market
the
cap.
only
Financial engineering
yeah,
at its
You
best.
are
the only retarded part with that
yes.
logic is the way that they calculate MNAV.
What? No, I mean, they calculated MNAV over EV on purpose. That
Yes, that's
way,
what I
the
mean.
poor. But that's not retarded. It's evil genius because they don't want MSTR shareholders, mom and pop, to realize
They're getting
that
fucked.
they're getting fucked. Right?
But then they
They
look at
don't
the
want them
share
to
price. They're
realize
like, wait
that.
a minute, I'm down 85% in a year. I am fucked.
Right?
Ah,
They
fuck, man.
they want they want to see, yeah, because on Strategy's website they show 1.02 MNAV, but that's MNAV over EV. The MNAV diluted is 0.65, and if you're a common shareholder, you're at 0.65. And so they don't want you to see that, hey, all these every week, look how much Bitcoin we bought, look how much we topped up the USD reserve for the dividends. They don't want you to put two and two together and realize, yeah, because we sold a shitload of your MSTR shares to buy less Bitcoin. So yeah,
Yeah, that's the problem.
that's the problem.
Where I would have differed would be one, I would use the real MNAV. But they're happy with tomfoolery and thinking of people because I think there is some calculus to be had, and this isn't really easiest calculus. I don't mean like literal calculus. I just mean thought process and game theory around what happens if strategy goes for a prolonged period of time of not um, doing anything, like whether it's anything, whether it's selling shares at the ATM, whether it's selling stretch ATM, like because remember the whole narrative is basically like, hey, we are going to increase your bitcoins per share,
Yes,
right? And if you get into a period where the bitcoin per share are not going up, like
yes.
what happens at that point?
Logically, my
Well,
personal
well,
opinion,
I know a
I
lot.
think that. Well, I think what might happen is the MNAV might start floating closer back to one. If all of a sudden they just tapered off the week by week dilution to buy less Bitcoin, because smart money understands exactly what we've just been talking about.
Yeah, but
They're
this whole
smart.
thing's based off of not smart money.
Yeah, but what's really going to buy the dip on stretch to ride that back to par? Who's really going to buy this MSTR company at 0.65 MNAV and ride that back to one and over one? It's going to be smart money at the end of this Bitcoin bear market.
Yeah.
And so, but like if all of a sudden, if strategy had a announcement or whatever, they're like, all right, we're gonna sit on our hands. Logically, you would think like, yeah, assuming Bitcoin doesn't keep crashing lower, you would think that strategy MNAV would start floating back closer to one. I'm not saying it would go above one, but somewhere in the 90s, even 95, like 98, why not? Absolutely. Because what are they essentially saying? We're saying that
I don't know about that.
we're not gonna keep diluting, but we're not gonna keep diluting you in this
Yeah,
bear
but they're
market
a
for as long
company.
as it
They
lasts.
have expenses, right? And this
But
is
they have
what
USD. But they have USD. They have USD on books.
for
They have
stretch,
money.
not for operational.
Well, they can do
Well,
whatever
see
they want with
now,
it.
next. Well, honestly, if we had to fix this stupid thing, if Saylor said like, look, I want to take a year off on my yacht, you guys fix it for this next bull market. What they really should do is they should have a USD fund for Bitcoin purchases. And every time you sell debt or you sell shares, that money goes into the Bitcoin fund for future Bitcoin purchases. No more of this absolute smash buy, no matter how big or small the size is. It should fund the DCA, the USD DCA fund, and then that's another bragging right. You can say like, look, Stretch has 2 years of dividend runways. MSTR has 2+ years of Bitcoin purchases in the fund. Like, you know, no offense to retail, but Joe Schmo idiot will look at that and get bullish about it. Like, wow, a strategy is going to be able
So
to buy
They
a
just
I
can't do
whole
that here,
bull
though, Matt. They
market.
can't raise that here when there's stocks trading at $83, right?
No, no, yeah,
They should have done
this
that
is
like 2 months ago instead of buying
yes,
stretch
this is
or
the
so there
Bitcoin
is
at
so
83.
You're
so
absolutely right. That's the strategy for
They
2026.
do everything out of a position of weakness and in
They
defense.
do.
They don't do anything proactive. It's all reactive, right? And that's the problem.
So one of the things that you
100%
you have
right.
to
That's so
think about
true.
as well is like, so if they like you take it on one side of the of the coin and they sell, let's just do ATM shares for the moment. So they sell shares, they have this money, they can decide to sit on that and decide to distribute or use those funds when they see fit, whether that's a lump sum a week later, whether that's smash buying at the moment, whether that's like a monthly VWAP or whatever it is, right? Like they can be more intelligent with their execution. That's one side of the coin.
Yes.
And on the other side of the coin is
Yes.
at the moment they seem to basically just get the money. As soon as they get the money, they just go straight to their OTC desk and just buy lump sum, right?
Yeah.
And I think they have some bots running on Coinbase, and that's what they do. And I understand the logic of the other coin, like you said, like it seems logical and smarter to actually take a breath of fresh air before you start spending the money, right? But there is something that I think the reason why they do what they do is because if they can only raise money in basically high frothy periods, right? That's usually when they're doing the ATMs. Like they can do the ATM whenever, but they prefer to do it in real frothy moments when Bitcoin's really running. And they want to compound that frothiness so that they can go right back to the ATM. So if they raise money, they want to get it into the market and they want the public to know that they've bought a bunch of Bitcoin and they want to go in and let the market, like the actual real market participants, because like what happens if Sailor goes to an OTC desk, literally before that ticket's settled, you can be guaranteed that everyone in the industry know that Sailor just bought 500 million of Bitcoin. Like because it goes, he shops it around at desks or he goes to a certain desk that have so many employees. By the time that ticket is even closed and definitely before it's settled, that news has reverberated to all the crypto hedge funds, to all the trading desks, everyone. And it literally is a compacting factor. And so,
Yeah.
and it basically kind of drives the fervor in the market for more people to buy and to bid it up. And then he
Yeah.
goes right.
Sailors out there, sailors buying.
Yeah, he
Yep.
goes right back out to the ATM to sell even more at a frothier price, right? So like that like, but I'm not saying like that's what he's doing, right? But is there a solution that could
But
be
the
a bit of both of those things? Yes, definitely.
100%. He actually had the right original solution back in 2020 where you said it, Magoo. He had his own bots on Coinbase that were essentially DCAing automatically for him. He should have never turned that off. Like, yeah, absolutely. If Bitcoin's super volatile in the next bull market and all, he's getting these like lumpy cash infusions from selling of the shares and I'm sure it's going to be uneven. Like, wow, this week we raised 500 billion or 500 million. Last week we raised 100 million. Next week we raised 400 million. Yeah, it's going to be lumpy, but like he should have the auto bot DCAers on Coinbase running for him. And then if he wants to make press release splash buys, that's always an option too. But same reason why there's a certain level of confidence for people seeing like, wow, Stretch has 2 years of runway in its USD fund. There will also be a similar level of confidence if they look and see, wow, MSTR has 2+ years of runway or 3+ years
For
of runway or
buys, right?
whatever for buys.
And he could
Exactly.
actually buy the dip instead of having to just destroy the common at
Yes.
the worst time. But that again, you're saying things that are logical and smart, and that is
Right.
above what these people do, right?
Right.
I mean, since
Because watch.
STRC launched, which
Yeah.
was July 20th or something last summer, MSTR's traded down 11 months out of 12 months. It's like
Yeah.
this is not, you can just look, right? And
Yeah.
that same time, whenever that earnings call happened when they announced Stretch, like that was when the S&P like rebalancing of whatever companies got taken out and put back in. That's when that company SanDisk, well, I mean, obviously, like if you ever had a fucking hard drive or micro SD card or anything, obviously you know what SanDisk is. But SanDisk got included, and all those fucking Saylor simps are like, ah ha ha, what the fuck is SanDisk? I can't believe MSTR didn't get in. Who the fuck is SanDisk? Turns out SanDisk is the highest returning stock of like the last 10 years, and MSTR is down 85%. And it was mostly
Yep.
those true North retards that are like, what the, like Jeff Punter, whatever the fuck. Oh,
Yeah.
what the
Jeff
fuck? Can't
Hunter.
believe SanDisk got in. Who the fuck is SanDisk? And it's like, well, you're down 85%. They're up 4,500%.
He was. I'll. I'll never. I've got it bookmarked forever. But he was reply guy ratioing me in November 2024 when MSTR was having its blow off top. Literally, maybe 5 or 10% from its literal top. He was ratioing me saying how this was a completely different paradigm. MSTR in 2024 is nothing like 2021.
1080 calls, 1080
It's
Who?
calls,
going so
1080
much higher.
calls.
Who?
Jeff Punter.
Oh God,
I'll share it up, but like
that
it's
guy
so
has to be one of the
embarrassing.
biggest retards of the cycle.
No, but this is why my point though is this is why you also can like Strive and AST, that is uninvestable. You can't touch SATA either because those dum dums they bought out True North with like this massive golden parachute to put them as employees or whatever bullshit, and also bought out Semler Scientific for their Bitcoin. Like, we give Saylor and Strategy a lot of shit, but the smaller Strive and Sata,
Yeah, they're dumber.
they're worse. They're
Yeah,
dumber.
look at them all. Like that. There's Metaplanet. There's Nakamoto. There's 21. Like like every Bitcoin treasury company's down at least 80%, and the worst one's down 99.7%. Like that tells you the story.
Yes, but as you know, when you're down 97%, you can only go down another three.
No,
So
dude, David Bailey went down 90% and then another 70%.
yeah, 90. Yeah, the classic 90, then another
I think he
70.
might actually have Michael Saylor beat on who can go down 99% twice.
I know. I made a tweet like he went down 90% and then went down 80 and then went down 60. It's something retarded. Like going down 99.7% is like literally like miles different than going down 80%. Like it's kind of like crazy.
Whenever Nakamoto's merger happened, he posted about how happy he was. And I commented and I said, your stock's about to go down 50%. He goes, short it and post receipts. Down
Oh
99% since
God.
then.
What? How much? Like, I think you pointed out a month ago, Magoo, that he's between a rock and a hard place. He's got debt that's due soon. Like,
He
Strategy's debt's not
he
due till
took
2028,
he
but he's
took the
got
smart he took the smart decision out and
oh,
he wound down some of that debt by selling Bitcoin. So he deleveraged himself. Like he was going to do something even dumber that I'm not going to tell you guys, but they made the smarter decision and sold some of the Bitcoin and deleveraged some of that Kraken loan. So they're in a better spot now than they were. So they don't have like an immediate risk of like going under. They're just down incredibly bad. Like they bought all their Bitcoin at
Same,
what was
same
that?
price as Sailor's STRC,
Yeah,
118.
118 or something. Yeah. So they're fucked. Like I don't know how much like revenue like this is the interesting thing about these treasury companies in the future for the ones that survive that actually end up having operating businesses. I'm semi interested to see how the dynamic works out to how you actually value a company like that. Like do you just value it as an operating company and then the Bitcoin assets just get added to the enterprise value. Like
Look at Coinbase. I mean, they make like
well,
what 1.8 billion a year in
yeah,
net
but they're
income.
not doing any like it. What I mean is not just holding Bitcoin on your balance sheet, but doing like financial bullshit with it, right? That's going to be the interesting part because I don't know if like well at least what Jack Mahler's saying now they're not going to be a Bitcoin treasury company. They're going to be an operating company that has Bitcoin on their balance sheet, right? Whatever the fuck that means,
So
right?
Tether.
So yeah,
Strike,
yeah,
strike.
strike basically, right? That basically I don't know if they even make money. I think they make money. I don't know how much they actually make though.
He's claimed that they privately have like almost 2,000 Bitcoin that they've just saved.
Yeah,
And
but that
then,
doesn't matter.
right.
21 has like 40,000
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
I'm
So
just talking
adding
about
two.
Strike. Strike privately, I would imagine they're around like $100 million a year business in revenue. No idea what the profits are on that, but like,
But that's the problem. I mean,
yeah,
I'm
you'll
sure
know, right?
I'm sure they make money.
But
I doubt they're
when that
profitable.
merger
I
when that
doubt they're
when
profitable.
that merger
You'll find
happens, we'll
out.
find out, and then you'll find out what the premium is on that multiple, and if it's just, and like then you'll
It
see
won't.
it won't be just, right? I
You
mean,
nothing. No,
I almost honestly, I almost guarantee they're not profitable because if they were,
why
they
would
would
he
just
be
IP.
doing this?
Right, they would
no.
just IPO. It would
I
be a
think
bigger
they
payday to
are.
IPO.
I think they are profitable, but by a small margin, like a very small margin.
If that was true, they would IPO because they would
No, they
get
can't.
such a
They're not
bigger
big enough.
payday.
So if you have like 100 million revenue and you have like a
Yeah.
$2-3 million run rate, like you're not being you can't
I
go
mean, it's like
public.
barely product market fit, to be
So
honest.
that's what I no
Okay.
exactly.
Mm,
You can have 100 million in revenue, but if you're only taking home like 3, 4, 5 million, you can't take that public.
Right, and what's the
Like,
growth on that
oh,
too? Are you
that's
going from
fair.
it's
100 to
it's
200 or?
probably flat. I bet you it's flat to down. So like realistically, like they have no
Definitely down right
perspective.
now.
They have
Yeah.
no realistic way of going public. It's the same reason why the like Nakamoto, why David did the reverse merger with Bitcoin Inc. and Bitcoin UTXO management. It's because those companies could never have went public by themselves. They needed this
Too
wrapper of the
small.
Bitcoin treasury, right? That's the only way that any of these people were ever going to get any type of exit liquidity. And that's what their thesis is, or their plan is, to leverage these Bitcoin treasury companies to reverse merger into their barely profitable Bitcoin only companies to get basically the shares for their shares, and then to be able to dump them on the market to have a liquid market.
Yeah, I mean, Jack got 12 million shares of 21 at a $15 strike price. Obviously, that's down and underwater, but like if that converted at 16, then he would be getting.
Yeah, but that's what he's getting for his payment. That's what they're paying him to be CEO. That's not what he's going to get when they merge into
Oh
Strike.
no, for sure, and that's over like a 2-year vesting schedule. My point is that he's got a $160 million comp package for just running this little scheme of XX whatever. 21.
That's actually better than Bailey's. Bailey, I think, is only getting paid 10 million. I have to go look at those documents, but he's not. His salary is not that much. Um,
This is
and
stock
then
based comp though. This isn't a salary. I think Jack's salary is only 600 grand, but he also doesn't do anything. He just makes like a weekly podcast and says
yeah,
nothing.
that's what these people are. They're mascots, right? Like I made
Yep.
this joke. I made this joke back when
Influencers.
you just need to have a mascot, right? You got a mascot for every Bitcoin treasury company out there, right? And that's what it is. You need your marketing head that's willing to say almost absolutely anything to sell your share price.
Which all the other guys have like pretty much nothing to lose because they're all idiots to begin with. But like with Jack, it's a little bit less clear on why he would do it, unless that 160
What
million
do you What
dollars
do
was
you
clear.
mean? It's so
No,
clear.
but how much of a blowback or negative impact could it have on
He
his
doesn't give
strike
a
business?
fuck. But no, it's not going to blow back at all. Like these people, like 99% of Bitcoin maxis are now fucking Bitcoin treasury company maxis. Like this is what this space has turned into. Anyone that's had any real principles have long left Bitcoin. Like they bought Bitcoin or mined Bitcoin in 2010, 11, and 12. They said "Hasta la vista, baby" fucking years ago. They went dark in the 2017 bull run. Like that was their, oh, I now am worth like 8, 9 figures, 10 figures in some cases. Like they just Asta Lavisa left. Now you're left with all the people that didn't get in early enough but got in early enough to be like an entrepreneur founder in Bitcoin in these companies that are still waiting for their exit payday liquidity. Like that's what it is. And most of the plebs on here and on this app are mostly people that bought in the 2020 bull market. Like there's a handful of people that are relatively from the 2017 bull market, but there's even less people before that. Like if you went into this space and looked through the whole list, like 90% of these people are like their cost basis is going to be over 30,000. So like, that's where there's no people that are left that are like truly like libertarian. There might be people that still have the principal belief that Bitcoin is going to change the world and all those things, but if they can make a quick buck while they do that, then so be it. And they're willing to shill fucking fiat garbage, then whatever.
Well, I feel like some of these guys they delude themselves. They tell themselves, well, this is a Bitcoin company of the future, and so that justifies this or that, whatever I'm doing. You
Dude,
know,
MicroStrategy is
No,
going to be the biggest bank in the world, dude. They're going to buy JP
see,
Morgan.
yeah, sure, whatever.
that's the things they
Yes,
tell themselves.
yeah. Like most people virtue signal. Like when it comes down to it, the reason why anyone owns Bitcoin, and this is how it's designed, you're owning Bitcoin for intuitive greed, your own greed. Like you think that it's going to go up in value, right? There's very, very few people that own Bitcoin that use it currently for the innate properties that Bitcoin has. Like that, like most
Mm.
people that live in the States are not using Bitcoin like I use Bitcoin. That's fucking for sure.
I don't know.
I think Jack Dorsey's
No,
been one of the better like advocates of Bitcoin
but
over the
Yeah.
he
last few
doesn't
years.
even live in the States. He lives in
Yeah, he
Costa
pieced
Rica.
out, bro. He's
Yeah,
my next door neighbor, dog.
I
So
seen him. Yeah, I seen him out there on the at the surfing in Tamarindo.
yeah, he's
Um, but no, I mean, I I own Bitcoin for the protection. I own AI and energy. That's greed. I know that's a trade, a medium term or a long term trade, but it's a trade. But Bitcoin for me, that's protection.
yeah, but what I don't mean like Bitcoin in the sense of a trade or a protection. I mean most people the only thing that matters to them is
Number
21
go
million.
up. Yeah, of
No,
course.
well, it's not even number go up. It's number go up by 21 million, right? Like,
Right. Hard
or
cap.
yeah, hard cap. That's what they're only interested in. Like, do you think majority of these people on this app are interested in using Bitcoin to skirt government sanctions or to skirt government taxation? Or to bypass KYC AML laws, or to bypass, well, you name it. Like, do you think majority of
Well,
people that
they
no?
have that. Fortunately, their lives don't need it. So you're right.
That's what I
That,
mean. In the
yeah.
states, they're just using their credit cards, right? They don't
Right.
need to do that, and so they don't have that desperate need for Bitcoin. So they view it just as an investment vehicle, and so they have no quorums with like their principles because they're not and haven't been in it for that. I don't want to call it like anarchist movement, but like that real libertarian principled view, which was around in 2010, 11, 12, and 14, even
That's
15.
what got me into it in the beginning. It was like guys that were cyberpunks that were really into tech
Yep.
in 20. I mean, I've been in software for 20 years, and these are the guys that were like, dude, you own gold, you own guns, you own ammo, you own Bitcoin. These are the things that you need to be sovereign. And now those people are gone.
Yeah, now you
No, they're
have
not. They're
Okay, they're
not
not gone, but
they're
gone.
they're
dark.
not on
They're
spaces.
offline.
They're yeah,
No,
they're
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 not on
off.
living
space.
their
But this
lives.
is a
Exactly.
exactly. But this is a they're still there. This is just a bubble. You know. This is our fun This is our digital conference room. This is our digital Zoom.
You own Bitcoin for safety and STRC for
Right.
income, right?
Oh man.
Right. um, but those got like kind of similar. I got my start because we were safeguarding, infrastructure, energy, government systems, and those guys they put me under their wing and said like, hey, well, have you ever heard of Bitcoin? This is the one thing that's global, it's digital, and we don't have to protect it, or at least the U.S. government doesn't have to protect it, and that's what got me hooked.
What do you mean they don't have to protect it? I thought we're running miners in nodes inside battle cruisers now.
Dude, it's the Cyber Hornets in Digital Manhattan. Oh,
Bro, digital space is real and you can go there. Oh my God.
dude, tell
Sailor.
that to my NFT Digital Manhattan mansion that I paid 50 ETH for. That's now worth $5.
I bought my digital condo with
Right.
my digital dividend.
Yes.
Bullish.
Scottie Pippen and Dr. Dre are my digital neighbors.
Yeah,
Snoop Dogg's the neighborhood behind me.
so going back to like the principle of Bitcoiners, like you literally have apparently someone who some people think is Satoshi, and he's going on live TV with self tanner on, chilling his fiat treasury company.
Yeah, that's embarrassing seeing that I'm back. These, I mean, we were embarrassed, and to be fair, he was the Sailor before Sailor of like embarrassment. Remember in 2021 with this ridiculous, thank God we're not talking about El Salvador anymore and Bitcoin Beach
Oh,
and
that
Bitcoin
wasn't really
Jungle.
him. That was like Max Kaiser and Samson
No,
Now.
it was Adam Back and Samson Mao for sure. And you're right,
Yeah,
Max Kaiser too. But like
I haven't liked I
those
haven't
old
liked I haven't
dudes.
liked Adam Back since his Blockstream days. Like I've disagreed
Yeah,
with almost everything that he's done since the moment I've ever heard his name, I think was in 2014, maybe 2013. But stuff that he was doing with Blockstream, they were just doing everything wrong. Oh, by the way, it turns out now that they were funded by Epstein as well. If you read the fucking Epstein documents, which is kind of
yeah.
hilarious.
He took interest in them. Yeah.
Interest in them, and Adam Back actually 100% visited Epstein Island. That actually happened. So there's that as well.
Maybe he was
Did
there
you?
with Sailor.
Yeah, maybe he was there with
Nah,
Sailor.
Sailor's too. That was the sad thing. Sailor is too creepy and intense
Yeah, he was a
to be
zombie on
invited.
drugs
Yeah,
with
it's
no
like this guy.
personality.
This guy, he's a vibe
The
killer. We can't
funniest
have
thing
him at
too
the
is whenever
party.
that leak came out and that quote and all the MSTR retards are like, "Oh my god, this makes me even more bullish because they thought he was an idiot and he wasn't a
The
creep." You're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, the funniest thing, this is the biggest disconnect in the market, and it's actually quite funny. So Sailor's propped up as basically, in all intents and purposes, the head of Bitcoin, right? Being the CEO or chairman now of strategy, to be the like basically the mascot and promoter of it. When in reality, and if you ask anybody who's actually talked to him, Sailor is probably going to be in the top two or three people that you ever meet that you fucking hate. Like he is the worst person that you could try to get along with. Like he's literally an arrogant fucking douchebag. Like that, like like to a T. And he tries to hide it in his interviews and act all bubbly. And then you see what his personality is actually like when he went on that podcast with Danny on what Bitcoin did. Like his real personality and his douchebag came out. Like
Even in that
Danny
BTC Prague interview where he was trying to justify him selling his Bitcoin, he's like, "Oh, the troll with Twitter, they told me not to sell your Bitcoin." And you're like, "Dude, he's literally like crashing out on stage and like can't handle himself.
Oh,
And
yeah, his leg
his
shaking
leg is
too.
shaking, freaking out. You're like, dude, this guy's about to combust."
I
I
know,
saw
like
those
literally.
videos. Like, holy shit! What's what,
So not,
restless leg
yeah,
syndrome?
yeah. The funniest thing is though, like someone put a montage together. So it goes from that stage in Prague of like, oh, I never said I wouldn't sell the Bitcoin. I said for you to never sell your Bitcoin. And then someone put a monologue or a montage to it of like 7 different videos of him saying they're never going to sell their Bitcoin. Like to gaslight people to say that you never said that is like hilarious. When there's all that video evidence, it's just like you're kind of retarded for taking that path of gaslighting.
And then they
It's
say
like,
things like, "Oh, this whole business is built on like trust and management." You're like, "What trust? You've literally given every opportunity to show that you're like trustworthy, and you've done the opposite."
Yeah. No, Don Bay said it well earlier. You're right. I've forgotten how many times they've gone back. I'm like, okay, we're never gonna sell shares below this amount. Okay, we're never gonna sell. Like they keep going. Every, on
The
it, you could go
goalpost
back to
changes every
2024.
3 months. They basically do like a,
Yeah.
a quarterly pivot and run into a wall, and then just do it over and over again.
Yep. No, that's absolutely right. It's like the goalposts just keep moving quarter after quarter, and now we've got a new one where, I guess we're gonna
It's not Bitcoin
endlessly
per share. It's
sell.
CEBE. It's not.
Right.
It's not MNAV. It's not just BTC per share. It's NAV per share. Like, dude, you guys are just fucking idiots.
Yeah.
You remember the MNAV to cover? Do you remember
MNAV to
that
cover.
statistic?
Wait, what? What is
You're
this?
so it's Adam Back. So basically, they're trying to somehow justify meta planets like fucking 14 MNAV. It was MNAV days to cover. It was like how much like it was a
Is this like a
retarded.
future implied MNAV?
Yeah, it's like a future implied MNAV of how much Bitcoin they've raised over the past month or something, and like it's fucking retarded. Like
That's
in
so dumb.
like well at its peak, I think Nakamoto had like a 45x MNAV.
But
It
that's because it
did.
was a
It
low
did.
float, right? It had like such. It was trading
Yeah,
like 3 to 4 times a
Yeah.
float on a daily basis because it was so
yeah.
small. And
It
then
was stuck
a
up in the
billion
40s.
shares, dump on the market, and he's like,
Yeah.
"This was all by design." You're like, okay.
Yeah, that's what you like, honestly you have to think that David Bailey is like the biggest fucking retard, or he's the biggest fucking mastermind and literally fucking planned
No,
this
no.
massive.
Magoo,
It's
didn't I
definitely
think I saw a
incompetence.
post that
It's
you made that was
absolutely.
about recommending he get a hair transplant?
Yeah,
Once that hair comes in, I might get a little bullish on him.
he actually did get the hair transplant. Like literally 8 months ago, I said the bull market isn't going to start until David Bailey gets a hair transplant. He actually goes and gets a hair transplant. That's the funniest part.
Mm, yeah.
That
No,
was definitely
It's
accretive. I think as a
it,
shareholder, you should be happy about that.
yeah. He paid for it with his salary. I bet.
Accretive to his
I
strands
mean,
per share.
the
Strands for hair.
The CEO is the head salesman.
I'm sorry,
So more
grafts per
hair on the
share.
head. That's
Remember that picture of David Bailey on that podcast where he was sitting in that chair and his back like curved to like a fucking like it looked like it went into a perfect parabola.
You're like, yeah, if your CEO doesn't look like this, you're definitely not going to make it.
Oh fuck.
No, but that's definitely incompetence. That's not evil mastermind genius. No, no, no. That's pure I want to top blast. I want to be the top blast candle all time high for the memes or the bragging rights? Question mark, question mark. Like, no, this is all pure incompetence. Starting from, I mean, you could go back years, but clearly since 2025.
Do people buy a physical magazine to read about Bitcoin?
No, there's no way anyone buys a physical magazine at this point.
He just buys it and sells it to himself and burns
I
them.
think so.
I bet some people bought it and framed it, put it on their wall. Like people have their little Bitcoin wall.
Remember, like guys, like this is what I don't understand. So, like, people thought Nakamoto was going to be successful after his previous shtick was rare sats and ordinals. Like, he went from rare stats and
He was
ordinals.
in that? I forgot he was. Oh
What do you
right,
mean he
he
was?
was. Oh yeah,
What do you
Bitcoin
mean?
Max.
Wait. What do you mean, Matt? He was in that. He was the guy. He created
Yeah.
rare sats.
I mean,
Like that was him.
you forget like yeah, but these people like I tune them out all Bitcoin bull market long. Like I pay no attention to these characters during the bull market in normal times. They're entertainment in these hilarious bear market, but like we got shit to do. We got money to make
The
in the bull
financial
market.
theater is definitely entertaining.
100%. But
The entertainment in the bear
I forgot
market's
about that.
amazing.
2024 having, you're right, he was, and it was driving Bitcoin Magazine employees crazy. People were like quitting over that shit because like we're shilling what now?
Yeah, that's when Mark quit and left.
You should
I
pivot
think.
into a digital magazine and then issue digital credit.
Digital,
Yeah, he should have issued
We're-
digital magazine. Fuck.
we need
Well,
that meme. Like, hear me out. Digital magazine.
fuck. Yeah, fuck. How about a car, but a digital car? Man, how fun! Like I shit my pants laughing at I laugh at my own jokes all the time. But the line today
The
where
repeg from
yeah,
that one was a banger.
yeah, I
What?
never said the company had to keep the stretch peg to 100. I said you have to keep it pegged. Oh man. Oh man.
I saw the other one, where like it's the
It
lady
was
screaming at the cat, and it's I think the lady was screaming like, "You said peg," and the cat says par. I said par.
Yeah, fuck the. Yeah, I don't know the Asian markets are getting fucking slaughtered. So I don't think tomorrow's markets are going to be any better for us, good boys.
Maybe sell some puts on SpaceX.
I shorted it, but I covered it already. Like it just got so retarded that I had to short it. I like I wouldn't short it here because it's getting included in the indexes shortly, and it will get rebalanced. So it might catch a bid. Honestly, if the market doesn't implode, it might catch a
Doesn't
bid.
the price have some influence on when the lockup starts or doesn't start?
There's a portion of it.
Yeah.
So if the share price is over 30% from IPO price, which I think technically now it is, or I have to look at that. It's 30%.
135. Yeah, it's right under that.
It's right under
Maybe
that.
like 170.
If it's over 30%, then they get more shares unlocked in the first unlock, which is after the first earnings, which I think
Like
is in
August?
August, I think.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a massive reason for people to keep the price in the 160s, basically. So that's why I wouldn't short it. And plus, you have the model, or not the model, but the index inclusions that are going to be forced buyers here over the summer and into after the summer, after Labor Day. So I wouldn't short it. I would wait for it to come back up. To be honest with you, like if you were going to short it, you should have shorted it at
Over
like two.
200, yeah.
Yeah, over 200,
I mean, I think the
220.
funniest narrative is all the like. I mean, again, I'm a pro Bitcoin person for 13 years, still bullish. Just not. It's not my only asset by a long shot. But the people who think, oh, all the SpaceX people are gonna make their first $1 million, they're gonna rotate it into Bitcoin. You're like, no,
Yeah, they're
these
retarded.
people are gonna probably buy
No.
their first $400,000 house, pay off a mortgage, buy their
Yeah.
mom a car, pay taxes for the first time, and they're gonna go just chill and be thankful that they actually made money. They're not gonna be like, let me go roll that into something that like I have no fucking clue about because I'm just like a
No,
welder.
they're gonna go to the safest shit. They
Of
made
course.
life-changing
Yeah,
money.
they don't
This
need
is
Bitcoin.
no, they're gonna buy the two or three
S&P,
trust funds for the
CPI,
kids.
Boo. Yeah,
Exactly.
simple shit.
Yep, they're gonna and it's not just the employees. Like, okay, fine, the hedge funds and the private money and those family offices, they're gonna roll all that profit into the next
It's going to
10 to
AI and it's
20.
going to go into AI and
Yeah,
memory and compute.
10, but yeah, but they're or the next 10 to 20 to 50 new venture plays. They're not
Right,
going to
right,
roll.
right.
It doesn't go into Bitcoin. It goes into the next future startups that
Now they're
they're
going to start
bullish on.
raising family offices, their first fund. They're
Right.
going to go diversify. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. This is not like look, Bitcoin catches a bid certainly from like, whatever that is,
No,
1% or
all the gold.
5%
Everybody's going to sell gold and silver. They're all going to buy Bitcoin.
no, not at all.
Yeah. Speaking about retards, I know we shat on Saylor and BitPain a bit, but the next person that we need to shit on is that some grain of salt guy who's
Oh
like,
my
Oh,
god.
he's a moron.
he's so fucking retarded.
His head is so far up Sailor's ass that he's looking through his eyes. This guy, uh, he liquidated. He lost more money on expired, worthless calls on MSTR in 2024 than most people will make in their
He said he
lifetime. We're
lost
talking
40,
like
45
tens.
mil, no, 45 million.
Well, it's tens of millions. Well, see, now I wonder if that's
Which
real or
means it was
notional.
probably like 10. Yeah.
Exactly. I bet that was notional. He probably
Oh, that
lost
was
5 million
that
or 10
guy?
million.
That
Yes,
was
Yeah.
in his
yes,
profile was him in a car?
yes.
Yes.
Oh, that was him?
Is
He
it
was
him in a
buying 1080
car? I thought it's a
calls.
different. I
How,
think it's a
how,
different profile picture.
No, he used to
how,
have a picture, I think, of him in like a Porsche because he was like
yeah.
tracking it or something.
Oh,
So
that's so
how
boomer.
does someone this
My dad
stupid,
has. That's so
how does
boomer.
someone this stupid have $10 million to lose?
They made that on
I think he
MSTR and then
made.
rolled it into
Yeah,
more.
I think he had some. He had whatever tradfi money business. He had a little. He had money before he ever heard of MSTR and
So I
Bitcoin.
say, I ask again, how does someone this retarded get that kind of money?
He probably sold his little dentistry or some. I think he comes from software, but he probably sold his stake in his business, and he had 7 figures, 8 figures, and
I'd shoot myself in the head if I lost $10 million on MSTR. Losing $10
yep,
million on Bitcoin, sure. On MSTR,
And then
yep.
doubling down and making it your whole like identity to like stand behind
Yep.
Saylor and try to like be like his like cheerleader and go defending him on the internet all the time. You're like, dude, you lost
Yep.
like generational wealth to some people and you're still here trying to like chase the downtrend.
Top blasted it,
and
and it
he's
can do no
fucking
wrong. Can
his
do
pinned tweet is literally an armchair CEO suggestion to Sailor and Fong on how to fucking
He
what
was
they
on
should do.
Spaces the other day saying, "Well, you know,
yeah.
Sailor does follow me. It's not like we DM and text, but like he sees my tweets. So I post these tweets and I mention him. I know he sees them. I'm like, dude, are you okay mentally?
I
But
don't I don't think he is okay.
his suggestions are terrible. I truly hope Sailor does not listen because his
Yeah,
ideas
just dilute
were
5 billion
absolute.
in cash up front. Then let's
Yeah.
do this and that. It'll be really accretive. Like, dude, you guys are just quit jerking, dude. You're doing it with sandpaper. It's starting to hurt.
But no, but it was Grain and that Zen guy who put his whole trading portfolio into Stretch at $93. Like they were holding court in a massive space just the other day or two.
The CEO of
Um,
Strategy just bought fucking $1 million at like 93. He's gonna hold it back up to par, maybe.
I know. So think of it this way. So this is like Joe. His whole comment about they should
so
take
dumb.
300 million. So the CEO just virtue signaled that he bought 1 million and it went down another fucking 10%.
Yep.
Like if they try to buy $300 million of Stretch, it doesn't matter if they take away $300 million or whatever it ends up being on a yearly basis of liabilities. They're not moving the Stretch price.
300 million is about 3% of what the
Yep.
market cap is. It's
Yep.
gonna have
Yeah,
zero
and
impact.
so they're just going to waste
So
their dividend
right.
stockpile on nothing.
Well, but that was my point. So if the total market cap of Stretch is what 10 billion or
Yeah, a little
even
bit.
8
Just
maybe.
a little bit less, yeah.
Okay, let's call it 10 billion. And their total runway is 1.5 billion, right? So even if you could spend your total runway of 1.5 into 10 billion, it won't do a damn thing. And then guess what?
You got
Tomorrow
no more money.
you
Yeah.
got zero money for the dividend. So that thing is going straight to zero. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. You blasted 1.5 billion into the sun. And now also, don't forget MSTR. Everyone's lost confidence in this stupid move you just pulled. MSTR is going straight through $50, probably on its way to 35 or lower. Like everyone is going to see this as the next biggest idiotic move you've done. In a bear market, cash is king. Cash is king. You treat nickels like they're manhole covers. You do not burn money for anything. Cash is your ability to survive any bear market. The more you have, the longer you live. And to the idea that like, oh, I know, we're going to spend our entire cash fund of 1.5 billion to buy back shares, but the silly Stretch is 10 billion market cap. What's the fucking point?
Yeah, there is no point. Like it actually probably does more damage than good, and that's why
Tell it to Lawyer Joe. He seems to think somehow I don't
I
understand
think I
math.
think
I don't
Joe's
know.
probably underwater and he needs some help. Like,
Probably.
I'm not even joking. He definitely
He
fucking
probably owns it at 90. He probably owns it at 90.
unbelievable. No one's been better at predicting price calls than Joe, and let me tell you that.
Pretty much any one of these guys that
Uh,
are like, if they're cheerleading for like the week or the month, it's pretty much a time that I always short any of these treasury companies because it's anytime they're cheerleading, it's always like, and this of course it's the same guys that are like, you need to be long time preference, but then they're talking about daily moves. Look, we outperformed
yeah, they'll
Bitcoin.
tweet on the day
We
chart.
look, Bitcoin's up 2%. We're up 4%. Look, oh, you're like, yeah, but you're down
Look at
90%.
this bounce.
Like,
Look at this intraday
Most
bounce.
people,
These
most
guys are up.
people would be better off served buying Bitcoin and not looking at it for a long time. Like not
For sure.
like if you're gonna buy, let's say you're an average trade five fuck and you have a 401k or whatever it is, like buy iBit or whatever the lowest cost is, which would be Morgan now. Um, literally,
0.25.
yeah,
Lowest cost.
no more.
Yeah.
Stanley's is lower, is it not?
I think
No, no,
it's,
no.
oh
Goldman.
yeah, that's right.
Goldman's is
Also,
lower.
you actually do have some
Yeah,
benefits, more benefits by
but
holding
like
that.
5 basis
You can
points.
do some, asset-backed loans through if you have a,
Yeah, but
a
I'm just
big boy
talking about like
portfolio.
if you're your average,
IBIT's on more
if you're
platforms
your
though.
average,
IBIT's on more platforms.
if you're your average retail, literally just put IBIT in your 401k and don't look at your 401k until you retire. Like so many more people would be better off than like honestly like 90% of the people should not be looking at your brokerage account until you get your statements. Like to be completely honest with you, like sure, if you're a savvy investor and you're making like let's say tactical moves and let's say you're making I don't know 10 trades in a quarter, okay, maybe you should be looking on daily. Like if you're like a day trader and you're just like tactically moving in and out on like a weekly basis, 99% of those people lose money. One, but like the aggregate 99% of people should not be trading. They should literally just be buying and holding and not even looking at the price and just forgetting about it and not even coming onto this app. Because I can guarantee you, everyone who's on this app who is in Bitcoin Twitter, they definitely probably see the price of Bitcoin like probably like 10 times a fucking day. Like even if they're not looking at it, like it's now with Elon putting these tickers everywhere, like I see the stretch ticker probably 30 times a day minimum. Like minimum. So like these people are like hyper focused on like and this is I think this is a huge disservice to the younger generation, especially when it comes to investing in their attention span. Like it's in their face all day every day to where they think they need to make a move. They don't, right? And this is the same thing with Saylor. Saylor doesn't need to do fucking anything right now. That best move for Saylor is to do nothing, literally nothing. Don't do an ATM. Don't raise or move the dividend. Don't do anything. You got nothing but time. You got at least 2 or 3 months.
9 months.
We have
9
9 months,
plus months.
9 months,
Yeah.
but like you don't have to.
9 months if he never 9 months if they never raise the dividend.
Yeah.
That's
Why
fair.
doesn't their
No, I
actual
don't even.
company
But
grow?
also 9 months if they never do another ATM, which
Yeah.
we know they will do. We know they
Do you
will
think
do
that there would be any
constantly.
benefit to the share price or value to external stakeholders or people potentially interested in investing if let's say that their core operating business somehow had an overhaul and they went from being like a $400 million a year SaaS or whatever they are
Yeah.
to like 600 or 700?
For sure.
Yes.
For sure. My dream scenario
Is for
was that
Sailor to
some
glaze
company
me. Oh.
no was some company like AutoZone to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Like that was my like
Why
something
doesn't PayPal
something that's
should do
uncorrelated.
that in my opinion?
Something
PayPal's like
but yeah, exactly.
8 PE
Something
at the moment.
uncorrelated. Yeah, but something that's free cash flow positive, that's uncorrelated to Bitcoin in any way, and they have, I don't care. It doesn't even have to be
Okay,
100%, but
here's
like say
my
50%
my
or
idea.
75%,
Here's
50% or 75% of the balance sheet is in Bitcoin, and
okay,
they're making money.
here's my strategy. Berkshire Hathaway puts their $100 billion T-bill portfolio. The interest goes into Bitcoin. How's that sound?
They put all 100 billion in a stretch.
That'd be smart.
No,
No,
they do the
no,
opposite. They short stretch. No, but all the
they love
income that they're getting through their T-bill portfolio, which I think now is like 130 billion or whatever the fuck it is.
for
They
sure.
just put it into Bitcoin. But that's not going to happen until Warren dies, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's got to kick
He's
it.
got to
He's
kick
got to
it
kick it.
first, which I
Yeah.
seen him recently, not in person, obviously, but he's really going downhill.
Yeah, I mean, sad guy. Didn't he have like uh cancer, unfortunately?
Well,
He like
everyone has cancer.
they were well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, yeah, but he retired, but like he retired for obvious reasons. Like if he was still mentally there, he wouldn't have retired. He's retiring because he's just not all there anymore. And even at the last shareholder meeting that he was sitting in the crowd, when they were asking him questions, it was like, okay, he hung up the boots at the
Yeah.
right time, respectfully, like one of the best investors ever. But yeah, whether or not he dies soon, that's a different question. Like I have somehow my grandfather's still alive. The motherfucker, he's completely gone mentally. Like he doesn't even know who I am, but that motherfucker will tell you what it was growing up in the Great Depression. That's for sure. Like he can still like literally hold conversations. He just doesn't know who anybody is.
Yeah.
And he's I think he's almost born in the 20s. So he's pretty fucking old. So and he's there
Yeah.
he's there physically. He walks, he does everything. He knows everything. He just doesn't know people. Like he doesn't know who his grandkids are. He doesn't know who his kids are. He doesn't know who his great grandkids are. But he can still. It's funny how people go. Like they just go in the weirdest
It is
ways.
tough. It is tough. Like my grandmother, sweetest lady. Like she's still super fit and in shape. Outdoorsy, loves to hike and stuff. But yeah, it's the mind. Like at just recent family reunion earlier this summer, she introduced my wife to my brother. She's like, "Oh, so you should meet Matt's brother, so." And like, yeah, we were all. That was my best man at the wedding, but like, yeah, grandma. But yeah, it's tough and physically super fit, could easily live another 10, maybe 20 years, but like you can't help but notice the mind, and it's
I
rough.
always have that debate in my head. Ironically, is like, would I prefer for my body to go before my mind, or would I prefer my mind to go before my body? And I like bounce back and forth.
Mind. I think it's mind. I think it's because like if the mind starts to like you're if you're happy and you have your needs met, like you don't it's painless in a way. But like if think about it, if like what if you were sharp as ever and you become a paraplegic? Like that's cruel. That's like worse.
Yeah,
You're a prisoner in your own body.
yeah, like ALS. Rest in peace, Satoshi.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, are we cool? Like, can we all just admit it was Hal Finney now? Are we all like,
No,
we're all
because
good now?
everyone's still ain't
It
gay.
was Hal Finney.
Everyone's so
No, it was
gay. Well, it was, but everyone's so gay.
but it really
It really
was.
was. But like they don't want
Right.
people talking about it because like his wife is still alive and they don't want to put them in danger. Like
Which is smart.
which is
It is
smart,
smart.
but like
That's smart.
it was definitely I think that there was probably actually more than one person, but I think Hal was the person that was actually writing the code.
For sure. And a lot of those conversations, he's just talking to himself to obfuscate the tracks. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
too many coincidences there,
Way too many.
right? That the only thing is though, like it is that would be an interesting dynamic that if it really becomes the zeitgeist that Satoshi is known, that obviously his descendants, um, it brings into question about is there or was there a secession plan, and if those keys were available and are going to be moved at some point in the future.
Yeah, I mean that old narrative will be evergreen. Like, what if quantum ever unlocks it? What if relatives ever have access to it?
No, but I
You
think it
know,
makes it more real if we all collectively say
if we,
yes, Hal
yeah,
was Satoshi, and yes, his wife is still alive. It gets a lot more real, right? Like, well,
but I mean, well, in your heart of hearts, do you actually think his wife? Like, it seems like I don't want to say lost it forever, but it's or burned it on purpose, but it doesn't seem like that. Even she has any access to anything. You know.
no, it doesn't. On the surface, it doesn't look that way at all. Um, you think that he would have left her
Yeah,
more
a nest
a
egg, a
nest
little
egg, a little
something.
something.
Yeah,
But who?
that's tough.
Yeah, that is tough. It's interesting that he decided to get frozen as well. Um,
Yeah, just in case,
just in,
just in case we, you know,
with ALS, it would be interesting if like literally Satoshi woke up in the year like 2100 and awoke into like Bitcoin is like the global fucking standard.
We'll put him in the Optimist 5. We got him an
Yeah, give him a robot.
AI brain.
Yeah, I think the biggest risk, and it's probably going to be unlikely that any of those people are ever resuscitated, mainly because when you free somebody, the process and the crystals that get formed in your brain, they basically destroy your brain.
Yeah.
So,
Just like you can ice damage meat when you try to freeze
oh
it.
yeah, like freezer burn. Yeah, it's like freezer burn on the brain. It will be interesting.
That's not coming
Yeah,
back.
the more likely scenario is they don't revive the said person and cure them. The more likely scenario would be that they're able to scan the brain and actually remove the memories from it and literally port, no pun intended, port that person into a computer. Um, that's the honest.
While they're still alive, you think? Yeah.
No, that's no. Well, they're dead. Like literally. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I think that's more.
There's no brain
No,
activity.
there isn't. But if you preserve the brain and if you can add an electrical charge to it, like because all the brain is basically it's neurons and chemicals, right? That are basically
Right.
chemically storing. It's literally like a chemical hard drive, right? If you're able to decode essentially the blueprint, if you will, to how the brain stores and accesses memories and data and information, and you're able to do that scan of a brain, whether it's frozen or not frozen, and you can just port that to a fucking robot, I think that's more likely in the future. Like this could be 1,000 years in the future. I think that's more likely than them resuscitating a frozen person and bringing them back to life in the organic body that they were frozen in.
Right on.
Just with the current process, like the way that they freeze people today, like there's no way biologically coming back from that. Realistically, it will preserve your body, that's for sure. But are you going to be able to restart your brain after it's literally had ice crystals literally formed throughout the brain? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either. No.
Right?
That's
You
gonna be
need
tough.
an external way to scan the brain of all the chemical pathways in the neurons to a point where you can replicate it outside of that current structure without turning it back on. Right. And I don't even, we have no idea how the brain actually fucking works. So we have no idea if that's like even in the realm of like making sense. On that note, I'm out of here.
I think we solved it. Right, Tal?
Did you guys call up Saylor and give him the solution so we can get this bull market back on track?
I did the
Yeah, we good.
I did the
Sorry,
opposite.
go ahead.
I did the opposite. I said don't do anything.
Yeah, but that was the good advice. We said sit on your hands, don't do
Yeah, I
anything.
don't care what we do.
Not
Just get this
positive
bull
he's going to
market back
follow
on
that.
track, man. I'm really getting tired of this. I'm really getting frustrated, guys.
Oh no, I know. I listened to a space the other
Oh.
day where Tao was like depressed and he was telling us no matter what happens, he's selling the next bull market and he's gone forever.
What are we depressed about?
All right, guys.
Oh my god, not another bear market.
Hey, I was taunting the Bears last bear market. Remember, Magoo? All the way
Yes.
from like 60 whatever K all the way down to 20K.
Yeah, but what
And you were
happened,
like,
bro?
dude, right? You're like, dude. If I keep on taunting, I was responsible for the bear market because I just kept taunting it lower and lower and lower, which
It's
was actually
true.
good for
Yeah.
everybody because I bought the bottom, $15,800. So
Yeah, but then you bought more at 100,
Yeah, but you
130K.
no,
you but
not that much. I bought very less once we went hit above 100K. So I'm good
you
there.
bought all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stuck to your guns. I give you that.
Oh yeah.
It's funny if you. I love running that DCA, but yes, if you started in January 2022 and ended in January 2023, just DCA'd the same amount the entire year, you still ended up with like a 23K, 24K Bitcoin average, which looks really good, really good.
Yeah.
3-4 years later.
At
Buying,
this
but
moment,
Just the brain dead DCA from literally 50 and 40K all the way down to 15. You still ended out
exactly.
great.
Exactly.
Absolutely great.
Yes, that's all you had to do. And then I think starting to DC now as well at 60K and below. So let's
yeah,
go.
below
You're gonna
60K
be
is a good
that's
buy.
smart.
Yep.
Right, yeah, just right here. Yeah.
I do feeling that like if I think everything hinges here in the next couple weeks on if we have the weekly close below 60. If the weekly close is below 60, then you're literally just inviting basically lower 50s. 53 to basic down to 53 basically.
I would not be so next week. Next week is jobs. So this week everyone got real.
What did I tell you last
What?
time you fucking started talking about jobs, about Bitcoin? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
It matters that
It didn't
as
matter
long as
last
it's not bad
time.
news. It
No,
did.
it didn't. No, it didn't.
All we want is no bad news. So it will matter if it's bad news. You're right. Good news doesn't pump us back to 90 or 100. It's not going to happen. But bad news, the floor can fall out.
I think
100%.
we want bad
I
news
agree.
so that this is what it, Matt,
Mm,
I think if jobs come in hot, I think Bitcoin goes down. If the jobs come in weak, Bitcoin goes down. If the jobs come in line, Bitcoin stays flat.
what I was going to jump to is I think I agree with you that the next CPI report is probably going to be the high watermark.
Yeah.
And hopefully, if that's the high for the
When's
year,
that come out?
then we can move away from. I think it's the following week. It's the week right after.
That's what I'm worried
So
about.
that's that. Well, that's the one. But like, if they can look, as long as oil, is in the 70s or even the 60s, hopefully they can look through one hot CPI and see that it's probably coming down for the rest of the back half of this year, for the next 6 months.
That might be wishful thinking.
Well,
And it
yeah.
doesn't look like the clarity is even going to be voted on until like the last week of July.
Okay.
So we still have like literally 4 weeks of down only.
That's okay. Like, we were waiting.
We are staying
You know.
fairly resilient here at the 60K area. Like
Yeah.
we've bounced, like we've hit this area now basically 3 times. It's just that if we do lose this area, like it ain't good. Like it basically invites
Yeah.
low
But
50s.
but the 50s, the high, throughout the 50s, this is where the whales have been swimming ever since February, all 2026 long, and like, I'm no whale, but um, people have been looking at the 200 week and in the high 50s and call it 60K. And why would anyone move their bids up? No one's FOMOing. Everyone's staying patient. Everyone realizes, like, hey, these bear markets are typically a year long. So I'm not shocked that, knock on wood, Bitcoin seems to be holding here yet again.
For now.
For now, well, yeah, if they start talking rate hikes, well, shit.
I'm not super bearish, but I think we could see like lower 50s. Like
And then when
Yeah.
we get to
Are
lower
you in? Are you in
50s,
anything,
if we're at lower 50s,
Tau
like who's
or?
selling? Like who the heck would be selling at
you
lower
don't need the
50s?
sellers, you just need no buyers.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's true. Because people, yeah, people don't want to
Forcing
buy either.
crypto's all crypto's selling. That boy, every time Bitcoin tickles 59 or even 58, all the rest of crypto takes another leg lower. But fortunately, that's good because as crypto dumps out, a lot of that money finds its way to Bitcoin and stablecoins. So
Yeah.
do you own anything else, Magoo? Besides, like, you sitting in? I know you were short SpaceX, but you're out of that. Are you in anything AI? Are you in
No, I
anything?
sold
Are
my
you taking stabs at this?
My AI stuff just before the SpaceX IPO
Gotcha.
or the week before or whatever. I sold my AI stuff. Literally sitting in my brokerage account, I have literally like Campbell soup.
Nice. Nice.
As like I bought it just because I seen it how fucking beat up it was. I'm like, oh, this is a buy. 7% dividend to wait for Campbell's Soup to get a better valuation. I'm in, baby.
What's this? Let me look that
I,
up. What's this PE? What are we
it's
talking
super
about?
low, dog. It's what do you mean? What's his
I'm
PE? It's
sure.
fucking Campbell's Soup, dog.
6? I bet it's like 6,
No,
right?
it's a little bit higher.
Something.
It's like 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like 10.
Oh, that's pretty low.
It's
The Campbell's
Yeah,
Company?
Campbell's Company. Yeah, it just got smoked for whatever reason,
Yeah.
and basically it has a 7%
Yeah.
dividend at this point.
Whoa, it's only when did it become a 6 billion market cap? That's so tiny. 6
Well, it
billion?
went down fucking whatever percent from the peak.
Oh.
From the peak, Campbell's Soup is down 66%.
Oh my, oh, whoa. Yeah, this used to be a 50 billion, 60 billion market cap. Now it's 6.
Yeah.
Whoa. What
Yes.
happened in the last 5 years?
Yeah, so basically,
Jeez.
at least from my 3 seconds of due diligence on Campbell Soup, they have been getting beat out by competitors that are offering this literally the same soup for cheaper.
Oh,
Like the no name
ouch.
brands,
Yeah.
like that. That's who they people are like. If I'm because Campbell Soup is like recession food. So like if you're gonna spend like, should I buy the 99-cent no name or should I spend $1.89 on the Campbell? And people are like, well, I'm
Ouch.
drinking and eating piss already. So what does it matter? So let me just get the 89-cent piss, right?
I can buy 2 of them.
That's literally
Right.
why they've been getting beat
Yeah.
out. But it's at such a super
Oh,
low valuation that I bought some on the super low, like literally $20. I bought it's up already. I'm up like 8%, but like I just bought it for kind of a joke. It's not a huge position. It's like I don't know. It's like $60,000 or $70,000 position, but it's Campbell Soup. You can't get any more boring. And I bought it and forgot about it. Literally the last like 2 or 3 weeks, and I was looking at my brokerage account, and I'm like, oh fuck, I have. Because I was putting in limit orders, and then I fucking I got Campbell Soup, but I held on to it. I haven't sold it. It's paying a dividend, so I'm not in any really rush to sell my Campbell Soup. It's kind of a meme for me now at this
oh
point
yeah.
that I'm in Campbell Soup. I was in Nike there for a bit, but my thesis was not playing out.
Oh no. Yeah. I the valuation is I mean, they seem to be losing market share and the valuation was probably like Campbell Soup. It was probably way too
Yeah,
expensive
I
in
actually
2023 and 2024.
I actually made some money on it, like very small amounts of money, and I sold it. But then it's literally done worse. My thesis was I bought it. I talked about this. I bought it back in like March and April when it had that huge
Mm-hmm.
correction, and I'm like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm buying it for the World Cup narrative of basically increased sales and narrative and marketing going into the World Cup. And I sold it. I bought it for like I think 55 or 56, and I think I sold it for I think like 69. So I made like a few percentage points on it, but I thought it was really going to run going into the World Cup. And when I didn't see that happening last year, I like this time, I'm like, fuck, like no, no thanks. Like it's not happening. So I sold the fuck out of it.
Right on.
But it's just been down only. It's like, and it's still overvalued. Like it's still at like a 28 PE.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah,
It's too
I
much.
had some what else did I have? I had some Salesforce that I bought down at the very bottom, which I thought was the bottom, and then
It had a
I sold it for break even, and now it's like even lower.
I was sharing you that chart. Like, oh, I mean, you're right. It looked like, everyone was getting super excited about like, oh, I'm going to buy the bottom of ServiceNow and I'm going to buy the bottom of Salesforce, and they all had a little pop back on previous
Yeah.
earnings, and then new lower
Yep.
low.
Exactly. And
New
I
lower
sold it
low.
not I sold it on the way down on that pop. I literally pretty much broke even on it. And then
Yep.
same was Microsoft. I bought Microsoft in the 360s and I sold it in like 430. And the last 4 weeks now, it's just been down only, making a new low.
Yep.
Eh,
Yeah, software is in the shitter. Services have been in the shitter. Really, the only thing that's doing well is energy, AI,
Memory,
obviously, and
memory.
well, I would put memory in AI. That's part of the
Yeah, but
the
today
AI
memory's been
umbrella.
doing really well. AI hasn't.
That's fair. That's
Today, at
fair.
least.
Well, it's all because of Micron's amazing
What happens
earnings.
when the AI bubble? Like,
I'm in
I think
Micron
the memory companies, when AI finally busts, and I have no idea when that's going to be, those memory companies are going to fucking implode.
for sure.
Right.
Yeah, they'll come all of a sudden. They're insane 0.3 and 0.5 peg ratios. It'll explode to 3 and 5 peg. You know, like these earnings expectations look incredible because every Mag 7 and big AI company is spending as much as they can to win, quote unquote, win the AI race. But when Meta drops out, or when Microsoft drops out, or when OpenAI and Anthropic go public and they're not getting more and more VC rounds, so therefore they literally can't spend more and more on capex. Some things have to slow somewhere.
Yeah.
So
SanDisk is insane. Like, it's literally up like 6,000% in a year.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
I mean,
insane.
but in the meantime, like I'm loving it. I've been in Micron since the 300s, and now that's up almost
I I
4x.
I had some SanDisk I bought in roughly around March this year, and I bought it. And I think my average was like five something. Um, and that's when I thought, because that's when it went from basically $30 to 500. And
Yep.
I literally in March I was like, oh my god, am I really gonna have to retard max this? I'm like, I'm so late to this AI trade that like I'm just gonna lose money. And so I forced myself to be a retard and to buy in a fairly decent sized AI portfolio, thinking that I was about to get fucking rolled over with a steamroller. I was up like 80% in like 3 months. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
retard level. And then I sold, I think, a week or two. I'm not even 2 weeks before the SpaceX IPO, and I sold all my AI stuff. Like AI could still run like retarded, like over the next 6-7 months. Like, I just made a
For
retard
sure.
max trade and made 80% on a decent size of a portfolio and said, fuck it. I made my money. I'm not getting greedy.
No,
I think,
I think honestly, big picture, long term, I think we're getting to the point where buying Bitcoin at, let's just call it 60K. Buying Bitcoin at 60K probably gives you a faster 2x and 3x than buying some of these AI names that we've been talking about at whatever
yeah.
valuation. Like it's all about, like, yes, the performance year over year of these semiconductors has been eye popping, incredible. Just wow, some of the fastest 5x's and 10x's you've ever seen. But that was in the past, and now we're in the law of large numbers. Um, much of the Mag 7 is negative on the year. We're 6 months into 2026, and a lot of the Mag 7 are negative. Microsoft is having a worse, almost as worse bear market as Bitcoin is.
Yeah.
It's actually, if we look at this big picture, um, there's a lot of stocks out there that have rolled over or already in a bear market too, and the winners are getting fewer and fewer, and so, like, yeah, make that money while you can. I am, but we're getting to the point where, like, it's just looking greedy, and don't skip Bitcoin's bear market while it lasts.
Yeah, the only thing I'm afraid of, if equities actually do go into a bear market, like how wrecked is BTC going to be? That's the
For
only thing
sure.
I'm worried about.
For
Like
sure.
for example, like if the Nasdaq has seen the yearly high already, it looked like it tried to beat the top, but it double topped. And if it even corrects, let's say 15%, which is whatever. It that only brings us back down to 26,000, which brings us to the pre Iranian conflict levels. If Nasdaq corrects 15%, like I have to think that Bitcoin is going to continue to go down. And if the Nasdaq corrects 15% from here, at the very minimum, I have to think Bitcoin corrects 15% with it, which basically puts us basically right at that 51,000 level mark. But that's if the Nasdaq corrects. I think there's going to be a lot of chop. Like I think the equities might have seen the top for going into midterms
Yeah, I'm
potentially.
looking at Qs, and yeah, I don't know. This could just be, honestly, we're probably just in those summer doldrums too.
Well,
Seasonality,
there's seasonality, and the SpaceX IPO sucked a
Yeah,
lot of liquidity out, and that was kind of like the moment for the
it was the
market.
big
And
exciting thing. Yeah.
and going into midterms, everything's always unsure. So I'm not super bullish on anything
Yeah.
until after the midterms. Like, it doesn't mean we have to go lower. It do just mean that we could be chopping for the next, what is it, July, August, September, October, the next 5 months.
I mean, I assume we will. I always thought that, okay, there's this big gap between SpaceX IPO and anything to get excited about in late summer. I guess you could say earnings in a little over a month from now. I suppose, that's something, but like, um, really the next big exciting catalyst, like you talk about clarity, but that keeps moving if it's even going to happen. Um,
If
and
clarity doesn't passes,
Yeah,
it's going to be a big uh-oh for Bitcoin, I think.
right. I saw the news that OpenAI is seriously considering pushing their IPO into 2027.
What does that
They're
tell you about market conditions?
Right, exactly. Well, that was my thinking. I always thought, like, why would they want to go public so close to SpaceX or anywhere near Anthropic? They want to be like they want to be the only news story. They don't want to they don't want anyone stealing their thunder. They want people to have time to reload. So
Yeah.
pushing it into 2027 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think they need to. I would be surprised. Depends on what the market's. I would be surprised if Anthropic goes out this year too, or if they wait for next year too. It all depends on the market. For them to go out and get $1 trillion valuations.
Well, I think Anthropic could. OpenAI is smart to buy themselves time because, I mean, we know that their profitability is not as good as Anthropic. So, you know, if you don't have a great story to tell, why are you rushing to go public to tell it? You know?
Yeah, no, that's true. Unless you need the money.
Yeah. Well, they do need the money. That's,
Yeah.
yeah. Yep.
All right, I think I'm
All
gonna
right.
sign off here.